Chapter 1 of Book 5 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. The first principles and causes of entities are under investigation, and it is evident that the investigation regards the causes and first principles of entities so far forth as they are entities. For there is a certain cause of health, and of a good habit of body, and of mathematical entities. Likewise are there first principles, and elements, and causes, and in general also every science which is an intellectual one, or in any degree even partaking of the faculty of thought, is conversant about causes and first principles, which are either more accurate or more simple, as the case may be. All of these, however, being descriptive of one particular subject and a particular genus, are engaged about this, but not concerning being or entity simply considered, nor so far forth as it is entity. Nor do they make any account of the substance of a thing, but from this one particular subject, partly from sense making this manifest, and partly assuming an hypothesis as to substance or quiddity, they accordingly demonstrate the things that are essentially inherent in the genus about which they subsist, either more necessarily or more feebly. Wherefore it is evident that there is not a demonstration of substance, nor of the what a thing is, that is, of quiddity, by means of an induction of such a kind. But there is some other mode of manifestation. In like manner also, these sciences say nothing as to whether the genus about which they are engaged is or is not, on account of its belonging to the same faculty of thought, or understanding, and of its making manifest the nature of a thing, and whether it is this particular thing. But since also physical science happens to be conversant about a certain genus of entity, for about such a sort of substance is it conversant in which is contained in itself the first principle of motion and of rest, it is evident that it is neither practical nor productive, that is, effective, for the first principle of things that are productive resides in the producer or efficient cause, whether that principle be mind, or art, or a certain capacity. But the first principle of things that are practical is free will in the agent, for the same thing is an object of action and of free will. Wherefore, if every dianoetic faculty be either practical, or productive, or speculative, the physical dianoetic energy would be some speculative science, but speculative about such an entity as it is possible should have motion imparted to it, and about such a substance as existing according to reason, for the most part has not a separable subsistence merely. It is requisite, however, as regards the essence or formal cause, and the definition how things are so, that this should not escape our notice, as without this knowledge at least, the present investigation would be the accomplishing of nothing. But of things that are defined, and to which the inquiry what they are belongs, some subsist in such a manner as the flat nose, and some as the hollow, and these differ, since flat nose is conceived along with matter, for in truth a flat nose is a hollow nose, but hollowness or concavity is without sensible matter. If, therefore, all physical or natural things are predicated in the same way as flat nose, as, for instance, nose, eye, face, flesh, bone, in short, animal, leaf, root, bark, in short, plant, for the definition of none of these subsists without motion, but such invariably involves matter, it is plain how it is necessary in physical inquiries to investigate the nature of a thing, and to define it, and why also it is the part of the natural philosopher to institute an inquiry concerning a certain soul, namely, such a soul as is not unconnected with matter. That therefore the physical dianoetic energy is speculative is evident from these statements. But also the mathematical dianoetic energy is speculative also. Whether it is conversant, however, about entities that are immovable and capable of a separate subsistence is a point that at present is obscure. But that certain mathematical systems investigate certain entities so far as they are immovable, and so far as they have a separable subsistence, is clear. Now, if there is something that is eternal and immovable, and that involves a separate subsistence, it is evident that it is the province of the speculative, that is, of the ontological science, to investigate such. It is not certainly the province of physical science, at any rate. For physical science is conversant about certain movable natures, nor of the mathematical, but of a science prior to both of these, that is, the science of metaphysics. For physical science, I admit, is conversant about things that are inseparable, to be sure, but not immovable. And of mathematical science, some are conversant about entities that are immovable, it is true, yet perhaps not separable, but subsisting as in matter. But metaphysics, or the first philosophy, is conversant about entities which both have a separate subsistence and are immovable. And it is necessary that causes should be eternal, all without exception, but particularly these, for these are the causes of the things that are manifest or phenomenal amongst those that are divine. Wherefore, according to this view of things, there would be three speculative philosophies, namely the mathematical, the physical, the theological. For it is not obscure that if what is divine exists anywhere, it resides in such a nature as this, and it is requisite that that should be the most honourable science, which is conversant about a genus of things which is most entitled to our respect. The speculative sciences, accordingly, are more eligible than the rest of the sciences, and of such as are speculative, this science of metaphysics, now under investigation, is more eligible than all the others. For one would feel a doubt as to whether at all the first philosophy, or ontology, is universal or conversant about a certain genus, and one nature. For neither is there the same method of conducting our inquiries in the mathematical sciences, but geometry, in fact, and astronomy are conversant about a certain peculiar nature. Yet, in reply to this, I would say that pure mathematics universally is common to all the branches of that science, and thus that the first philosophy universally is common to all the sciences. If, then, there is not some different substance besides those that consist by nature, the physical would be the first science. But if there is a certain immovable substance, this will be prior, and the subject of the first philosophy, and in this way will subsist universally, because it is the first of the sciences, and it would be the province of this science of metaphysics, or ontology, to institute an inquiry respecting entity, so far forth as it is entity, and respecting quiddity, or the nature of a thing, and respecting those things that universally are inherent in it, so far forth as it is entity. Chapter 2. Since, however, entity, simply so called, is denominated in many ways, of which one was that which subsists according to accident, and another that which is as a thing that is true, and the non-being of which is as a thing that is false, and besides these, since these are figures of predication, as for example quiddity, and quality, and quantity, and the place where, and the time when, and whatever else there is that is significant in this way. Further, besides all these, is there that which subsists in potentiality, and that which subsists in energy. Since, however, I say entity is denominated in many ways, in the first instance, as far as regards that subsisting according to accident, must we declare that respecting this there exists no speculation. And a proof of this statement is the following. For in no science is there any attention paid to this, neither in practical, nor productive, nor speculative science. For neither does one who builds a house make at the same time as many things as are accidental to the house, when it is built, for these are infinite. There is no hindrance, for example, but that the house, when it has been constructed, should prove to some persons agreeable, but to others injurious, and to others serviceable, and, as I may say, different from all entities, of none of which the building art is productive. And in the same manner, neither does the geometrician speculate into things which in this way are accidental to figures, nor whether there is any difference between a wooden triangle and a triangle having angles equal to 2 right angles. And this coincidence takes place rationally, for the accidental subsists as it were in name merely. Wherefore, after a certain mode, Plato judiciously arranged nonentity about the art of the sophist. For the arguments of the sophists are employed about the accident, as I may say, most especially of all things, for they ask, for instance, whether a musician and a grammarian are a different person or the same, and whether the musical choriscus and choriscus are the same, and whether everything which may exist, yet not always, has been generated. Wherefore, whether in case a man is musical he has been made grammatical, and whether in case he is grammatical he has been made musical, and as many other arguments, no doubt, as there are of this kind. For accident appears to be a something that hovers on the confines of nonentity. Now, this is evident also from such arguments as the foregoing. For of those things that subsist in a different way from accidents, there is generation and corruption, but this is not the case with those things that subsist according to accident. Nevertheless, however, must we further discuss concerning accident, as far as is possible, what is its nature, and on account of what cause it exists. For at the same time, perhaps, will it be evident on account of what reason also there is not a science of it. Since, therefore, there are in entities some things that are always disposed in a similar manner, and from necessity, a necessity that is not denominated according to what is violent, but that which we have spoken of in the case of its not being admissible for a thing to be otherwise than it is, and since other things, though these are not of necessity to be sure, nor always, yet are in existence for the most part, this is the first principle, and this the cause of the subsistence of accident. For whatever may be neither always, nor for the most part, this we pronounce to be an accident, as for instance in the dog days, that is, when the sun is in Canis, if there should prevail storm and cold, we say that this is accidental. We should not, however, speak in this manner, should stifling heat and warmth be generated, because the latter invariably, or at least for the most part, is prevalent at such a season of the year, whereas the former is not. And that a man is white is an accident, for neither is he always so, nor for the most part, but that man is an animal is not according to accident. And for a builder to have been instrumental in producing good health is an accident, because a builder is not fitted by nature to accomplish this, but a physician is. But it would be an accident for the builder his being a physician, and a cook aiming at furnishing pleasure would probably make something calculated to promote health, but not in accordance with or by virtue of the art of cooking. Wherefore we say that this would be accidental, and that in a certain respect the cook makes something that is salubrious, but simply considered that he does not so. For of some things are there other potentialities that sometimes are productive, but of others there is no definite art or potentiality. For of those things that are, or are generated according to accident, the cause also is according to accident. Wherefore, since all things are not from necessity, and always either are entities or are in generation, but since most things have a subsistence for the most part, it is necessary that there be in existence something which subsists according to accident, and that it should be such as is a white musician, who exists neither always, nor for the most part. Since sometimes, however, such is produced, there will be a subsistence according to accident, and if not, all things will subsist from necessity. Wherefore, matter will be the contingent cause of what is accidental differently from that which has a subsistence for the most part. We must, however, assume this as a beginning of the inquiry, whether there is nothing which subsists neither always nor for the most part, or whether this is impossible. Accordingly, in addition to these things, is there something which in one way or other has a casual subsistence, and a subsistence according to accident? Shall we, however, admit that that which has a subsistence for the most part, and that which has a perpetual subsistence, is not inherent in the nature of anything, or are there certain entities that are eternal? Concerning these points, indeed, we will afterwards examine. That, however, there is not a science of the accidental is manifest. For, certainly, every science is a science either of that which subsists always, or of that which subsists as for the most part. For otherwise, how should one learn anything, or instruct another? For it is necessary that the object of the science be defined either by that subsisting always, or that having a subsistence for the most part, as that meat is useful for the most part for one that is sick of fever. What, however, is beyond this, it will not be allowable to affirm, namely, as to the time when it may not be useful, as, for instance, during new moon, for either always, or for the most part, is the mead serviceable during new moon, also, and what is different from these is accidental. What in truth, therefore, the accidental is, and from what cause it arises, and that there is no science of it in existence, has been declared. Chapter 3. Now, that there are first principles and causes that are generable and corruptible without anything rising into existence and falling into decay is evident. For if this were not the case, all things would subsist from necessity. If of that which is being produced and corrupted, there must needs be a certain cause which does not subsist according to accident. For whether will this particular thing take place or not? If, at least, this be produced, it will, but if not, by no means will it take place, but this latter will take place if something else is accomplished. And so it is manifest that when time is subtracted from finite duration, you will invariably come to the present moment. Wherefore, this person will die either by disease or violence if he, at least, go forth out of the city, and this will take place if he should be thirsty, and this will happen if something else happens, and so will he come to that which now is, or to something of those things that have been, as, for instance, if he may have felt thirst, and this will happen if he eats things that are pungent to the taste, and this assuredly is the case or is not, wherefore he shall necessarily either die or shall not die. In like manner also, if any one pass over in his inquiry to the things that have been done, the reasoning is the same, for already does this subsist in something, but I speak of that which has been done. Accordingly, all things that are likely to be in future will subsist from necessity, as, for instance, the death of one that is living, for already has something been accomplished which shows a tendency towards dissolution, I mean the existence of things that are contrary in the same body. But if the death of this person is to be brought about by disease or violence, not as yet has this taken place, but should this particular thing be effected. It is evident, then, that this reduction advances towards a certain principle, and this principle no longer extends to anything else. Therefore will this be the principle of what is casual, and there will be nothing as a cause of its generation. But into what sort of first principle, and what sort of cause such a reduction may be made, whether as into matter, or as into the final cause, or as into the power that imparts motion, that is the efficient cause, is particularly worthy of consideration. Chapter 4. Therefore, indeed, respecting the entity which subsists according to accident, let the discussion be dismissed, for the subject has been determined with sufficient accuracy. Now, that which subsists as true is entity, and that which subsists as false is nonentity, since they are employed about composition and division, and entirety about a portion of contradiction. For that which is true involves an affirmation in the case of composition, and a negation in the case of division, but that which is false involves the contradiction of this division. But how it is possible to understand what subsists at the same time, or has a separate subsistence, this is another question. Now, I mean that things which subsist together, and that which subsists apart, are disposed in such a way as not to subsist in a consequent order, but so as to become one certain thing. For not in things themselves are the false and the true, as that which is good is true, but that which is bad is false, but in the understanding, and the truth and falsehood concerning things that are simple, and concerning essence, are not in the understanding either. As many points, then, as it is requisite to examine into as regards entity subsisting in this way, and regarding nonentity, must be investigated on a subsequent occasion. Since, however, composition and division are in the intellect, but not in the things themselves, and that which is an entity after this manner is different from those things that are properly termed entities, for either the nature of a thing, or its being of a certain quality or quantity, or something else of the kind, doth the intellect conjoin or separate. That which, as an entity, subsists as an accident, and that which is as it were what is true, the consideration of these must be omitted. For the cause of the one is indefinite, but of the other a certain affection of the understanding, and both are conversant about the remaining genus of entity, and do not render manifest any nature that is of an higher order than entity. Wherefore, let these points be omitted, to be sure, but we must examine the causes and the first principles of entity itself, so far forth as it is entity. And it is evident in what we have laid down concerning the multifarious predication of everything, that entity is denominated in many ways. End of chapter 4, and end of book 5. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Entity is denominated in many ways, as we have previously made the division in the case of those statements relating to its multifarious predications. For one signification of entity is, quote, the what a thing is, close quote, or quiddity, and this certain particular thing, and another is quality, or quantity, or each of the rest of the things that are so predicated. Now, seeing that entity is spoken of in thus many ways, it is evident that the first entity amongst these is quiddity, or, quote, the what a thing is, close quote, which signifies substance. For when we say that this particular thing is of a certain quality, we term it either good or bad, but not as of 3 cubits, or that it is a man. When, however, we say what a thing is, we term it not white, or warm, or of 3 cubits, but a man, or a god. But the other entities are denominated so in regard of belonging to entity that is really such, some, to wit, as being quantities, and some qualities, and some passions, and others some other things of the sort. Wherefore one might feel perplexed as to whether walking, and health, and sitting, were each of them an entity or a nonentity, And in like manner also is it the case with any whatsoever of the other things of this kind, respecting which similar doubts are entertained. For none of them is adapted by nature either to subsist essentially, or is capable of being separated from substance, but rather, if I may express myself so, this is to be said of any amongst the entities which is walking, and sitting, and being in sound health, and these rather than those appear to be entities, because they have some definite subject, and this is substance, and the singular, which appears in the category of this kind. For that which is good, or the sitting posture, is not expressed without this also. It is evident, therefore, that each of those also subsists on account of this. Wherefore, that which is primarily entity, and not any particular entity, but entity simply, or absolutely, will constitute substance. Therefore, that which is first is denominated in many ways. Nevertheless, first of all is substance, both in reason and knowledge, and time and nature. For no one of the rest of the categories is capable of a separate subsistence, but this alone. And in definition is this first, for in the definition of everything there is a necessity that the definition of substance be inherent. And then we think we know each particular thing, especially when we know what man is, or fire is, rather than when we know the quality, or the quantity, or the situation of a thing, since we then come to know each of these things when we know what the quantity of them is, or the quality. And unquestionably also was that originally, and at the present time, and always a subject of investigation, and invariably of doubt, namely, what entity is, that is, what substance is. For some say that this is one, but others that it is more than one, and some maintain that things which are finite are this entity, but others things that are infinite. Wherefore also, especially, and primarily, and exclusively, as I may say, we must investigate concerning that which subsists as entity after this manner, as to what it is. Chapter 2. Now, substance seems to subsist, no doubt, in bodies most palpably. Wherefore, we say that both animals and plants, and the parts of them, are substances, and we say the same of natural or physical bodies, as fire, and water, and earth, and everything of this sort, and as many as are either parts of these, or are composed of these, either partly or entirely, as both the heaven and its parts, stars, and moon, and sun. Whether, however, these are the only substances, or whether there are others besides, or whether no one of these, but certain different ones, are substances, this must be examined into. But to some the boundaries of bodies, as superficies, and line, and point, and monad, seem to be substances, and that, too, rather than body and solidity. Further, with the exception of things that are sensible, some are not of opinion that there is anything in existence of the kind, but others that there are many such, and that especially those entities have a subsistence which are eternal, as Plato considered both forms and mathematical entities as two substances, and as a third the substance of sensible bodies. But Speusippus, starting from one, says that there are many substances and first principles of each substance, one of numbers, but another of magnitudes, then another of soul, and in this way extends therefore the classes of substance. And some affirm that forms and numbers have the same nature, but that other things that are connected therewith, as lines and surfaces, belong to a second class of substances, as far as to the substance of the heaven, and to sensibles. Accordingly, respecting these, we must consider what it is that is said well or not well, and what substances exist, and whether there are certain ones besides sensibles, or are not, and how these subsist; also whether there is any separable substance, and why there is, and after what mode of subsistence, or whether there is no substance besides sensibles. This, I say, must form the subject of our investigation, having first delineated substance in a sketch of what it is. Chapter 3. Now, substance is denominated, if not multifariously, yet at least in 4 ways particularly. For both the essence or the formal cause, and the universal and the genus, seem to be substance in each thing, and 4th of these is the subject. But the subject is that of which other things are predicated, while itself is no longer predicated of any other thing. Wherefore, concerning this point, we must come to a determination in the first instance. For substance appears especially to be the primary subject. Now, in some such manner is matter denominated substance, but in another way form, and in a third that which results from, or is a compound of these. Now, I mean by matter brass, for instance, but by form the figure of the idea, and by that which is composed of these the statue in its entirety. Wherefore, if form be prior to matter, and rather than it is entity or being, also for the same reason will be prior that which is a compound of both. Now therefore, by way of a rough delineation, has it been declared what substance is at all, namely, that it is not that which is predicated of the subject, but is that of which other things are predicated. It must needs, however, be spoken of not in this manner solely, for such is not sufficient, for this account of it is obscure. And further, matter becomes substance, for if matter is not substance, what else is, escapes our comprehension. For when other things are removed away, nothing appears remaining, for other things are the passive conditions of bodies, and are productions and potentialities. But length, and breadth, and depth are certain quantities, but not substances. For quantity is not substance, but rather that wherein these very qualities are inherent primarily, that is substance. But unquestionably, if we take away length, and depth, and breadth, we see nothing left except whatsoever is bounded by these. Wherefore, to persons conducting the inquiry in this way, matter must needs appear only as substance, and I call matter that which essentially is termed neither quiddity, nor quantity, nor anything else of those things whereby entity is defined. For there is something of which each of these is predicated from which, quote, the being, close quote, is different, as well as from each of the categories. For the other things are predicated of substance, but this of matter. Wherefore, that which is ultimate essentially is neither quiddity, nor quantity, nor quality, nor any other such thing. Neither therefore are negations so, for these also will have a subsistence according to accident. In consequence of these things, no doubt, therefore, it happens with speculators that matter is regarded as substance. This, however, is impossible, for both a capability of separation in its subsistence, and the subsisting as this particular thing, seem to inhere especially in substance. Wherefore, form, and that which is composed of both, would appear to be substance rather than matter. Indeed, then, as regards the substance which is composed of both, I mean composed of matter and form, the consideration of this must be omitted, for it is posterior and manifest. But somehow matter also is plain. But respecting the third substance must there be an inquiry made, for this is most perplexing. Now, certain substances of sensibles are acknowledged to exist. Wherefore, in the case of these, let us in the first place institute an examination. Chapter 4. But since in the beginning of this book we have made a division in how many ways we define substance, and of these a certain one seems to be the essence or the very nature of a thing, we must make an inquiry respecting this, for advantageous is the transition to what is more known. For in this way is instruction imparted to all by means of advancing through those things that are less known to nature to things that are more known. And this is something accomplished, as in practical things, the having made from those things that are good to each, things that are good to each generally. So from things that are more known to oneself, the having made things that are known to himself, to be known to nature, as well as things that are known to individuals, and such as are first, and are often but little known, and often involve little or nothing of entity. Nevertheless, however, from things badly known, to be sure, yet known to oneself, must we endeavour to attain a knowledge of things generally known, making a transition, as has been stated, by the way of these very things. And, in the first place, let us speak thereof some things logically, because the very nature of everything is that which is denominated as subsisting essentially or absolutely. For your essence does not consist in being in one that is musical, for not according to yourself are you musical. Your essence then subsists according to yourself. For, truly, not everything that is essentially present to a thing is the very nature of that thing. For that is not the case with that which is so essentially present, as a white surface, since the being of a surface is not the same thing with the being of what is white. But, doubtless, neither is that which is composed of both, namely, the being of a white surface, the same as the essence of superficies. Should the question be asked, why it is not, our reply is, because superficies is contained in the definition of white surface. In whatever definition, then, expressive of this will not be found inherent. This will be the reason of the essence, or very nature of each thing. Wherefore, if the being of a white surface is the being of a smooth surface, the being white and smooth is one and the same thing. But since also, in accordance with the rest of the categories, there are natures that are composite, for there is a certain subject to each as to quality and quantity, and the time when, and the place where, and motion, we must examine if there is a definition of the very nature or essence of each of them, and also whether the essence of a thing is inherent in these, as, for example, if in man the essence of white man is inherent. Now, let his name be garment. What, then, is the being of a garment? But, doubtless, neither does this belong to those things that are expressed absolutely, or shall we say that a thing which is not essential is predicated in two ways, and that of this the one is from addition, but the other is not so. And in regard of this being added to another thing, it is denominated as that which is defined. For instance, if one, defining the being white, should assume the definition of white man, another thing is so denominated, because something else is not added to it. For example, if a garment signifies a white man, but some one should define the garment as white, in this case a white man is, doubtless, something that is white. Yet his essence, or very nature, does not consist in being white, but in being a garment. Is there, then, in short, in existence, such a thing as the essence, or very nature of entities, or not? For whatsoever is the very nature of a thing is the essence of that thing. But when one thing is predicated of another, it is not this certain particular thing, as, for instance, a white man is not this certain particular thing, if the being this particular thing belong to substances only. Wherefore, the very nature of a thing appertains to those things the discourse respecting which is a definition. But not every discursus which signifies the same thing as the name is a definition, for in this case all discourses would be definitions. For the name will be the same with any discourse whatsoever. Wherefore also the term Iliad will be a definition, but if it may be one of some primary thing, a discourse is then a definition, and things of this kind are such as are spoken of not in respect of the predication of one thing of another. The very nature of a thing will not, accordingly, be found in any of those things that are not the species of a genus, but in these only. For these seem to be predicated not according to participation and passion, nor as an accident. But no doubt there will be a discourse of each thing, and it will signify something of the other things, if it be a name. I mean that this particular thing is inherent in this, or instead of the simple assertion, is there one that is more accurate, but it will not be a definition, nor the essence or very nature of a thing. Or also shall we say that definition as well as the essence of a thing is expressed in many ways. For also the inquiry what the nature of a thing is in one way signifies substance, and the being this particular thing, but in another each of the categories, quantity, quality, and whatever things else there are of this sort. For as the inquiry what a thing is also belongs to all things, though not after a similar manner, but to one thing primarily, and to others in a consequent order, so also the nature of a thing inheres in the substance simply, but in other things in a sort of a way. For also, as to the quality of a thing, we could ask the question what it is. Wherefore, likewise, quality belongs to those things to which the inquiry what they are appertains, but not simply considered, but just as in the case of nonentity, certain speculators say that it is nonentity, logically speaking, not simply, but that it is nonentity, so also is it with respect to quality. It is necessary, therefore, to examine also how one should speak of everything, not, certainly, at any rate, more than how each thing subsists, or is disposed. Wherefore now, also, since what is spoken is manifest, the very nature or essence of a thing will also in like manner be inherent primarily and simply in substance, and afterwards in other things, as in the inquiry what a thing is, the essence or very nature of that thing will not be inherent simply, but with the addition of quality or quantity will the essence be inherent. For it is requisite to speak of the existence of these entities either equivocally or with addition and ablation, as also that which is not the object of scientific knowledge is a thing that may be scientifically known, since this is correct at least, neither to speak of these equivocally, nor in like manner, but just in such a way as what is medicinal is predicated in reference to one and the same thing, without however being one and the same thing, and yet indeed is not equivocally predicated either, for no medicinal body is termed a work and an apparatus either equivocally or according to one, but in relation to one thing. Therefore, in whatsoever way one chooses indeed to express these things makes no difference. This, however, is evident, that definition primarily and absolutely considered, and that the essence or very nature of a thing belong to substances. Notwithstanding, they belong to other things also, in a similar manner, except not primarily, for there is no necessity, even though we should admit that a name has the same signification with a certain discourse, that a discourse about that which the name signifies should be a definition of this. But this will take place if the name may have the same signification with a discourse, at least a certain discourse. And this takes place if it be of one thing, not by continuity, as the Iliad, or whatever things else are one by connection, but if it is as multifariously expressed as one thing is. Unity, however, is predicated in as many ways as entity, and entity signifies partly this particular thing, and partly quantity, and partly quality. Wherefore also of white man will there be a certain discourse and definition, and in another way will there be the same, both of that which is white and of substance. Chapter 5. This statement, however, involves a doubt, in case any one denies definition to be a discourse subsisting from addition, of what the definition will be of those things that are not simple, but connected together. For from addition it is necessary to make them manifest. Now, I say, for instance, there is nose and hollowness, and flatness of nose. I mean, that which is called from both of these in respect of this being inherent in that, and neither the hollowness nor the flatness of nose is, according to accident at least, a passion of nose, but subsists essentially, nor do they subsist as the white in Callias, or man, because Callias is white, to whom it is an accident to be man, but they subsist as the male in animal, and the equal in quantity, and in the same way as all those things that are said to be essentially inherent. But these are those in whatsoever is inherent either the definition or the name of which this is an affection, and which it is not possible to manifest separately, as it is possible to make manifest the white without man. Not so, however, the female without animal. Wherefore the very nature and definition of these are either of nothing, or if there is a definition of these, it is in a manner otherwise from what we have declared. And there is also another matter of doubt about these. For if in truth a flat nose and a hollow nose are the same thing will be the flat and the hollow. But if not, on account of its being impossible to use the word flat even without the thing of which it is an essential affection, and if flatness of nose will be a hollowness in the nose, the speaking of flat nose either is a thing not possible, or the same thing will be said twice over, as thus nose is hollow nose, for the nose that is the flat nose will be a hollow nose. Wherefore the inherence in things of this sort of what is the essence or formal principle would be absurd, and if it were not absurd there would be a progression ad infinitum. For in a nose, a flat nose, will there further be inherent something else that is essential. It is evident, therefore, that of substance only is their definition. For if it were also of the rest of the categories, it must needs be from addition, as in the definition of quality and unevenness. For it is not framed without number, nor is the definition of female framed without animal. Now, definitions formed from addition I call those in whatever the same things happen to be said twice, as in these. And if this be true, neither will there be definition of those things that are conjoined together as of an odd number. It escapes their notice, however, that not accurately are the definitions of these things expressed by them. But if there are definitions of these things also, doubtless in a different way do they subsist. Or, as has been affirmed, definition must be spoken of as subsisting in many ways, and so with the essence, or the very nature of a thing, likewise. Wherefore, in one way, there will not be a definition of any of these, nor will essence be inherent in any one of these, save in substances, and in another way they will be inherent. That therefore, indeed, definition is a discursus or description of the very nature or essence of a thing, and that the essence or formal principle belongs either to substances only, or especially both primarily and simply, is manifest. End of chapter 5 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. Let us now consider whether the essence or very nature of a thing and each individual thing are the same or different. For this will be of advantage in reference to the inquiry concerning substance, for both each particular thing does not seem to be different from its own substance, and the essence, or very nature of each thing, is said to be the substance of that thing. Therefore, in the case, no doubt, of things that are predicated according to accident, these would seem to be different, as that a white man is a thing different from the being of white man. For if they were the same, both the being of man and the being of white man would be the same, for man and white man, as they say, are the same thing. Wherefore also the being of a white man and the being of man would be the same. Or is there no necessity for whatever things that are according to accident to be the same as those things that have an essential subsistence? For not in like manner do the extremes become the same. But perhaps at least it would seem to happen that the extremes should become the same according to accident, as for instance the being of white and the being of a musician, but this does not seem to be the case. And as regards things that are predicated absolutely, there always is a necessity that they be the same, as must take place if there are certain substances belonging to which there are not different substances, nor different antecedent natures, such as some affirm ideas to be. For if the actual good be a different thing from the being good, and animal from the being animal, and entity from the essence of entity, there will exist both different substances, and natures, and ideas, besides those mentioned, and those substances will be prior if there be in existence the essence of substance. And if they are indeed unconnected one with another, of such there will not be a scientific knowledge, and they will not be entities. Now, I mean by the phrase, unconnected, if neither in the actual good is inherent the being good, nor if the existence of good pertains to this, for the scientific knowledge of each thing subsists when we know the essence or very nature of each thing, and in the case of what is good, and of other things, the same takes place. Wherefore, if the being good be not good, neither will the being in entity constitute entity, nor that in unity be unity. In like manner also, all or not one of the essences will have an existence. Wherefore, if neither it be so with the being in entity, neither will it be so with anything else. Further, in whatever is not inherent, the being good is not good. Accordingly, it is necessary that the good and the being of good be one, also the fair and the being fair. In fact, whatsoever things are not predicated of another, but have an absolute subsistence, and are things which are primary. For also this is sufficient if it takes place, even though forms may have no existence, but rather perhaps if forms do subsist. But at the same time it is evident that also if ideas are such things as some say they are, the subject of them will not be substance. For it is necessary that these be substances, I admit, but it is not necessary that they be predicated of a subject, for in this will they be inherent by participation. And, doubtless, from these arguments it is evident that each particular itself, and the essence, not according to accident, are one and the same thing, and that to have a scientific knowledge at any rate of anything is to know scientifically the very nature or essence of that thing. Wherefore, according to this exposition, it is requisite that both be a certain one thing. But that a thing predicated according to accident, as the musical or white, should be the same as the very nature of a thing itself, on account of the twofold signification of that in which it is an accident, and the accident itself, this is not a true assertion, so that in a certain respect a thing itself is the same, and in a certain respect is not the same with the very nature of that thing. For the being of man is not the same with that of a white man, but so far as the essence of man is passive to whiteness, it is the same. Now, it would appear absurd also, if any would impose the name on each thing of the essences. For there will be another essence besides also that, as besides the essence of horse, there will be a different essence of horse. Although what hinders certain essences, even from being now directly the same as the things of which they are the very natures, if the very nature of a thing be substance? But truly, not only are they one, but also the definition of them is the same, as is also evident from the statements that have been made. For to be one and one are not according to accident. Further, if they be different, they will go on in a progression ad infinitum. For the one will be the essence of being one, but the other the one itself. Wherefore also, in the case of those, will there be the same definition. That, therefore, in the case of the first existences, and of things predicated essentially, the being of each thing, and that very thing itself, are one and the same thing, is evident. As regards, however, the refutations of the sophists in reference to this position, it is palpable that they are decided by the same solution. For example, these sophists inquire whether Socrates and the being Socrates are the same. For there is no difference in the things either from which one would ask the question, or from which he should light upon an answer in his attempted solution of it. How then the essence or very nature is the same, and how it is not the same with each particular thing, has been declared. Chapter 7. Now, of things that are being produced, some are produced by nature, and others by art, and others from chance. All things, however, that are produced by means of something, and from something, and become something. But I mean that they become something according to each category, for they are generated either as quiddity, or quantity, or quality, or the place where. But generations, the physical or natural ones, I mean, are those, unquestionably, of which the generation is from nature, and that from which they are generated is that which we denominate matter. But that by means of which they are generated belongs to some one of those things which have a subsistence by nature. And that which is some particular thing is man, or plant, or some one of the things of that sort which we affirm to be especially substances. Now, all things which are produced either by nature or art involve matter, for it is possible for each of them both to be and not to be. This capability, however, is the matter in each. And in general, nature is even that from which a thing proceeds, and that according to which entities are generated is nature likewise. For that which is being produced has a nature, as, for example, a plant or animal, and that by means of which a thing is generated is nature herself, which is predicated according to the species, and is of the same species. But this is inherent in another, for man begets man. In this way, therefore, are produced the things that are generated through nature, and the rest of the generations are denominated productions, or operations. All operations, however, are either from art, or from potentiality, or the understanding. But of these, some are produced also from chance, and from fortune, in a similar way, as in the case of those things that are produced by nature. For there also are produced some things that are the same both from seed and without seed. Respecting indeed these, then, we will subsequently institute an examination. From art, however, are generated those things of whatsoever there is a form in the soul. But I mean by form the essence or very nature of each thing, and the first substance. For also of contraries in a certain manner is there the same form, for thus the substance of privation is the substance that is the one opposed, as health of disease. For by the absence of health is disease made apparent, and health constitutes the principle in the soul and in the science. The salubrious, however, is produced when the physician reasons thus: since this is done for the sake of health, it is necessary, if this will be salubrious, that this particular condition should exist, for example, evenness, and if this take place, that the result be heat. And so he always reasons until he conducts you to that which he himself can accomplish last. Accordingly now, the motion which begins from these is called the operation that tends towards becoming healthy. Wherefore it happens that in a certain manner from health is generated health, and a house is constructed from a house, namely, that which involves matter arises, or is generated from that which does not involve a connection with matter. For the medicinal and the house-building arts are the form, the one of health and the other of a house. Now, I mean by substance not involving any connection with matter, the essence or very nature or formal cause of a thing. Of generations, however, and of motions, one is termed thought, and another operation. That is termed conception, or thought, which arises from the first principle and the form. But that is operation, which takes its rise from the thought or conception of what is ultimate. In like manner, also, is produced each of the rest of those things that are media. Now, I say, for instance, if health is to be restored, there must needs be a reduction to equality secured. What, then, is this reduction into a state of equality? It is this particular result. But this particular result will take place if heat shall have been promoted. And what is this? It is this particular effect. Now, this effect is inherent in capacity, but the former already lies in the power of the physician. Now, that which brings about the result, and whence the motion of restoring health derives its beginning, if it springs from art, such is the form that is in the soul. But if it arises from chance, it arises from that evidently which, for once, is the principle of bringing about the change to one that acts from art. As also, perhaps, in the case of restoring health, the first principle originates from the communication of heat, and this result is accomplished by means of friction. Accordingly, heat is either a part of health, I mean, such heat as inheres in the body, or there follows it directly some such thing as is a part of health, or this is accomplished indirectly, that is, by means of many media. This last, however, is that which produces the result, and in this way is part of health, as stones are parts of a house, and something else a part of other things. Wherefore, as it is said, it is impossible that there be a production of anything, if nothing may pre-exist. That certainly, therefore, a portion will exist necessarily is evident, for matter is that part, for this is inherent, and is itself produced. But then, as such, is it to be classed amongst those things that are contained in the definition. And in both ways we denominate the brazen circles what they are, speaking of both the matter that it is brass, and the form that it is such a figure, and this is the genus into which it is first posited. But a brazen circle involves matter in its definition. But that from which, as from matter, some things are formed is styled, when it is so formed, not that from which they are formed, but is called something else that is of this, as, for example, a statue is called not a stone, but of stone, or stony, and a man who is in a state of convalescence is not denominated that from which he recovers back his health. And a cause of this is the following, that arises from privation, and the subject which we call matter, as both a man and a person that is indisposed become healthy. Rather, however, is health said to arise from privation, as one in health from one that is indisposed, than from man. Wherefore, a sick person is not denominated as one that is sound in health, but this is affirmed of man, and a man who is in sound health. And in regard of those things of which the privation is obscure and nameless, as in the case of the brass, whatever be the figure, or in the bricks and timbers of a house, those things seem to arise from these, as in the instance above adduced, one that is in health from a person that is indisposed. Wherefore, as neither that which is produced is called by the name of that from which it is formed, in the case of the instance above adduced, so neither in this instance is the statue called wood, but derivatively is classified as wooden, not wood, and as brazen, but not brass, and stony, but not stone, and a house also is spoken of as made of bricks, but not as bricks, since if one carefully examines, he would not say absolutely that either is the statue produced from wood, or a house from bricks, on account of its being necessary that whatever is produced from anything should be changed from that from which it is produced, but should not continue as it was before. Therefore, on account of this indeed, the thing is expressed in this manner. Chapter 8. Since, however, that which is produced both by something, now I mean that whence also originates the first principle of generation, that is, its efficient cause, and from something, but let this be not privation, but matter, for already has it been defined in what manner we have denominated this. Also must there be that which is produced, and this is either a sphere, or a circle, or whatever else of the other things that may chance to present itself, as neither the efficient cause produces the subject, I mean the brass, so neither does it make the sphere, unless by accident, because a brazen sphere is a sphere, but it does not produce the sphere itself, for the production of a certain thing of this kind is the production of this particular thing from the entire subject. Now, I say that to make the brass round is not to make the round or the sphere, but something different, such as this form in another thing. For if the artist produces it, he would produce this from something else. For this would be the subject, as, for example, to make a brazen sphere, and this the artist makes in this manner, because from this particular thing, which is brass, he forms this which is a sphere. If, therefore, also he produces this very thing, it is evident that in like manner he will produce another, and the productions will go on in a process ad infinitum. It is palpable, then, that neither form, or by whatever name we must needs term form, as it subsists in that which is cognizable to sense, is produced, nor is there a generation thereof, nor is this the essence or very nature of a thing, for this is that which is produced in another subject either from art, or from nature, or potentiality, and the efficient cause it is which produces the existence of a brazen sphere, for it produces it from brass, and a sphere, for into this particular thing, which is the form, doth the efficient cause mould the brass, and this constitutes a brazen sphere. And if, in short, of the being or existence of sphere there exists a generation, it will be a something that is a generation from a certain thing, for it will be necessary that what is produced always be divisible, and that this should be this particular thing, and that should be something else. Now, I mean that this should be matter, and that form. Therefore, if a sphere be a figure equal from the centre to all points of its periphery, of this one part will be that in which that which produces will be inherent, and the other part that which resides in this part, but the whole is that which has been produced or generated, as for instance the brazen sphere. It is evident, therefore, from the statements that have been made, that what is denominated as form, or as substance, is not generated, but that the union which is said to take place according to this is generated, and that in everything which is being produced matter is inherent, and that one part is matter, but the other form. Whether, then, is there any sphere besides these components, or is there a house besides the bricks, or shall we say that if this were the case, neither would this particular thing ever have been produced, save that it signifies a particular thing of this sort? This, however, also is not defined, but it produces and generates such a particular kind of thing from this particular thing, and when it has been generated, it is this particular thing with such a quality. And the whole of this particular thing is Callias, or Socrates, just as this is a brazen sphere, and man and animal are, in general, as the brazen sphere. It is evident, therefore, that the cause of forms, as some have been accustomed to denominate forms, if there are certain natures of this sort in existence besides singulars, in no wise is useful towards both generations and substances. Nor would essential substances have a subsistence on account of these at least. It is accordingly evident that in the case of some things also, the generator is such as that which is being produced or generated, not, I admit, the actual thing itself at least, not so numerically, but specifically, as may be observed to take place in natural phenomena. For man generates man, unless something abnormal or contrary to nature be produced, as when a horse begets a mule, and with these is it in like manner, for that which would be common to a horse and an ass, namely the most proximate genus, would not have a name imposed upon it, but both perhaps would be as a mule. Wherefore it is plain that it is in no wise necessary to provide a form, as an exemplar or model, for in these, that is, in things sensible especially, investigators from time to time have searched for them, for these same, in an eminent degree, are substances. But for the generator it sufficeth to have produced, and to be the cause of the subsistence of form in matter. And the entire now of such a form in these things, such as flesh and bones, is Callias and Socrates, and different, no doubt, is a thing on account of the matter thereof. For matter in each thing is different, but in form it is the same, for the form is indivisible. Chapter 9. Some one, however, may doubt perhaps why some things are produced by both art and from chance, as health, but other things are not produced in this way, as a house. Now a cause of this is the following, that the matter of these, which is the first principle of generation, consists in the accomplishing and the production of something of those things that are artificially formed, in which there is inherent a certain portion of the thing, which matter is partly of such a kind as is capable of being moved by itself, and partly is not so. And of this one part is it possible to move in this particular way, but the other it is not possible, for many things involve the capacity of being moved by themselves, but not in this way, for instance to leap. As regards those things, therefore, of which the matter is of such a kind, as stones, it is impossible for them to be moved in this way, unless by something else, yet in this way assuredly, and it is so with fire. On account of this, some things will not be without that which is in possession of art, whereas other things will be, for they will be moved by those things which do not possess art, no doubt, but are themselves capable of being moved either by other things which do not possess art, or possess it partially. But it is evident from the statements that have been made, that also all things, in a certain manner, are generated from things that are equivocal, as those that have a subsistence from nature, or from an equivocal portion, for example, a house from a house, or by reason of intellect, for art is form, either from a part, or from that which possesses a certain part, if it be not produced according to accident, for the cause of the production is an essential first portion. For the heat which is involved in motion has generated heat in the body, and this is, unquestionably, health, or a part of health, or there follows it a certain part of health, or health itself. Wherefore also it is said to be a producer, because that produces health, on which heat follows, and to which it is an accident. Wherefore, as in the syllogisms, substance is the first principle of all things, for from the nature of a thing are syllogisms, so also in this instance are generations, and in like manner also, with these are those things that are by nature constituted. For the seed produces as things that are constructed from art, for it involves form in capacity, and that from which the seed originates is, in a manner, equivocal, for it is not necessary to investigate all things in this way, as man is from man, for woman also is from man. Wherefore, mule does not originate from mule, save unless there be an injury from mutilation. Thus as many things, however, as are being produced from chance, just as in that instance, are those the matter of which is capable also of being moved by itself with that motion which the seed effects. But those things the matter of which does not possess this capability, it is impossible can be produced in any other way except from themselves by generation. Not only, however, does this reasoning concerning substance manifest the non-production of form, but in like manner concerning all that are primary natures there is involved the same reasoning in common as of quantity, quality, and the rest of the categories. For as the brazen sphere is what is produced, but not the sphere or the brass, and as it is so in the case of brass, if it is what is produced, for always it is necessary that there pre-exist matter and form, so also must it be in the case of the what anything is, or quiddity, and in the case of quality and quantity, and similarly of the rest of the categories. For there quality is not produced, but such a sort of quality of wood, neither quantity, but such a measure or quantity of wood, or an animal of such a kind. But from these statements may we acquire what is a peculiarity of substance, namely, that there is a necessity that there should always pre-exist a different substance, I mean, one subsisting in a state of actuality, which produces, as for instance, an animal must pre-exist, if an animal is produced, but this is not necessarily the case with quality or quantity, unless in potentiality merely. End of chapter 9 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 10 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 10. But since definition is a sentence or explanation, and every sentence or explanation has parts, and as a sentence is similarly related to the thing itself, as the part of the sentence to the part of the thing itself, the doubt now suggests itself whether it is necessary that the definition of the parts should be inherent in the definition of the whole or not. In the case of some things they appear to be as things that are inherent, but in the case of others it is not so. For thus the definition of a circle does not involve that of its segments, but the definition of a syllable involves that of the letters of speech, notwithstanding that the circle also is divided into segments, as, likewise, is the syllable into letters or elements of speech. But further, if the parts are prior to the whole, and if the acute be a part of the right angle, and the finger of an animal, the acute would be a thing that is prior to a right angle, and the finger to man. Now, these do not seem to be prior, for in the definition they are denominated from them, and also are they prior in their being capable of subsistence without one another. Or shall we say that part is denominated in many ways, of which one mode is the measurement according to quantity? Let, however, the mode of the subsistence of this be omitted, but into those things of which substance is composed, as from parts, we must institute an investigation. If, therefore, the one be matter, but the other form, and the third that which is composed of these, and if substance be both matter and form, and that which consists from these, it is the case that also matter is termed in one respect a part of something, but it is the case that such is not so in another respect. But this is true as regards those things of which the definition of form consists, as, for instance, of hollowness. Indeed, the flesh is not a portion, for this is matter from which hollowness is produced, but it is a certain portion of flatness of nose, and of the entire statue, no doubt, is the brass a part, but of that which is denominated as the form of the statue it is not so. For by form must we predicate, and so far forth as everything involves form. Never, however, is the material to be essentially predicated. Wherefore the definition of a circle does not involve that of its segments, but that of a syllable does involve the definition of the elements of speech. For the elements of the definition are parts of form, and are not the matter thereof, but the segments of a circle thus are parts, as matter, in which the circle is ingenerated. They are, I admit, nearer to form than the brass, when roundness is ingenerated in the brass, but it will be the case that neither all the elements of the syllable will be contained in the definition of syllable, as, for instance, these waxen letters, or those which are in the air, for now also are these a part of the syllable, as sensible matter. For also it does not follow that because a line if divided into halves is corrupted, or a man when divided into bones and nerves and flesh, that therefrom they are in such a manner, on this account, composed as though they were parts of the substance, but that they are composed from them, as from matter. And they are parts of the entire, to be sure, but they are not any longer parts of form, and of that about which the definition is concerned only. Wherefore neither are they found in definitions. Of some definitions indeed, therefore, will there be inherent the definition of parts of this kind, and of others it is necessary that it be not inherent, unless such be the definition of that which is taken together. For on this account, from these as from first principles do some things consist, into which they are corrupted, and others do not consist from these. Whatever things indeed, therefore, are assumed together are form and matter, as a flat nose or a brazen circle, those are corrupted into these, and matter constitutes a portion of them. But as many things as are not assumed along with matter, but involve no connection with matter, as the definitions of form merely, these, however, are not corrupted, either entirely or by no means in this way at least. Wherefore things that fall not under these are the first principles and parts of those, but of the form are these neither parts nor first principles, and on this account a statue of clay is corrupted into clay, and a sphere of brass into brass, and callius into flesh and bones, and further a circle is corrupted into its segments, for there is something which is assumed along with matter, for equivocally is the circle predicated, both that which is predicated simply, and those that are singulars, on account of there not being a proper name for singulars. Therefore indeed also has the truth now been declared, yet nevertheless let us express ourselves more clearly on resuming the subject. As many things, therefore, as are parts of the definition, and into which the definition is divided, these are prior, either all or some of them. But the definition of a right angle is not divided into the definition of an acute, but that of an acute angle is divided into the definition of a right angle. For a person who defines an acute employs a right angle, for the acute is less than the right. In like manner also is it the case with a circle and semicircle, for the semicircle is defined by the circle, and the finger by the whole, for such a part of a man is a finger. Wherefore, whatsoever parts involve such a relation as matter, and into which, as into matter, the whole is divided, are things subsequent. But as many as belong to the relation of definition, and of substance, which subsists according to the definition, are things that are prior, either all or some of them. Now, since the soul of animals, for this is the substance of that which is animated, constitutes the substance according to definition, and their form, and the very nature or essence of such a body, if, at least, the part of each thing be properly defined, it will not be properly defined without mention of its appropriate function, and this, in the present case, will not subsist without sense. Wherefore, the parts of this, that is, of soul, are prior, either all or some of them, to the entire animal, and, doubtless, similarly, is it with an individual thing. But the body and its parts are subsequent to this substance, and the substance is not divided into these, as into matter, but the entire is. To the entire, therefore, these are, in a manner, prior, but in a manner are not prior, for neither are they capable of subsisting in a state of separation, for neither does finger belong to an animal when disposed in every way, but equivocally so termed is a dead finger. Now some things perish along with the whole, and these are principal parts wherein as first are inherent the definition and the substance, as for instance the heart or brain, if such be the principal part, for it makes no difference which of these is of such a kind. But man and horse, and those that are so, are found in singulars, and an universal substance does not subsist, but there will be a certain entirety composed from this reason, or formal principle, and this matter, as an universal, but as regards a singular consisting from ultimate matter, this is Socrates in the present instance, and the case is similar with other things. Therefore also is definition a portion both of the form, but by form I mean the essence or very nature of a thing, and of the universal, that is composed from form and matter itself. But the parts of definition are only the parts of form, but a definition is of that which is universal. For the being of a circle, and the being of a soul, and a soul, are the same thing, and of that which is entire now, as of this circle, of any of the singulars, either sensible or intelligible. Now I mean by the intelligible, for example, the mathematical, but by the sensible, such as are made of brass and wood. Of these, however, I say there is no definition, save that they are known by the intervention of the intellect or sense, and when they are removed away from actuality, it is not evident whether they exist at all or do not exist, yet they are always expressed, and made known by universal definition. But the matter is unknown in itself. Now matter is partly sensible and partly intelligible. That which is sensible is such as brass and wood, and such as is movable. But intelligible matter is that which is inherent in things that are sensible, but not so far forth as they are sensible as mathematical entities. How indeed, therefore, this is so respecting the whole and part, and respecting the prior and subsequent, has been declared. But as to whether a right angle, and a circle, and an animal are prior to the parts into which they are divided, and of which they are composed, my reply to this question, when any one puts it, must necessarily be that not simply or absolutely are the parts predicated, for if also soul is an animal, or that which is animated, every animal is each animal's own soul. And if the circle constitute the being of a circle, and the right angle the being of the right angle, and the substance also the substance of the right angle, what particular thing, and belonging to what, as a substance, each of these is, we must state on a subsequent occasion, for instance, of those parts that are contained in the definition, and of a certain right angle. For both the angle of brass, which subsists in conjunction with matter, is a right angle, and that also contained within lines, I mean singular lines. But a right angle that involves no connection with matter is subsequent to those parts that are contained in the definition, and prior to those parts that are contained in the singular. But this is not to be affirmed of part absolutely. And if soul be something that is different, and does not constitute an animal, in this case must we both assert some parts to be prior, and other parts we must assert to be not prior, just as has been declared. Chapter 11. But it is a matter of doubt naturally what is the quality of the parts of form, and what sort the parts are not, but what kind the parts are, which belong to a composite nature. although in case this is not evident, it is not possible to define each thing. For of that which is universal and of form is there the definition, as to which, therefore, of the parts are related as matter, and which are not so, if these be not manifest, neither will be manifest the definition of the thing. As many things indeed, therefore, as appear to be ingenerated in the form of different things, as a circle in brass, and stone, and wood, these then seem to be manifest because neither the brass nor the stone is anything of the substance of the circle consequent upon its separation from them. But as many things as are not perceived to be separated there is no hindrance to their being similarly disposed with these, as if all circles were seen composed of brass. For, nevertheless, would the brass be in no wise a part of form, but it would be difficult in thought to abstract this. As, for instance, the form of man always appears in flesh and bones, and in such like parts. Are these, then, also parts of form, and of the definition, or are they not so, but matter merely? But, on account of its not being ingenerated in another also, we find it impossible to separate it. And, since this seems to be admissible, yet, as to the time when this is obscure, certain philosophers now are involved in doubt in the case both of a circle and in the case of a triangle, as if it were not fitting for lines, and that which is contained within lines also to be defined by continuity, but that all should be predicated in a similar manner with the flesh or bones of a man, and the brass and stone of a statue. And they refer all things to numbers, and the definition of a line, they say, is that of the duad. Of those, likewise, who assert the existence of ideas, some make the actual line the duad, but others the form of the line. For, in regard of some things, they say that form, and that of which the form is compounded, are the same, as, for instance, a duad, and the form of the duad, but in the case of a line it is not so. There happens, therefore, to be one form of many things, of which the species appears to be different, which consequence also ensued in their system unto the Pythagoreans, and it is possible, as a result from this position, to make one actual form of all things, and that other things be not forms at all, although on this supposition will all things be one. That, therefore, those things involve a certain doubt, I mean, those questions that have been started respecting definitions, and from what cause it is that they are thus attended with difficulty, this has been declared. Wherefore, both to reduce all things in this way, and to abstract matter, would be superfluous, for in the case of some things perhaps, this is in this, or these things are so disposed. And the comparison that is made in the case of an animal, which the junior Socrates was accustomed to employ, is not a good one, for it forcibly withdraws one away from the truth, and makes us suppose as possible that man should subsist without parts, as a circle without brass. But this latter instance is not similar to the former. For animal, perhaps, is something that is cognizant by sense, and which cannot be defined without motion. Wherefore, neither can it be defined without the parts somehow disposed. For not altogether is the hand a part of a man, but that which is able to accomplish the proper function of a hand. Wherefore, when it is animated it is a part, but when it is not animated it is not a part. Respecting, however, mathematical entities, why are not definitions parts of the definitions of such? For example, why are not semicircles parts of the definition of a circle? For these are not sensibles. Or shall we say that this makes no difference, for they will be the matter of certain things, and of those that are not sensible, and of everything that is not the very nature or essence of a thing? These, then, will not be the parts of universal circle, but of singulars, as has been stated previously, for matter is partly sensible and partly intelligible, and it is evident also that the soul is the first substance, and that body is matter, but man or animal is the compound of both as universal. If the soul, however, be the form of such, Socrates and Coriscus are twofold, for some regard Socrates as soul, but others as an entirety. But if they be considered as this soul regarded simply, this body also will involve the relation of the universal and of the singular. Whether, however, beside the matter of such sort of substances, there is any other substance, and whether it is necessary to search for any different substance of these, as, for instance, numbers, or some such thing, must afterwards be examined into. For on account of this, let us also endeavour to frame some distinctions respecting sensible substances, since in a certain manner the investigation regarding sensible substance is a work of the physical and second philosophy. For not only is it necessary for the natural philosopher to afford information respecting matter, but also respecting that substance which subsists according to the definition. Even still more. In the case, however, of definitions, in what manner are those parts which are assumed in the definition, and why definition is one reason? For it is evident that the thing is one, and that the thing is in a certain way one definite particular, which involves parts. This must subsequently be inquired into. What, therefore, is the essence of a thing, and how this subsists in itself, that is, absolutely, has been declared respecting everything universally, and why the definition of the essence of some things possesses the parts of that which is defined, but in other things why this is not the case, and why that in the definition indeed of substance the parts so constituted as matter are not inherent, this likewise has been declared. For they are not parts of that substance, but of the entire together, and of this there is at least in a manner a definition, and there is not so. For as involving a connection with matter, there is not a definition, for it is a thing that is indefinite, but according to the first substance there is, as for instance the definition of man is the definition of his soul. For the substance constitutes form, that is, such as is indwelling, from which and from matter the entire substance is denominated, as, for example, hollowness or concavity, for from this and nose a flat nose, and flatness are composed, for therein twice will the nose be inherent. In the substance, however, in its entirety, as in a flat nose, or calleus, is matter also inherent, and that the essence or very nature of a thing and a singular in the case of some things are the same, as in the case of primary substances. For instance, a curvature, and the essence of a curvature, if it is primary, that these, I say, are the same, this has been declared. Now I mean by primary or first, that which is not expressed in respect of one thing being inherent in another, and in a subject as matter, but as many things as subsist as matter, or as things involving a connection with matter. These are not the same, except that they are one according to accident, as Socrates and the musical, for these are the same according to accident. Chapter 12. Let us now, however, first discuss the subject, so far forth as there has been no statement made concerning definition in the Analytics, for the doubt that has been expressed in those inquiries is of advantage to our present dissertations respecting substance. Now, this doubt which I allude to is as follows, quote, why, pray, a thing that is capable of definition, of which the reason we say is a definition, is one thing, as the definition of man is a two-footed animal, for let this stand as a definition of him. Close quote. Now, why is this one thing, but not many, animal and two-footed? For also, in the case of man and white, they are many things, when they are not inherent either in the other, but when the one is inherent in the other, and when the subject, viz., man, undergoes any passive condition, they are one, for then a white man becomes and is one thing. Here, however, either does not partake of the other, for genus does not appear to participate in the differences, for in such a case would the same thing at the same time participate in contraries, for differences are contraries, wherein the genus differs, and if the genus does participate in the differences, the same reasoning holds good, even though the differences be many in number, for instance, having the capability of walking biped, without wings. For why are these things one, but not many? For they are not one because they are inherent, for so indeed will there be one of all. But it is requisite that at any rate as many things as are contained in definition should be one, for definition is a certain single principle or reason, and belongs to substance. Wherefore, of one particular thing this must needs be a definition, for also substance signifies one certain particular thing, as we say. And it is necessary first to examine respecting those definitions which subsist according to divisions. For there is nothing else involved in definition, unless the genus that is denominated first, and the differences, but the other things are genera, both that which is first, and the differences comprehended along with this, as for instance, the first genus is animal, and that next in order to this is two-footed animal, and again two-footed animal without wings, and in like manner will it be the case if the definition be expressed by means of many distinctive qualities. In general, however, there is no difference whether it subsists by many such, or by few, or by two of them. Yet if a thing be defined by two distinctive qualities, the one will be difference, and the other genus, as for instance, of two-footed animal, animal is the genus, and the other, two-footed, is the difference. If, therefore, genus, simply considered, is not anything different from the species, as it were, of that genus, or if, indeed, it is, yet it is as matter, for voice is genus and matter, but the differences produce the forms and elements out of this, it is evident in such a case that a definition is a sentence, or discursus composed from differences. But therefore is it necessary likewise that the difference of the difference should at least be divided, as for example a difference belonging to animal, such as having the support of feet. Again, it is requisite to know the difference of the animal that possesses the differential quality of being supported on feet, as far forth as it is such, I mean, such as has the support of feet. Wherefore it is not proper to say that of an animal which has the support of feet. One sort we find with wings, and another without them, if one is to express himself correctly. But on account of the impossibility of making a proper division of the distinctive qualities, will one do this. But it is correct to say so, if one kind has cloven, and another has feet that are not cloven, for these are the differences of foot. For a cloven foot is a certain quality of foot, and so always does one desire to go on making divisions of distinctive qualities, until we come to things that do not involve any difference. But then will there be as many species of foot as there are differences, and the number of animals with feet supporting them will be equal to the differences. Now, if these things are so, it is evident that the ultimate difference will be the substance of the thing, and the definition of it, if it is not necessary to say oftentimes the same things in the case of definitions, for it would be superfluous. But this at least happens sometimes, for when one calls an animal that has feet supporting it a biped, he has said no more than this, viz., that an animal having the support of feet has 2 feet. And if he make a division of this by an appropriate difference, he will say the same thing frequently, and in an equal number of times, with the differences. If indeed, therefore, a difference of a difference may be produced, one which is the ultimate difference will constitute form and substance. If, however, the division be made according to accident, as if one should make a division, in the case of the classes of that which has the support of feet, of one into white and another into black, so many differences or distinctive qualities will there be as there may be divisions of them. Wherefore it is evident that definition is a sentence that is composed from the things that are differences, and from the last of these that is drawn up in accordance with a correct classification at least. And this would be plain if one should transpose the arrangement of the terms of definitions of this kind, as, for example, that of a man saying, instead of the ordinary definition, animal biped having the support of feet. For superfluous would be the distinctive quality of having the support of feet on the supposition of the thing defined being denominated a biped. An arrangement of terms, however, does not exist in substance, for how is it necessary to understand the one as subsequent, but the other as prior? Respecting then definitions that subsist according to divisions of the distinctive qualities of the things defined, what sort they are, let thus much in the first instance be affirmed. End of chapter 12 of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 13 of Book 6 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 13. But since our present investigation is concerning substance, let us once more take a review of the matter. Now, substance is said to subsist as the subject and the essence or very nature of a thing, and that which is composed from these is termed substance, and that which is universal. Respecting indeed, then, two of them have we declared our opinions already, for also we have done so in the case of the essence or very nature of a thing, and the subject, observing that in two ways it is a subject, either as being this certain particular thing, as an animal is the subject of its passive states, or it is as matter in a condition of actuality. But to some speculators doth the universal in an eminent degree appear to be a cause, and the universal appears to be a first principle also. Wherefore likewise, as regards this point, must we institute an inquiry. For it seems to be a thing impossible that substance should be anything whatsoever of those things that are denominated universal. For primary substance, to be sure, in everything is that which does not belong to another thing. That which is universal, however, is common, for that is said to be universal, which by nature is fitted to be inherent in many things. Of what, then, will this be a substance? For either it will be a substance of all things or of nothing, but of all things it is not even possible that it should be a substance, and if it be the substance of one thing, other things also will be this, for those things of which the substance is one, and the essence or very nature one, will themselves likewise be one. Further is that denominated substance which is not predicated of a subject. The universal, however, is invariably predicated of a certain subject. But then shall we say that it is not possible, certainly, that it should subsist in such a way as the essence or very nature of a thing, but that it be inherent in this, for example, animal in man and horse. Therefore is it evident that there will be a certain definition of it, but there is no difference either if there is not a definition of all those things that are contained in the substance, for this, nevertheless, will be a substance of something, as man is the substance of man, wherein man is inherent. Wherefore the same consequence will again ensue, for substance will be substance of man, as, for instance, animal is substance in that species in which it is inherent as a peculiar property. And, further, the thing would be both impossible and absurd, that this particular thing and substance, if they are composed from certain things, should not consist of substances, or of anything of the sort, but from quality. For that which is not substance and quality will be prior both to substance and this particular thing, an assertion that is impossible, for neither in definition, nor in time, nor in generation is it possible. Likewise, that the passive properties of a thing should be prior to the substance of it, for they will involve a subsistence separable from it. Moreover, in Socrates, who is a substance, will substance be inherent. Wherefore will Socrates be a substance in two substances. And in general, the result following ensues, if man is substance, and as many things as are thus expressed, that none of those things contained in definition is substance of anything, and that it has not a subsistence separable from them, nor does it subsist in another. Now, I mean, for example, that there is not any animal besides those certain particular ones, or anything else of those things that are contained in the definitions. Now, from these considerations also, it is evident to persons examining into the subject, that nothing of those things that have an universal subsistence is substance, and that nothing of those things that are predicated in common signifies this certain particular thing, but a thing of such a quality. And if this be not admitted, many other consequences also will ensue, and amongst the rest, the consequence that there will be a third man. Further also, it is evident that the case stands thus, from the following remark, for it is impossible that substance should be compounded from substances which are inherent in such a manner as to subsist in actuality, for two things thus would subsist in actuality, yet they never would be one thing in actuality. But if they may be two things in potentiality, they will be one, as the twofold is compounded of two halves, at least in potentiality, for actuality, in the case of others, separates them. Wherefore, if the substance be one thing, it will not be compounded from substances that are inherent, and subsisting according to that mode which Democritus mentions correctly. For it is impossible, he says, that from two atoms should be generated one, or two from one, for he makes magnitudes that are indivisible to be substances. Therefore is it plain that also in the case of number this will take place in a similar manner, if number be a composition of monads, as is said by some speculators, for either the duad is not one, or it is not the monad that is involved in this actuality. But the result which ensues contains a matter of doubt, for if neither from the universals is it possible that any substance be compounded, on account of an animal's signifying a thing of such a sort, but not this certain particular thing, neither is it possible that there subsists any substance from substances in actuality, I mean, that no composite nature can thus subsist. Now, on such a supposition, every substance would be a thing that is uncompounded, wherefore neither would there be a definition of any substance. But assuredly, it seems, at least, to all speculators, and has been laid down originally, that definition is conversant about substance, either solely or principally. But now the conclusion drawn is this, that neither is there definition of this, that is, of substance, nor will there be a definition of any one thing in such a case. Or shall we say that in a certain manner there will be, and in a certain manner there will not be, a definition of substance? What, however, that is which is affirmed will be more manifest from the sequel. Chapter 14. Now, from these very circumstances is evident the result which ensues to those both who say that ideas are as well substances as separable substances, and who at the same time constitute form out of the genus and the differences. For if forms and animal exist in man and in horse, there is undoubtedly one and the same, or a different animal in number. For by definition it is evident that there is one and the same, for the same definition does he assign who says that they are inherent in each. If therefore there is some man, an actual thing subsisting essentially, that is this certain particular individual thing, and one which has a separate subsistence, it is necessary also that those things from which they are composed, as for example animal and biped, should signify this certain particular individual thing, and should involve a separable subsistence, and be substances. Wherefore also this will be the case with animal. If therefore animal will be the same and one thing in horse and man, as yourself in yourself, how will it be one in things that subsist separately? And why will not this animal subsist likewise apart from itself? If in the next place it will participate in the properties of two-footed and many-footed, something which is impossible ensues. For contraries at the same time will be inherent in this, which is one thing, and this certain particular thing. And if this is not the case, what is the mode of subsistence when one affirms that an animal is two-footed or adapted for walking? Perchance, however, they are composites, and are in contact with one another, or have been mingled together, but all such suppositions as to the mode of subsistence in this case are absurd. Shall we say, however, that in each thing there subsists something that is different? Therefore, to speak the word, those things will be infinite of which the substance is animal, for not according to accident is man from animal. Moreover, many things will animal itself be, for animal which is contained in each individual is substance, for it is not predicated of anything else. And if this be not admitted, from that will man subsist, and that will be a genus of man, and further, all things from which man consists will be ideas. Therefore, idea will not be an idea of one thing, but a substance of another, for this is impossible. For in such a case each of those things that are contained in animals will be an animal itself. Further, will it subsist from this certain particular thing? And how will it subsist from this actual animal? Or how is it possible that animal should subsist, which is substance, as this very thing beside animal itself? Further also, in the case of sensibles, both these consequences ensue, and consequences still more absurd than these. If, therefore, it is impossible that this can be the case, it is evident that there is not an idea of them after such a mode as some would affirm. Chapter 15. But since both entirety and the formal cause are a different substance, now I say that the former is substance in this way as the formal cause that is comprehended along with matter, and that the latter is the formal cause in general. In regard of as many things then as are so denominated, of these truly is their corruption, for of these also is their generation. With form, however, there is not a disruption of parts in such a way as for dissolution to ensue, for neither exists there generation in this case, for the being of a house is not generated, but the being of this particular house. But forms subsist without any connection with generation and corruption, and do not subsist in a state of dependence upon either, for it has been demonstrated that no one generates or produces these. And on this account also of sensible substances, I mean, such as are singulars, there is neither definition nor demonstration, because they involve matter, the nature of which is such as to admit of the possibility both of being and not being. Wherefore all the singulars of such are things subject to decay or corruption. If, therefore, also demonstration be of those things that are necessary, as well as that which is a scientific definition, and if it does not admit of being the case, as neither with scientific knowledge, that at one time it should be scientific knowledge, and at another time should be ignorance, but a thing of this kind is opinion, so neither is it to be admitted that demonstration nor definition should subsist after this mode. But such is an opinion in regard of that which admits of being disposed otherwise. It is evident, therefore, that there would not be either definition or demonstration of those things that may subsist differently. For also things that are subject to corruption or decay are obscure to those even that are in possession of scientific knowledge, when they pass away from under the notice of sense. And though the same reasons or principles be preserved in the soul, still will there not further exist thereof either definition or demonstration. Wherefore, as regards things relating to definition, when one defines any of the singulars, it is right that he should not be ignorant that always is it possible to overturn this definition, for a thing of this sort does not admit of definition. Neither, therefore, is it possible for any idea to be defined, For the idea ranks amongst singulars, as they say, and has likewise a separable subsistence, and it is necessary also that definition consist from names, but the person who is framing the definition will not create a name or nominative term, for it will be a thing unknown. The things, however, that are posited or acknowledged are common to all. It is necessary, then, that these also subsist in other things. For instance, even just as if one should define yourself, he would say that you are an animal which is attenuated or white, or something else that will be inherent also in another. If any one, however, would say that there is no hindrance to all things being separately inherent in many, but that all collectively belong to this alone, we must in the first place say that also they would belong to both, namely animal biped to animal and biped, and this must needs ensue, likewise in the case of things that are everlasting, since at any rate they are prior existences, and are parts of that which is a composite. But assuredly also are they separable, if the thing, man, be separable, for either nothing will be separable, or both will be so. If indeed, then, nothing may possess the capacity of a separate subsistence, there will not exist genus besides species, but if both are separable, there will exist the difference likewise. In the next place, because they are prior existences in respect of being, these also, on the contrary, will not be exposed to decay. And then if ideas spring from ideas, for more uncompounded are those things from which other composites arise, it will be necessary that those things from which the idea consists should be predicated further of many. For instance, take the case of animal and biped. But if this be not admitted, how shall a knowledge of these be attained? For there will be a certain idea which it will be impossible to predicate in the case of more things than one. This does not, however, seem to be the case, but every idea appears to be participable. As, therefore, it has been declared, it is overlooked by these persons that it is impossible to frame any definitions or distinctions in the case of things that are eternal, and eminently in the case of as many things as are single, for instance, the sun and moon. For not only do persons err in the addition of things of this sort, in the event of which, being taken away, still the sun will continue as that body which revolves around the earth, or which is hid by night. For if the sun were to stand still in his orbit, or were to become apparent by night, in such a case no longer will he be the sun. But the thing would be absurd if he were not, for the sun signifies a certain substance. Further, such persons take for granted whatsoever points admit of being affirmed of another thing, just as if something else should become a thing of this sort. It is evident that it will be the sun. The definition, then, is common, but the sun was classed amongst singulars in such a way as Cleon or Socrates, whereas why does no one of these bring forward a definition of idea? For it would become manifest to those who would attempt to prove the existence of such, that what is now stated is true. Chapter 16. It is evident also that, likewise, the majority of those things which seem substances are capacities and parts of animals, for none of these involves a separate subsistence, but when they may be separated, then also are they all of them as matter. I mean such as both earth and fire and air, for none of these is one thing, but each, as it were, a heap of immatured things before they be digested, and some one thing produced from their being blended together. But particularly would one suppose the parts of animated beings, and those of the soul, to be both of them contiguous to an existence in this manner, as well in actuality as also in capacity, in respect of having the first principles of motion from something in their joints or flexures. Wherefore some animals continue to retain life after being divided, but nevertheless will all of them subsist in capacity when they may be one thing, and that which is continuous by nature, but not by force, or by connascence, that is, growth in conjunction with something else, for a thing of this kind is mutilation. Since, however, unity is denominated as also entity is, and since the substance of unity is single, and those things of which there is one substance in number are one in number, it is evident that neither unity nor entity can possibly be the substance of things, as neither can the being of an element or first principle be the substance of things. But we are actually engaged in the inquiry. What, therefore, the first principle is, in order to conduct our investigation to that which is more known. The substance, then, indeed, of these is rather entity and unity than both the first principle, and the element, and the cause, but by no means are these substances either, if there be not anything else which is in common with substance. For in nothing is the substance inherent, but in itself, and in that which is in possession of itself, of which it is the substance. Further, unity would not subsist in many places at the same time. That which is common, however, does subsist in many places at the same time. Wherefore it is evident that nothing of those things that are universals can possess a subsistence separate from singulars. But they who affirm the existence of forms speak partly correct in assigning them a separable subsistence, if they be substances, but speak partly incorrect, because they assert unity to be a form in the case of many things. And the cause of this position with these Platonists is the following, that they have no rational account to render as to what are substances of this kind, I mean, such as are incorruptible, and have a subsistence independent of singulars and sensibles. Therefore do they constitute them as the same in the species with things that are corruptible. For we know these, namely, ideal man and ideal horse, adding to sensibles the thing signified by the term ideal. Although, indeed, if we had not beheld the stars, yet this would be no hindrance, I presume, to the existence of eternal substances in addition to those which we have already attained a knowledge of. Wherefore also, though even now we may not have it in our power to see what eternal substances are, yet perhaps it will be necessary that there be some eternal substances in existence at any rate. That indeed, therefore, neither any of those reputed universals is substance, nor that there is any substance composed of substances, is evident. Chapter 17. But what, and what sort of a thing we ought to define substance, let us again declare, just as if having made another commencement. For perhaps from these statements will be evident the circumstances also concerning that substance which is separated from sensible substances. Since, therefore, substance is a certain first principle and cause, from this starting point must we pass onwards in our investigation. But the inquiry why a thing subsists is invariably carried on in this way, namely, why one thing is inherent in a certain other. For the investigation why a musical man is a musical man, indeed, is to engage in the inquiry that has been mentioned, namely, why, or on what account a man is musical, or it is to engage in the inquiry of something else. Therefore, in sooth, the investigation why this thing is the thing which it is no investigation at all. For it is necessary that the wherefore and the existence of a thing should inhere as manifest entities. Now I say, for instance, the moon undergoes an eclipse, and of the inquiry why a thing is that thing which it is, there is one principle and one cause in the case of all things, as on what account a man is a man, or a musician, except some one say that each thing is indivisible in regard to itself. But this would be to constitute unity. But this is both common in the case of all things, and is a thing that is concise. One, however, might inquire why man is that kind of an animal that he is. This, then, is evident, that such a one does not investigate why he who is a man is a man. Accordingly, he engages in the inquiry why a certain thing subsists, as what is common in the case of something, but that it does so subsist ought to be evident, for if it be not thus, he inquires after nothing, as to take an instance, why does it thunder? Why? Because sound is produced in the clouds, for so one thing as the cause of another is that which is under investigation. And on what account do these things, as bricks and stones, constitute a house? It is evident, then, that he investigates the cause, but this is the essence or very nature of a thing, that is, if one is to express himself logically, which, in the case of some things, is that for the sake of which a thing subsists, that is, the final cause, as perhaps in the case of a house or a bed. But in the case of other things it is something that has imparted motion in the first instance, for this also is a cause. But a cause of this kind is such a cause as is sought for in the case of a thing that is being produced and destroyed, but the other cause also is sought for in the case of a thing already in existence. The subject of investigation, however, is in an eminent degree latent, I mean, such a one as is involved in the things that are mutually not predicated of one another, as for instance in the inquiry what man is, on account of its being asserted that he is simply so and so, but not from any definition being framed to the effect that he is this or that. It is requisite, however, if they conduct the inquiry correctly, to investigate such, but if not, it will be the case that nothing will be under investigation, and something under investigation in common. But since it is requisite to have in possession the being of a thing, and that it should subsist, it is evident that the inquiry is about matter, why it subsists, as, for instance, these particulars constitute a house. Why? Because these subsist as that which is the being of a house. Thus, too, is it in the inquiry why man is this particular thing, or why this body is in possession of this particular quality, the like inquiry is made. Wherefore, the cause of the matter is under investigation, but this is the form by which anything subsists, and this is substance. It is evident, therefore, that in the case of simple substances there is not any investigation in existence, nor any disciplinary teaching, but there is a different mode of investigation of things of this sort. Since, however, that which is compounded of something, and compounded in such a way as that the whole is one thing, but not as a heap, but as a syllable, yet a syllable is not the elements of speech, nor the same thing with the letters B and A, nor is flesh the same with fire and earth, for when a dissolution of these takes place, flesh and syllable no longer exist, as in the instance of the flesh and the syllable, but the elements subsist, that is, the fire and earth continue to subsist. The syllable in this case is something besides not only the elements of speech, namely, the vowel and the mute, but also something else, and the flesh not only is fire and earth, or the warm and the cold, but also something else. If, therefore, it is requisite that also flesh be either an element, or that which is compounded from elements, if it is an element, again will there be the same reasoning, for from this, even from fire and earth, will consist the flesh, and further, from something else something different, so that the progression will go on to infinity. But if it be compounded from an element, it is evident that it will not consist of one, but many, or it will be that very thing itself. Wherefore again, in the case of this, as in the case of the flesh, or syllable, we shall put forward the same reasoning. Now it would seem that there is something of this sort, and that it is not an element, and the cause at least of this thing being flesh, but that a syllable. In like manner also is it concerning other things, but the substance of each thing constitutes this, in truth, for this is the first cause of being or substance. Since, however, some things are not substances of things, but this is the case with as many substances as according to nature are constituted as well as by nature, to some also would this nature appear to be substance, or it is not an element, but a first principle. Now an element is that whereunto as inherent in a thing, as matter, a compound is divided, as for instance, of the syllable a, b, a, and B are the elements. End of chapter 17 and end of book 6. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 7 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. From the statements that have been now made, it is necessary to draw our inference, and, collecting together a summary of the foregoing, to impose upon our remarks some termination or conclusion. It has therefore been stated that the causes and the first principles and the elements of substances are the subjects under investigation in the present treatise. Now, as to substances, some are acknowledged to have a subsistence by all philosophers. Respecting others, however, certain speculators have put forth from time to time certain peculiar opinions of their own. Physical or natural substances are acknowledged to have a subsistence, for example, fire, earth, water, air, and the rest of simple bodies. In the next place, plants and the parts of these, animals also and their parts, and lastly, the heaven and the parts of the heaven. But those certain philosophers who hold peculiar sentiments respecting substances affirm that both forms and mathematical entities or species are substances. But unquestionably, from the foregoing reasonings, the consequence ensues of there being other substances, I mean, the essence or very nature of a thing, and the subject. Further, in other respects we may assume that the genus is substance in preference to the species, and the universal to the singulars. With the universal, however, and the genus, the ideas also are connected, for they seem to be substances according with the same process of reasoning. Since, however, the essence or very nature of a thing appears to be substance, and the reason or principle of this is definition, on this account we have settled various points respecting definition, and respecting that which is essential. But since definition is a sentence, and since a sentence has parts, we found it requisite also to examine concerning a part, what sort are the parts of substance, and what sort they are not, and whether these ought to be the same with the parts of the definition likewise. Further then, neither is the universal nor the genus substance, but concerning ideas and mathematical entities we will subsequently institute an inquiry, for beside the substances of things cognizant by the senses, certain speculators assert these to have a subsistence. At present, however, let us treat of those substances that are acknowledged to have a subsistence, but these are sensible substances, or the substances of those things that fall beneath the notice of the senses. Now, all sensible substances involve matter, but substance may be considered as those things that may be classed amongst subjects in one sense as matter, but in another as the definition. Now, I mean by matter that which is not this certain particular thing in energy, but in capacity is this certain particular thing, and in a different sense definition and form are subjects. That which is this certain particular thing is separable from the formal principle of it. And third is that which is composed of these, of which alone there are generation and corruption, and which is a thing that simply has a separable subsistence. For of those substances which subsist according to a formal principle, some are capable of a separate subsistence, but some are not so. But that matter is a substance is evident, for in all opposite changes is there something which is the subject of the changes, as for instance in place, that which is now here, but again is elsewhere, and according to increase, that which is at the present moment of such a size, and the next less or larger, and according to alteration, a person who is now healthy, and at another time indisposed, And in like manner also, according to substance, a thing which now subsists in a state of generation is again, however, in a state of corruption, and that which is at the present time a subject as this certain particular thing, yet is at some future period a subject as according to privation. And, doubtless, the rest of the changes follow upon this. Yet this does not follow one or two of the other changes, for there is no necessity, should even anything involve local or topical matter, that this also involve matter, both such as is generable and corruptible. What, then, is the difference between simple production and that which is not simple production has been declared in our treatise on physical phenomena. Chapter 2. But since the subsistence of substance as a subject and as matter is admitted by philosophers, and this is that which subsists in capacity, it remains that we should state what that substance is amongst sensibles which subsists as energy. Democritus, therefore, assuredly seems to be a person who considered that, in regard of this, there are three differences, for he was of opinion that the subject body and the matter were one and the same thing, but that the difference lay either in the rysmos, which is figure, or in the trope, which is position, or in the diathege, which is order. But there appear many existing differences, as, for example, some things are termed substance from the composition of matter, as, to give an instance, whatsoever things are formed by mixture, such as mead, which is a mixture of honey and water, and others are termed so from a wooden fastening, as a chest, and others from a string, such as a bundle, and others from glue, as a book, and others from many of these, and others again are said to subsist from position, as a threshold and the lintel of a door, for these differ from circumstances of position in a certain respect. Other things, however, derive their being from time, as dinner and breakfast, and some from place, as the winds. And some things are styled differences from the passive properties of sensibles, as, for example, hardness and softness, and thickness and thinness, and dryness and moistness, and some are so termed from certain of these qualities, and others from all of them, and in general some from excess, but others from defect. Wherefore it is evident that the fact of a thing's subsistence is denominated in thus many ways, for a threshold is a threshold because it is situated thus, and its subsistence signifies that it has this position in this way, and the subsistence of ice signifies the fact of its congelation in this form. And the subsistence of some things will be defined by even all of these circumstances, and this because some things consist from the mixture of some things, but others from their temperament, and some from their connection, and some from their condensation, and some from their employment of other differential qualities, as either the hand or foot. Therefore must we take into consideration the genera of differences, for these will be the first principles of subsistence, as, for example, those things which have their subsistence in the more and the less, or the dense and the rare, and the other properties of this kind, for all these belong to excess and defect. If anything, however, has its subsistence in figure, or smoothness and roughness, all things will subsist in what is right-lined and curved. Now, to some things their subsistence will consist in their being mingled, and in an opposite way their non-subsistence will consist in not being mingled. It is therefore evident from these foregoing statements that if substance is a cause of the subsistence of each thing, that in these must be sought the solution of the question what the cause of the subsistence of each of these is. Substance indeed then is not any of these, or a thing that is connected together, nevertheless it subsists analogically in each thing, and as in substances whatsoever is predicated of matter is actual energy, this also in an eminent degree is the case with the other definitions, as, for example, if it be necessary to define a threshold, we will say that it is a piece of wood or stone situated in this way, and if a house, that it is bricks and timbers disposed in such or such a way. Or shall we further say that likewise the final cause exists in the case of some things? And if we are called on to define a lump of ice, we would reply that it is water congealed or condensed in this form, and if symphony is to be defined, that it is a particular sort of mixture of the sharp and the flat, and we must proceed in the same manner with other things also. It is evident, therefore, from these statements that there is of different matter a different energy, and a different definition, for of some things composition is the energy and form, and of other things mixture, and of others something else of those particulars enumerated above. Wherefore, of persons engaged in defining things, those on the one hand who say what a house is, that it is stones, bricks, timbers, speak of the house in respect of potentiality or capacity, for these are matter. But those who say, in addition, that it is a receptacle preservative of goods and bodies, or that it is some other such thing, speak of the house in regard of its energy. And those who put both of these together speak of the third substance, I mean, the substance composed of these, that is, of potentiality and energy. For the definition that subsists by means of differences seems to be that of form and energy, but that which consists from things that are inherent appears to be the definition of matter rather. In like manner also does this consequence result unto the definitions which Archytas admitted, for they are compounded of both together, as, for example, what is a lull? Stillness in a mass of air. The air in this case is matter, but the stillness is energy and substance. What is a calm? Smoothness of sea. The subject in this case, as matter, is the sea, but the energy and form are smoothness. Now it is evident from what has been stated what sensible substance is, and how it subsists, for the one thing is as matter, but the other as form when it is energy, but the third is that which is composed of these. Chapter 3. It is requisite, however, that we should not be ignorant that sometimes it escapes our notice whether the name signifies the composite substance, or energy, or form, as, for example, a house, whether it is a sign of that which is common to all houses, viz., that it is a shelter composed of bricks and rafters and stones disposed in this way, or whether it is a sign of energy and form, because it is a shelter. In the instance of a line, also, whether the name signifies that it is a duad in length, or, because of its being the duad, is a sign of energy and form. And in the case of animal, whether it is soul contained in body, or soul simply, for soul is the substance and energy belonging to a certain body. And animal also would be involved in both, not as what is predicated by one definition, but as in relation to one thing. These, however, differ in relation to something else, but they in no wise contribute to the advancement of the present investigation about substance, I mean that substance which is cognizant by sense. For the essence or very nature of a thing is inherent in the form and energy. For soul, I admit, and the being of a soul are the same thing, but the being of a man and the being man are not the same thing, unless likewise the soul will be styled a man, and so the being of man will be the same, no doubt, in one respect, but not the same in another with man. But the syllable does not appear to persons engaged in such investigations as consisting of the elements of speech and of composition, nor does a house seem to constitute both bricks and composition, and this supposition is made correctly, for the composition and the mixture of anything consist not from those things to which composition or mixture belongs. In like manner also it is not the case with anything else, as, for example, a threshold subsists from position, not position from a threshold, but the latter rather from the former. Nor is a man animal and biped, but must needs be something which subsists besides these, if these are matter, and which is neither an element, nor from an element, but the substance, and the thing which they take away they denominate matter. If, then, this is a cause of existence, and if this is substance, they would term this actual substance. Now it is necessary that this be either a thing eternal, or subject to decay, without being reduced to decay, and be generated without going through a process of generation. But it has been demonstrated and made apparent elsewhere that no one produces form, nor generates it, but that this particular thing is produced, and that what is composed of these is generated. But whether there are substances of things corruptible capable of having a separate subsistence is in no wise evident as yet, save that thus much is plain, that it is not admissible with some things at any rate, such as cannot possibly subsist, even besides certain particulars, say a house or a utensil. Therefore perhaps indeed neither such are substances, I mean sensibles, nor are these very things substances in any respect, nor anything else that does not consist naturally, for one may consider nature as alone the substance in things that are liable to decay. Wherefore the doubt which the followers of Antisthenes and persons similarly uneducated indulged in, namely, that the nature of a thing cannot be defined, involves some opportunity of a solution at present. For what they say is, that definition is a long sentence, but certainly as to the quality of a thing, what it is, though we cannot frame any definition, yet we can even give instruction of some kind or other on such point. As, take the case of silver, you may not be able to tell what it is, to be sure, yet you may say that it can be assimilated in its appearance to tin. Wherefore it belongs in fact to a substance of which it is admissible that there be a definition and formal principle, as for example of that which is a composite nature, whether it be cognizant to the sense or the intellect. But there cannot be such of those things from which these consist primarily, if the definitive reason has any signification in regard of anything, and it is necessary that the one be as matter, but the other as form. Now it is likewise evident on the supposition that numbers are in a manner substances, why it is that they subsist after this mode, and not as certain philosophers say, because they are a multitude or aggregation of monads. For definition also is a certain number, for both it is divisible and resolvable into indivisible elements, for formal principles are not infinite, and number is a thing of this kind. And just as when any of those things whereof number consists has been either subtracted from number or added to it, no longer is there the same number, but a different one, even though ever so little be subtracted or added, so in like manner neither will definition, nor the essence or very nature of a thing be any longer the same, when there is a subtraction or addition of anything. And it is necessary, further, as regards number, that there should be something through which it is one, which in the present case they cannot assign. I mean something through which it is one, if number is one thing. For either it is not one thing, but is, as it were, a heap, or if it is, it must be stated what that is which makes it to be one out of many things. Definition also is one thing, and similarly, neither in regard of this which is compounded out of many things can they make assertions in this way. And this result naturally takes place, for it is a consequence from the same reasoning, and the substance in this way is one thing, but not in such a way as some would make out who say, for instance, that it is a certain monad or point, but that each is actuality and a certain nature. And as number involves neither the more and the less, so neither does that substance which subsists according to form, but if this be the case, it is that which is connected with matter. Respecting indeed then generation and corruption in regard of the aforesaid substances, in what manner it is admissible, and how it is impossible that they should take place, and regarding the reduction of definition into number, let the foregoing distinctions be set down thus far. Chapter 4. As regards material substance, however, it is necessary that it should not escape our notice that, even though all things are from the same primary nature, or the same things as those that are primary, and though the same matter be as a first principle, for things that are generated nevertheless, there is a certain peculiar matter of everything, For instance, the first matter of phlegm is the sweet, or the oily, and of bile the bitter, or something else of this sort. But perhaps these also are from the same thing, and there are produced many substances of the same thing when one thing is the substance of another, as phlegm is from the fat and the sweet, if what is fat or oily be from what is sweet. And it is the case that it is from bile on account of the resolution of the component qualities into bile, as into their primary matter. For in a twofold way does one thing proceed from another, namely either because it will be in the way of progression, or of analysation into its first principle. Now, on the supposition of the existence of one matter, it is possible for different things to be generated by reason of the cause which imparts motion, as both a chest and a bed are formed from wood. Of some things, however, the matter is necessarily different, when the things themselves are different, as, for example, a saw can never be made of wood, nor does it belong to the cause imparting motion to accomplish this, for it can never produce a saw of wool or of wood. But if, then, it is possible to make the same thing of different matter, it is evident that art, and the first principle, as one that originates the motion in a thing, are the same. For if matter were different from that which imparts motion, the thing made or generated would also be different. When, therefore, one may investigate what the cause of a thing is, since causes are denominated in many ways, it is necessary to mention all the contingent causes, as, for example, what is the cause of man as matter, that is, the material cause? Is it the menstrual blood? And what is the cause as that which imparts motion, or, in other words, the efficient cause? Is it not the seed, then? And what is the cause as form, or the formal cause? Is it not the essence or very nature of the thing? And what is the final cause of his existence? Is it not the end thereof? But perhaps both of these are the same, and it is requisite also to mention the most immediate or proximate causes. What is the matter of man? Not fire or earth, but that which is matter peculiar or domestic to the nature of man. Certainly, then, respecting physical and generable substances, it is necessary to advance forwards in our investigations in this manner, if one will advance correctly, since in such a case both these causes and causes of such a description are in existence, and if it be requisite to have a knowledge of causes. Concerning physical or natural substances, however, but such as are everlasting, there is another mode of reasoning. For some of them, perhaps, do not involve matter, or do not involve matter of this kind, but only that which is movable in place, and therefore as many as possess a natural subsistence, but are not substance, these do not involve matter, but the subject to them constitutes substance, as, for instance, what cause is there of an eclipse? Say, what material cause is there? For no such can be assigned, save that the moon is that which is passive. And what is the cause of this phenomena? As that which imparts motion and destroys light, that is, the efficient cause, the earth. The final cause, however, does not perhaps exist in this case, and the formal cause is definition. Yet this is obscure unless the definition be along with the cause, as what is an eclipse? It is a privation of light. And if this addition be made, that this privation of light is occasioned by the earth intervening in the midst, this will be a definition in conjunction with the cause. But in the case of sleep, it is obscure what is the first thing that is passive. Shall we say that it is the animal in its entirety? Yes. But in what part does this passive condition arise? And what organ is it that first undergoes this passive change? Is it the heart or something else? Then there is the inquiry by reason of what agency does this passive condition ensue? And in the next place, what is this passive condition? I mean the condition that belongs to that particular organ, and does not belong to the whole body. Shall we say that it is such and such a kind of immobility? Be it so. But this is such because there is something to undergo an affection in the first instance. Chapter 5. And since some things are unconnected both with generation and corruption, and some are not so, as for example points, if they really subsist, and in general species and forms, for it is not whiteness that is generated, but the white wood, or if also everything which is generated from something, in such a case all contraries would not be generated from one another, but in a different way would white man be from black man, and whiteness from blackness. Nor of everything is there matter, but of as many things as there is generation and mutual change, and as many things as are without alteration, or are not, of these there is not matter. It involves, however, a subject of doubt, how matter, I mean, that which belongs to each thing, stands in relation to contraries. For instance, if the body be healthy in capacity, and if the opposite thing to health be disease, whether shall we say that both subsist in capacity? Whether shall we also say that water in capacity is both wine and vinegar? Or shall we say that the body is matter of health according to its habit and according to form, but that it is the matter of disease according to privation and according to corruption, such as is contrary to nature? And another certain doubt is there also, why wine is not the matter of vinegar, nor vinegar in capacity, although vinegar is produced from this. And in respect of one that is alive, we may doubt whether such is in potentiality a dead body, or is not. But the corruptions subsist according to accident. The actual matter, however, of an animal subsists according to corruption, as the capacity and matter of a dead body, and the water also of vinegar, for from these are they generated as night from day. And as many things, therefore, as in this way undergo changes into one another, ought to revert back into matter, as, for instance, if from a dead body an animated one should be generated, it is requisite that the dead body should first be resolved into matter, in order that in this way an animated body might afterwards be generated from it, and in like manner vinegar must be resolved into water. Then will wine in this way be produced. Chapter 6. But bearing upon the doubt mentioned above, both respecting definitions and respecting numbers, is the question, what is the cause of their being one? For of all such things as have many parts, and of which the whole is not, as it were, a heap, but is something else, namely an entirety, beside the parts, there is a certain cause, since also in bodies, in some indeed, contact is the cause of their being one, and in others viscosity, or some other such passive quality. Now definition is one discursus or sentence, not by a bond of connection, as the Iliad, but in respect of being of one thing. What, then, is it which makes man to be one thing? And why is he one thing, but not many things? As, for example, both animal and biped, and in the most eminent degree also, if, as some say, any animal in itself and biped in itself have a subsistence. For why is not man those very things? And why will men subsist, not according to participation of one man, but the participation of two things, both animal and biped? And in general, therefore, man will not be one thing, but many things, namely animal and biped. It is therefore evident that to persons treating the subject in such a way as they have been accustomed to frame their definitions and assertions, it is not possible to adduce a reason of this and solve the matter in doubt. But if the case stands as we say, namely, that one thing indeed is matter, but another form, and again that one thing subsists in capacity, but another in energy, no longer would the matter under investigation seem a subject of doubt. For this doubt is the same as if the round brass were the definition of a garment. For this name would be a sign of the definition. Wherefore the object of investigation is what the cause is, that the circular and the brass are one. No longer, however, does the doubt appear to remain, because the one is matter, but the other form. What, then, is the cause of this? Namely, that what subsists in capacity should subsist in energy beside the producing cause. I mean, in the case of whatsoever things there is generation. For there is no other cause of the sphere that subsists in capacity subsisting as a sphere in energy. But this was the essence in each thing. And as regards matter, there is one kind that is intelligible, and another that is cognizant by the senses, and as regards definition, one sort indeed is invariably matter, and another is energy, as a circle is a plane figure. As many things, however, as do not involve matter, either intelligible or sensible, forthwith is it possible that each of these be one certain particular thing, as that which is a certain particular thing is this particular thing as well as quality and quantity. Wherefore also there does not inhere in definitions either entity or unity, and the essence or very nature of a thing is forthwith a certain unity, as also a certain entity. Wherefore also there is not any different cause for any of these being one, or of there being a certain entity in them, for immediately doth each constitute a certain entity and a certain unity, yet they are not inherent in entity or unity as in the genus of these, nor have they a subsistence as though they were separable from singulars. And on account of this aforesaid doubt, some philosophers maintain that participation, to wit, is the cause, and what the cause of the participation is, and what the participation itself is, they are in doubt, but some assign the intercourse of the soul as the cause, just as Lycophron, who says that science is the union of the act of scientific knowledge and of the soul. But others affirm that the principle of vitality consists in the composition or conjunction of soul with body. Indeed, the same reasoning holds good as regards all things, for also the being in sound health will be either the union or conjunction or composition of soul with health, and for the brass to be a triangle will be a composition of brass and of triangle, and for a thing to be white will be a composition of superficies and whiteness. And a cause of their speaking in this way is because they are searching for the uniting principle and difference of capacity and actuality. But, as has been said, both the ultimate matter and the form are the same, and the one subsists in capacity, but the other in actuality. Wherefore, the investigation of what is the cause of unity is similar to the inquiry into the cause of a thing being one. For everything is one particular thing subsisting both partly in capacity and partly in energy, in a certain respect, as one thing. Wherefore there is no other cause, except there be something that can be shown to subsist as a cause, imparting motion from potentiality into energy. Now, whatever things do not involve matter, all of these are simply some certain particular thing. End of Chapter 6 and end of Book 7. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 8 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. Concerning substance, then, I mean concerning that which is primarily entity, and to which all the rest of the categories of entity are referred, we have declared our sentiments. For according to the definition of substance are denominated the other entities, viz., both quantity and quality, and the rest of the things that are predicated in this way. For all such will involve the definition of substance, as we have asserted in our earliest dissertations. But since entity is denominated partly as quiddity, or quality, or quantity, but partly according to capacity and actuality, and according to work, let us frame certain distinctions and definitions as regards both capacity and actuality, and in the first instance as regards that capacity or potentiality which is spoken of as such with especial precision, not to be sure that this is of service towards the advancement of our present design. For potentiality and actuality extend further than things merely predicated according to motion. But when we have spoken our opinions concerning this in our definitions, as regards energy, we shall make matters plain concerning the other points likewise. That indeed, therefore, potentiality is predicated in many ways, and that the possession of potentiality is expressed in many ways, has been settled by us elsewhere. But as many of these as are styled potentialities equivocally may be omitted, for some capacities or potentialities are denominated capacities by reason of a certain similarity, as in geometry we speak of potentiality in this way, and things that are potential and impotential we call such in regard of their being in a certain respect endued with such a capacity, or not being so. As many potentialities, however, as are referred to the same form or species, are all certain first principles, and are predicated in reference to one primary potentiality, which is a first principle of change in another body, so far forth as it is another. For there is a capacity, on the one hand, of being passive, which in the actual subject of passion constitutes a first principle of a passive state through the intervention of another body, so far forth as it is another. There is, on the other hand, the habit of impassivity, such as tends towards a condition which is worse, and the habit of corruption, which arises from the instrumentality of another body, so far forth as it is another, I mean a first principle capable of bringing about a change. For in all these definitions is inherent the definition of the primary potentiality just mentioned. And again, these potentialities are styled either those of action merely, or passion, or subsistence in an excellent manner. Wherefore also in the definitions of these are inherent, in a manner, the definitions of the former potentialities. It is therefore evident that there is, in a certain respect, one potentiality of action and passion. For a thing that is potential is such in regard of itself having the potentiality of passiveness, and in regard of another thing having it by reason of this. And in another respect there is a different potentiality, for one kind of potentiality resides in the patient, for on account of its having a certain first principle, and on account of matter, also, being a certain first principle, the subject of the passion is passive, and one thing undergoes a change by reason of another, for that which is fat is combustible also, but that which yields in this manner is a thing that is bruised, and in like manner also is it with other things. But another kind of potentiality resides in the agent, as the hot, and the capacity of house building are involved severally, the former in that which is capable of making a thing warm, and the latter in a person who is qualified to build a house. Wherefore, as far forth as a thing is naturally connected with itself, it in no wise undergoes a passive state itself by reason of its own agency, for it is one thing, and not anything else. And impotentiality, and that which is impotential (now, such is contrary to potentiality), is privation. Wherefore, every potentiality belongs to the same, and subsists according to the same subject, with impotentiality. Privation, however, is predicated in many ways. For privation is to be found where a thing does not possess something else, and, though fitted by nature for the possession of such, may yet not have it either entirely, or when it is fitted by nature. And we say either, after this manner, that it is privation, for instance, altogether so, or yet even in some certain respect or other. And in the case of some things, if being by nature adapted to possess a thing, they may not yet have such by reason of violence, we say that these are subjects of privation in this respect. Chapter 2. Since, however, such first principles of potentiality are inherent, partly in things that are inanimate, and partly in things that are animate and contained in soul, and in that portion of the soul which possesses reason, it is evident that also of potentialities some will be devoid of reason, whereas others will be accompanied with reason. Wherefore all the arts, even such as are constructive, as well as the sciences, are potentialities, for they constitute first principles, which are causes of change in another subject, so far forth as it is another. And all those potentialities, indeed, that are accompanied, or involve any connection with reason, are productive of contraries. Each of those, however, that is devoid of reason is alone productive of one result, as, for instance, that which is hot is productive of the promotion of heat merely, and the medicinal art of disease and health. And a cause of this is the following, that scientific knowledge is reason, and the same reason makes manifest the result produced and its privation, though not after the same manner. And in one way is this reason that which creates this knowledge for both, yet in another it affords greater knowledge of the thing in existence than of its privation. Wherefore it is requisite that such sciences as these should involve a knowledge of contraries, but that of the one it should be thus essentially, and of the other not essentially. For also reason is a knowledge of the one essentially, but of the other after a certain manner according to accident. For by negation and ablation it makes manifest the contrary. For primary privation is that which is contrary, and this is an ablation of the other. Since, however, contraries are not inherent in the same thing, now science is a capacity in respect of the possession of reason, and the soul also possesses a first principle of motion, hence the healthy or salubrious produces health only, and that which is capable of promoting heat, warmth, and of promoting cold, chilliness, but the scientific person produces both, for of both no doubt has reason a knowledge, but not in the same manner, and this reason subsists in a soul, which possesses a first principle of motion. Wherefore soul will move both from the same first principle, having effected coherence towards the same thing. Wherefore the things which are potential, or endowed with capacity according to reason, produce contraries to the productions of that which is potential without reason, for one first principle is comprised in reason. But it is evident that also upon the power of action and passion in an excellent manner there follows the power merely of action or of passion, but in this latter the former is not invariably to be found. For he that acts well must needs also be an agent, but where a person only is an agent, it is not necessary also that he should act well. Chapter 3. But there are some who say, for instance those of the Megaric school, that where there is energy, there only is there potentiality, or capacity, but that where there is no energy, there is no potentiality. For example, that the person who does not actually build has not the capacity of building, but that he has the capacity of building when he actually builds, and that it is in like manner also with other things. Now, the absurdities which ensue with these speculators it is not difficult to discover, for it is evident that neither will he be a builder if he does not actually build, for the being of a builder consists in the possession of the capacity of building, and in like manner also it is the case with the rest of the arts. If, therefore, it is impossible for one to possess arts of this kind, if he has not at any time received instruction in them, and acquired them, and not to be in the possession of them, unless at some time or other he lose them, for one may do so either through forgetfulness, or a certain affection, or time, for as to the thing itself, that at any rate has not fallen into decay, for it is in existence always. This being the case, when there may be a cessation of operation on the part of such a one, he will not have in possession the art, and how will he again forthwith proceed to build in resuming the art which he had lost? And in like manner will it be the case also with things that are inanimate, for there will be neither cold, nor hot, nor sweet, nor in short anything cognizable by sense, when such is not an object of sensation. Wherefore it will happen with these philosophers that they should put forward the same theory with Protagoras. But unquestionably neither will a man possess any sense unless he perceives or energizes. If, therefore, that animal is blind which does not possess the power of vision, though naturally adapted to see, and when it is naturally adapted to see, and, further, as it is thus naturally adapted, in such a case the same individuals oftentimes during the same day will be blind, and in like manner deaf. Further, if that which is impotential be that which has been deprived of capacity, that which has not been generated, to be generated, will be a thing that is impossible. But one who says that what is devoid of a capacity of being generated either actually exists, or will do so, shall affirm what is false, for this would signify what is impotential. Wherefore, these assertions overturn both the existence of motion and of generation, for that which stands will always stand, and that which sits will always remain in a sitting posture. For a man will not rise up if he be sitting down, for it will be impossible for that to rise up which would not possess the capability at least of rising up. If, therefore, it may not be possible to affirm these things, it is evident that potentiality and energy are something different from each other. Those theories, however, make potentiality and energy to be the same, and thus it is not a small thing which they are seeking to overturn. Wherefore it happens that a thing admits of being and yet may not be, and that a thing admits of not being and yet may be. In like manner also is it with the rest of the categories. That which is endued with the capacity of walking yet may not walk, and that which does not walk may yet be able to walk. This, however, is a thing that is potential, in which, when the energy is present of that of which it is said to have the capacity, there will not be in existence anything that is devoid of potentiality. Now, I mean, for instance, if one is able to sit, and it so happens that such a one sits, if this sitting posture will have an existence in the case of such a one, nothing impossible or impotential will ensue. And if anything may be moved, or may impart motion, or remain at rest, or impede a body in its course, or be in existence, or be generated, or not be in existence, or not be generated, the case will be similar. But the name energy, which is combined with actuality, and tends towards other things, has proceeded forth from motions principally, for motion in an eminent sense appears to constitute the energy of a thing. Wherefore also to nonentities they do not attribute the having motion imparted to them, but certain other categories, as for instance, things which are nonentities are intelligible and desirable objects, but are not in motion. And this is the case because nonentities in energy will, however, subsist in energy. For of nonentities, some are nonentities in capacity, but yet have no existence because they do not exist actually. Chapter 4. Now, if the potential be that which it has been declared to be, upon which energy is consequential, it is evident that it is not possible that it be true to say that this particular thing is endued with a capability of being, but yet will not exist, so that on this supposition what things impotential are would elude our search. Now, I say, for instance, this is just as if any one affirm it to be possible that the diameter of a square be commensurate with its side, although this commensurability will never be established, not reckoning that it is a thing that is impossible, because nothing hinders anything that is potential in regard of existence and of generation from not being, nor being likely to exist. But that follows necessarily from the points laid down, if also we should suppose a thing may be, or may be generated, which is not in existence. I admit, but yet is a thing that is endued with the capacity of being, because there will be in such a supposition as this nothing that is impossible, but at any rate it will be admitted that this result will ensue. For, allowing the commensurability of the diameter, the inference must follow that even are equal to odd numbers, which is an impossibility. For what is false is not the same also with that which is impotential. For that you now are in a standing position is false, to be sure, but is not a thing that is impossible. And at the same time also is it evident that upon the supposition of the existence of A, B must needs exist likewise, and if A exist as a thing that is potential in regard of being, it follows that also B must needs be a thing that is potential in regard of being. For if there be no necessity for its being a thing potential in regard of being, nothing hinders that which is a thing possible to be from not being at all. Now let A be a thing that is possible to be. Therefore, since A is a thing possible to be, if A be admitted as existing, nothing impossible to be would actually ensue. However, B, at any rate, must necessarily exist, but this was impossible. Grant, therefore, that it is impossible. If, then, it were impossible for B to exist necessarily, it is necessary that it should be impossible for A to exist. But then A was possible, therefore will B be so likewise. If, then, A be possible, B also will be possible, if they subsist in such a way as that in consequence of the existence of A, B necessarily exists also. If, therefore, on the supposition that the thing signified by A, B, subsist in this manner, it may not be a thing possible for this to take place in reference to B in this way, neither will A, B, subsist in the manner that has been laid down. And if on the supposition of the possibility of the existence of A, it is necessary that B also should exist as a thing that is possible to be, supposing then A to exist, it is necessary also that B exist. For that it is possible from necessity for B to exist, if it be possible for A to exist, signifies as follows, that if A exists, and when it exists, and as far as it is a thing that is possible to exist, that then, and in this way also, that is necessary in regard of the existence of B. Chapter 5. And whereas of all existing potentialities, some are congenital, as those of the senses, but others are developed from habit, as the ability of playing on a flute, and some from discipline, as capacity in the arts, it is necessary that those that are developed from habit and reason should be acquired by repeated exercises of previous activity, but that those which are not of this description, and such as are concerned with passivity, should not necessarily be acquired in this way. Since, however, that which is endued with potentiality is able to effect something, both the term sometimes and the term somehow must one add in the definition, and as many things else as are consequential to this. And some things that subsist according to reason do not possess the potentiality of imparting motion, and their potentialities are accompanied with reason. Whereas, as regards other things that are irrational, and their potentialities irrational, those also it is necessary should subsist in an animated creature, but these in both. Now, this being the case, in respect of potentialities of such a description as this, it is requisite, when as far as they are endued with capacity in this way, the passive and the productive approximate towards each other, that one set of them should be active, and the other passive. But it is not necessary that this should take place with those, I mean with rational potentialities. For as regards all of these, each one is productive of one thing, whereas those are productive of contraries, wherefore this will at the same time produce contraries, a thing, however, that is impossible. It is necessary, then, that there be something else which may be predominant, and this I call propension, or free will, for whatsoever is the object of a particular propension, this will that propension authoritatively or rightfully accomplish, when as far as it is endued with capacity, it may subsist and approximate unto the passive. Wherefore, that which is endued with capacity according to reason must altogether compass its object when it feels an appetite after that unto which it has a capability of attaining, and so far as it has this capability. Now, the power to do or accomplish anything subsists when that which is passive is present, and is so disposed, and if this be not the case, there will be no power to accomplish it. For in the event of none of those things that are extrinsic offering any obstruction, there is no further necessity for adding these words, nothing extrinsic offering obstruction, into the definition, for it involves potentiality as it belongs to a capacity of action, yet it is not so altogether. But when things are disposed in some such manner as that in their case will also external impediments be removed, for these are taken away, I mean some of those distinctive terms that are contained in the definition, wherefore neither will an appetite accomplish two things, or contrary things, even though at the same time it may feel disposed, or be actuated by an inordinate desire to accomplish them, for it does not involve power over their attainment in this way at the same time, nor is there present the power of the simultaneous accomplishment of such, since those objects of pursuit over which appetite has control it will accomplish in this manner. Chapter 6. But since we have spoken concerning potentiality, such as subsists according to motion, let us frame some definitions and distinctions regarding energy, both as to what energy or activity is, and what sort of a thing it is. For the nature of that which is potential or endued with capacity, likewise at the same time will be apparent to those who make a division in this matter, because we not only say that this is a thing endued with potentiality or capacity, which is fitted by nature to impart motion to something else, or to have motion imparted to itself by something else, either viewed simply or in a certain manner, but we also assert this as being the case after a different mode. Wherefore, in our investigations, we shall also treat of these points. The existence of the thing, however, as the energy, does not subsist in such a way as when we speak of a thing in potentiality. Now, we mean by a thing subsisting in potentiality, for instance, mercury in the wood, and the half in the whole, because it can be taken away from the whole. And we term that a scientific person in capacity, even though not actually engaged in speculation, provided only such may be endued with a capacity for speculative pursuits. And we mean by a thing subsisting in energy. Now, by an induction of singulars is the assertion evident which we wish to make, and it is not expedient that we should seek after a definition for everything, but it is sufficient to perceive at a glance that which is analogous. Now I say, by a thing subsisting in energy, we mean that it should be as a person engaged in building stands in relation to that which is fit for being built, and the wakeful to the sleeper, and one who sees to one whose eyes are closed, but who nevertheless possesses the power of vision, and as that which involves a separable subsistence from matter to matter, and as that which has been wrought by art to that which is unwrought. After this mode, then, is energy compared with capacity or potentiality. By one portion, however, of this difference, let energy be distinguished, and that which is endued with potentiality by the other. All things, however, are not said to subsist in energy in a similar way, but either analogically, as this thing in this, or relatively to this, and that thing in this particular thing, or relatively to this particular thing. For some things are as motion in respect of potentiality, but other things are as substance in respect of a certain matter. But the infinite and the void and such like things are said to subsist both in potentiality and energy after another manner, different from many entities, as, for example, that which sees, and that which walks, and that which is seen. For sometimes do these things admit of being verified, and simply verified, for the one is an object to be seen because it is seen, but the other because it is endued with a potentiality of being seen. The infinite, however, does not subsist in potentiality after such a mode as it is likely to be in energy when it involves a separable subsistence, but it does in knowledge, for infinite divisibility is the cause which these persons assign for the subsistence in potentiality amounting to this energy, not, however, in respect of its being made to involve a separate subsistence. But since none of those doings of which there is a termination constitutes an end, but only some of those that are performed in regard of the end, as the actual end of inducing emaciation is emaciation, and when these happen to induce or promote a state of emaciation, they are in this way in motion, not being inherent, as the things on account of which the motion subsists. Now, on such a supposition, these things do not constitute the method of doing a thing, or at any rate, such a method as is perfect, that is, involves an end, for they do not constitute an end, but in that, I mean, the motion, are inherent the end and the method of doing a thing, as, for example, a man sees, but also he exercises thought and employs his understanding, and has employed his understanding, but he does not receive instruction, and has received instruction, neither is he in a sound state of health, and has he been restored to health. He may live properly, and has lived properly, but also he enjoys the felicity of a regular life, and has enjoyed this felicity, and if this be not the case, he ought at some time or other to intermit, as when he may induce emaciation. He does not, however, produce this state at present, but he lives and has lived. Therefore is it proper to denominate some of these aforesaid conditions as motions, and some of them as energies or activities, for every motion is imperfect, as for instance emaciation, learning, walking, building, and these are motions, even imperfect ones at least. For a person does not walk at the same time that he has walked, nor does a builder construct a house at the same time that he has built one, nor is a thing generated simultaneously with its having been generated in time past, or is motion imparted simultaneously with the communication of motion in time past, but it is a different thing as regards the communication and the reception of motion. Now a person, to give an illustration, has seen and sees the same thing at the same time, and exercises his understanding, and has exercised his understanding simultaneously in regard of the same thing. A thing of this kind, indeed, do I denominate energy and activity, but I call that motion. Therefore, as to the subsistence of a thing in energy, both what it is and what sort of a thing it is, from these and such like statements let this point be evident to us. Chapter 7. And when it is that each thing subsists in potentiality, and when it does not, this point must now be determined by us. For a thing does not subsist in potentiality at any time whatsoever indifferently. Thus, for instance, earth, is it, pray, man in potentiality, or is it not? But is this the case rather when seed already is generated? Nor even the case somehow perhaps then. Just then, as neither by the medicinal art everything would be indifferently reduced to a sound state, nor from chance, but there is something which is endued with a capacity of health, and this is that which subsists in a healthy condition potentially. But the definition of that which by reason of an exercise of intellect is in a state of generation, in a condition of actuality, from such a cause as exists potentially, such a definition may be discovered when the process of generation is accomplished by one in the exercise of volition, and in a case where no impediment is offered by external obstructions. Now, this takes place in the instance adduced in the case of a person being reduced to a sound state of health, when there is no obstruction offered by those things that reside in himself. And the case is similar with a house also in potentiality, if there is no hindrance to its construction as a house from obstacles discoverable in the builder of that house, or the matter of it, and if there is not that which it is requisite should be added, or subtracted, or changed, this constitutes a house in potentiality. And this is the case likewise with the rest of those things of which there is a first principle of generation, that is extrinsic, and in regard of as many things doubtless as are contained in the thing itself in possession of them, whatever will subsist by means of this, in the absence of external impediments offering any hindrance. For example, the seed does not as yet subsist in potentiality, for it is necessary that it also accomplish a change in another body. But when now, by means of its own first principle, it may subsist as a thing of this kind, it is now this thing in potentiality, and that requires a different first principle, just as earth is not yet a statue in capacity or potentiality, for when it is being changed it will become brass. But what we are speaking of seems to be not this particular thing, but a thing composed of this or that material, just as a chest is not wood, but wooden, nor is the wood earth, but earthy. Again, if earth, after this manner, is not anything else, but is termed derivatively, or a thing that is composed from that material, in such a case, that which subsists invariably in capacity simply is that which is subsequent, just as the chest is neither earthy nor earth, but wooden, for this amounts to the subsistence of the chest in capacity, and this is the matter of the chest, simply considered as of that which is viewed simply, but of this particular chest is this particular piece of wood the matter. If, however, there is something primary that is not any longer denominated according to something else, as a thing composed from that material, this is primary matter. For example, if earth is of air, and air is not fire, but composed of fire, in this case fire is the primary matter of earth, as this certain particular thing and substance. For in this respect is the universal different from the subject in regard of being the one, this certain particular thing contrasted with the other which is not. For, to give an example, man and body and soul are each the subject of passive conditions. The passive condition, however, is the being musical and white. But when the musical is ingenerated as a capacity, that thing is not styled a musical capacity, but a thing that is musical, and man is not termed whiteness, but a thing that is white, nor walking or motion, but a thing which walks or is moved, just as a thing that is composed of something else. Now, as regards then as many things as are denominated in this manner, that which is last is substance, but in respect of as many things as are not styled in this way, but of which a certain species, and this certain particular thing are predicated, that which is last is matter, and a material substance, and therefore it happens correctly that what is composed of the material of something else is not predicated according to its matter and its passive conditions, for both of these are indefinite. When, therefore, a thing must be styled as that which subsists in capacity, and when it does not subsist thus, has been declared. End of Chapter 7 of Book 8. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 8 of Book 8 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 8. Since, however, it has been determined in how many ways that which has a priority of subsistence is predicated, it is evident that energy or activity is prior to potentiality. Now, I mean by potentiality not merely a definite potentiality, which is styled an alternative first principle in another body, so far forth as it is another, but in general every first principle which is the originator of motion or of rest. For nature also may be ranked in the same genus with potentiality, for she is a first principle which is fit to be the cause of motion, not, however, in another body, but in itself, so far forth as it is itself. Therefore, prior to every principle of this sort is energy, or activity, both in definition and in substance, but it is also in a certain respect prior in duration, and in a certain respect it is not so. That indeed, therefore, it is prior in definition is evident. For that which is potential in regard of its possibility of energizing or assuming a state of activity, such is a thing that is primarily endued with capacity or potentiality. For example, I speak of one that is skilled in building, now, I mean one that has a capacity of building, and I speak of one that is able to see, and I mean one that possesses the capacity of seeing, and of a thing that may be seen, as that which involves the capacity of being seen. And the same reasoning also holds good as regards other things. Wherefore, the definition and knowledge of energy must needs pre-exist the definition and knowledge of potentiality. But energy, likewise, is in time prior to capacity after this mode, namely, the priority of that which actively accomplishes the same thing in species, but not in number. Now, I mean to say this, that in the case of this particular man existing at present according to energy, and in the case of the corn, and the horse, and the person who sees, prior in time are the matter, and the seed, and that which is able to see, which in potentiality constitute man, and corn, and one who sees, but are not as yet these in energy. Prior, however, to these in time are those different things that subsist in energy, and from which these have been generated, for always from an entity in capacity arises, or is generated, an entity in energy by means of an entity in energy, as man is generated from man, a musician by means of a musician, on the condition of something that is primary in its nature always imparting motion. The moving power at present, however, subsists in energy, or activity, but it has been declared in our disquisitions concerning substance that everything that is generated from something and by something, and that this is the same in species. Wherefore also it seems to be impossible that a builder be a person not likely to have built anything, or a harpist to be one who has not harped anything. For one who learns to play upon the harp learns to play upon the harp by actually playing upon the harp. It is also the case, in like manner, with other artists. Whence arose the argument, by refutation, of the sophists, that one who is not in possession of scientific knowledge will accomplish the mastery of that about which such scientific knowledge is conversant, for the learner of a science is not in possession of it. But in reply to this we may observe that from the fact that something of that which is being produced or generated has been produced, and that in general something of that which is being moved has been moved, now this is evident according to what has been proved in our disquisitions concerning motion. The learner also in this case must needs possess something, perhaps of scientific knowledge, but then also by this it is at any rate evident that energy in this way likewise is prior to potentiality in regard of generation and time. But unquestionably it is also prior in substance at least in the first place indeed then, because those things that are subsequent in generation are prior in form and substance, as a man to a child, and a human being to seed, for now the one possesses the form, but the other does not. And in the second place, this is so because everything that is being produced advances towards a first principle and an end, for the final cause is a first principle, and the generation or production is on account of the end. But energy is an end, and on account of this is potentiality assumed. For not in order that they may have the power of vision do animals see, but they have the power of vision that they may see. In like manner also, persons are in possession of the building art, or capacity that they may actually build, and of the speculative art, that they may devise systems of speculation. They do not, however, devise speculative systems that they may have the speculative capacity, unless those who do so for the sake of meditation. Yet these by no means speculate absolutely, but they either speculate in this manner, or the fact is so that they have not in any wise an occasion to speculate. Moreover, matter subsists in potentiality because it may advance onwards to form, but when at least it subsists in energy, then doth it subsist in form. In like manner also is it the case with other things, and those of which the end is motion. Wherefore, as those engaged in teaching by showing, in the way of example, one energizing, say, their pupil, think that they have adduced the end, it is so with nature in like manner. For if this be not the case, a circumstance, like the mercury of Paso, will take place. For scientific knowledge would be obscure as to whether it might be internal or external, as was the case with Paso's Hermes likewise. For an end is the work, and the work constitutes the energy. Wherefore the name energy is denominated according to the work, and converges towards actuality. And since of some things that which is ultimate is the use, as for example, of the power of vision, the act of vision, and besides this, no other work is produced different from the power of vision, yet in certain things is there something else generated. For example, from the art of house building a house is produced in addition to the act of building, notwithstanding that energy, nevertheless, will be the end of potentiality in both instances, to be sure, though it is more the end of it in the latter than in the former. For building is contained in that which is being built, and is generated and exists at the same time with the house. Of as many things, therefore, as there is something different, namely, that which is being produced from their use, of these doth there subsist the energy in that which is being constructed, just as both the building resides in that which is being built, and the weaving in that which is being woven. In like manner also is it the case with other things, and in general doth motion subsist in that to which motion is being imparted. Of as many things, however, as there is not some different work beside the energy, in these is energy inherent, as, for instance, the act or power of seeing resides in the person who sees, and theory in the theorizer, and vitality or life in the soul. Therefore also is happiness resident in the soul, for it also constitutes a certain sort of vitality. Wherefore is it evident that substance and form are each of them a certain energy, and therefore according to this reasoning it is evident that in substance energy is prior to potentiality, and as we have stated, one energy invariably is antecedent to another in time, up to that which is primarily and eternally the moving cause. But assuredly also in a more strict and important sense is energy prior to capacity, for the things that are eternal are in substance prior to things that are perishable, yet nothing subsisting in potentiality is everlasting, and a reason of this is the following. Every potentiality is at the same time a potentiality of its contradiction, for that which is not endued with the capacity of existing will not subsist in anything, but everything that is endued with capacity admits of not energizing. Accordingly, that thing the existence of which is potential admits of both being and not being. The same thing, then, is that which is potential, or endued with a capacity of both being and not being. But that thing, the non-existence of which is potential, admits of not being, and that which admits of not being is subject to decay, either simply, or it is not this very thing, the admissibility of whose non-existence is affirmed, either according to place, or according to quantity, or according to quality, but simply is a thing exposed to corruption according to substance. None, then, of those things that are simply incorruptible is an entity in potentiality simply considered, but in a certain respect there is no hindrance to this being so, for instance, according to quality, or the place where. All things, then, subsist in energy, nor even on the supposition of things being from necessity are these things, however, primary, for unless these were so, there would be nothing so. Nor therefore, again, supposing there is any eternal motion, does such a motion subsist in capacity, nor supposing that there is anything that is being eternally moved, such a thing that is being moved does not subsist according to capacity, unless so far as it proceeds from a certain quarter, or towards a certain direction. There is no hindrance, however, to the subsistence of the matter of this. Wherefore, the sun and stars and the entire firmament perpetually energize. No apprehension also is there lest at any time they may come to a standstill, which dread overwhelms some of the natural philosophers. For neither are the heavenly bodies wearied in this operation of revolving, for their motion does not happen to subsist in regard of the capacity of the contradiction of those, as, for example, is the case with things subject to decay, so as to render the continuity of the motion a laborious operation. For substance, which is matter and potentiality, and does not subsist in energy, is the cause of this. There is, however, an imitation between things incorruptible and those that are in a state of change, for instance, earth and fire, for these also invariably energize, seeing that they involve motion essentially and in themselves, but all the rest of the potentialities about which we have discoursed, from the distinctions and definitions that have been framed, it is evident are conversant about contradiction. For that which is endued with the capacity of imparting motion in this particular way can also do so in another way, and not in this way, I mean, as many things at any rate as subsist as potentialities according to a rational principle. Potentialities, however, that are devoid of reason in respect of presence and absence will as the same be conversant about contradiction. If, then, there are certain natures of such a sort, or substances of such a description, as those speculators who have been engaged in such theories affirm ideas to be, something would there be which would be skilled in scientific knowledge in a greater degree than science itself, and something would be much more moved than motion itself, for the former rather are energies, but the latter are potentialities of the former. That therefore energy is a thing prior both to potentiality and every alternative first principle is evident. Chapter 9. But that also energy is both superior and more excellent than potentiality, however excellent, is evident from these statements. For as many things as are denominated according to the being potential, as far as these are concerned, it is the same thing the being what is potential in regard of contraries. For instance, that which is said to be endued with a capacity of health and sickness is the same thing, and that too at the same time, for there is the same capacity or potentiality of being in a sound state of health, and being indisposed, and of being at rest, and in motion, and of building, and of demolishing what is built, and of being built, and falling into ruin. The capacity, then, of accomplishing contraries exists at the same time, but the actual subsistence of these contraries at the same time is a thing that is impossible, and it is a thing that is impossible that contrary energies be also present at the same time, for instance, in the case of being healthy and being indisposed. Wherefore, either of these must needs be that which is good, and it must in like manner be possible that this be the case with both or neither. Energy, accordingly, is the more excellent of the two. There is, however, a necessity that, as regards that which is bad, the end and energy should be worse than the potentiality, for that which is endued with capacity, as regards both the contraries, is the same thing. It is evident, then, that what is evil is not anything independent of the things themselves, for that which is evil is by the constitution of nature subsequent to that which we term potentiality. Accordingly, neither in those things which subsist from a first principle, and those that are everlasting existences, is there anything that is either evil, or anything in the shape of imperfection, or aught that has been actually reduced to decay. For a tendency towards decay or corruption belongs to things that are evil. But mathematical figures are also discovered as subsisting in energy, for persons discover such in the act of division, and if such had been divided in twain, these mathematical figures would have been apparent, but now are they inherent potentially. Why, let me ask, has a triangle angles equal to two right angles? Because the angles about one point are equal to two right angles. If, therefore, the line about the side be produced, to one who merely glances at the figure the thing is at once obvious. Why, too, in a semicircle is the angle universally a right angle? Because if there are three equal right lines, or even two at the base, and one right line raised thereupon from the central point, the thing will be obvious to any one at a glance, provided he be a person that has some knowledge of mathematics. Wherefore it is evident that mathematical diagrams, subsisting as they do in potentiality, are discovered when they are being reduced to energy, and the cause of this is the following, that understanding constitutes the energy, wherefore from energy springs potentiality, and on account of this circumstance, persons engaged in doing anything are acquainted with that thing, for subsequent in regard of production is energy, I mean such as subsists according to number. Chapter 10. Since, however, entity and non-entity are denominated partly in accordance with the figures of the categories, and partly in accordance with the capacity or the energy of these, or in accordance with contraries, but since that which is entity in the strictest sense of the word is what is true or false, and this in the case of things consists in composition or division, so that one can verify his assertion who considers that which has been divided to be divided, and that which has been compounded to be compounded, but he speaks falsely who, when either things are or when they are not, makes assertions about them in a contrary way to that in which they actually subsist. Seeing then that this is the case, the thing is termed true or false, for it is fitting that we should take into consideration what this is which is termed true or false, for it is not on account of a true supposition on our parts of your being white that you are in reality white, but on account of your being white, we who make this assertion as to your whiteness can verify our assertion. If, therefore, some things are invariably compounded, and involve an impossibility of being divided, but if other things are perpetually in a state of division, and are not endued with a capacity of being put together again, and if some things are the recipients of contraries, in such a case actual existence is the being compounded, and the being one thing, but non-existence the not being compounded, but the being more than one thing. Respecting, then, admissible or contingent natures, the same opinion becomes false and true, and this is the case with the same definition, or discursus, and they involve the possibility of true assertions being made of them in one instance, but false assertions in another. Regarding, however, things that are devoid of a potentiality of being disposed otherwise than they are, a thing in this case is not generated, so as at one time to be true, but at another false, but these things are invariably true and false. And therefore, in regard of incomposite natures, what, let me ask, is the being or not being, and what the true and the false in respect of these? For it is not a thing that is compounded, so that it actually involves existence, when it may be in a state of composition, but does not involve existence when it may subsist in a state of division, as a piece of white wood, or the incommensurability of the diagonal of a square with its side. Neither will the true and the false, in like manner, be still inherent also in those things, I mean in composite natures. Or, shall we say that, as neither that which is true in regard of these, so neither is their actual existence the same, but the one is that which is true, while the other is that which is false? Contact and assertion give us that which is true, for not the same thing is affirmation with assertion. Not, however, to pass into contact amounts to ignorance, for deception about the nature of anything has no existence, save by accident. In like manner also is it in the case of substances that are uncompounded, for deception in regard of them is not a thing that is possible. And all such substances subsist in energy, not in potentiality, for if they subsisted in potentiality, they would be generated, and in process of time would be corrupted. But in the present instance, the actual entity is not generated, nor is it reduced into corruption, for it would be generated from something. And as regards whatsoever things, therefore, that amount to the existence of any certain particular thing, and its subsistence in energy or activity, as regards these, I say, there is no possibility of labouring under deception, but either one understands them, or he does not. But the inquiry as to the nature of anything is being instituted by us in respect of these natures, as to whether there are things of this sort at all or not. And the fact is, the existence of a thing is as that which is true, and its non-existence as that which is false. In one way, if it is that which is compounded, it is true, whereas in the other, if it is not a composite nature, it is false. And in another way, if we suppose it to exist in this way, it is true, but if not in this way, it is not true. Now, that which is true amounts to the intellectual apprehension of these, but that which is false does not exist, nor does it amount to deception, but ignorance, not, however, such as may be assimilated unto blindness. For blindness is just as if one, in short, did not possess the capacity of intellectually apprehending any subject. And it is also evident that, respecting things that are immovable, there is no deception as to the time when of their existence, supposing that one consider them as things that are immovable, for instance, the triangle, unless viewed as that which is subject to mutation. A mathematician will not consider as being at one time in possession of angles equal to two right angles, but at another not so, for it would undergo a certain mutation. Yet he might consider one thing in this point of view, but not another, for example, that there be no even number, first, or that some are so, but that other numbers are not so. In regard, however, of one thing in number, we cannot expect that he should entertain this opinion, for no longer would he do so as regards certain things, yet not as regards others, but he will speak truth or falsehood so far as he makes assertions of it as a thing that is invariably disposed in this way. End of chapter 10 and end of book 8. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 9 of Metaphysics by Aristotle, translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. That unity is denominated in many ways has been previously declared in our divisions on its multifarious predications, and whereas it is denominated in many ways, there are summarily arranged 4 modes of things that are styled one, primarily and essentially, but not according to accident. For both that which is continuous, either simply considered, or especially what is so by nature at least, and not by contact, or by a bond of connection, such is one thing, and that in a more eminent degree is one thing, and prior to these, of which the motion is more indivisible, and simple rather. Moreover, is unity a thing of this sort, and in a more eminent degree is that which is a whole one thing, and that which possesses a certain form and species. But particularly we look for unity if a thing of this sort subsists by the constitution of nature, and not by violent or abnormal means. In like manner as whatever things are joined together by glue, or by a nail, or by a chain, are one thing, but contains in itself the cause of its own continuity. And it is a thing of this kind in respect of its motion being one and indivisible in place and time, so that it is evident if anything by the constitution of nature involves a principle of the earliest motion, I mean such a principle as is primary, that it is the first magnitude, as, for example, I speak of the circular motion of a body, for this is the earliest motion. Therefore, in this way are some things one, either as what is continuous or entire. Others, however, are one of which the definition may be one, and things of this sort are such as those of which the intellectual apprehension is one, and such as those of which it is indivisible, and of which there is an indivisible apprehension of what is indivisible in form or number. In number, therefore, is the singular indivisible, but in form that is indivisible which resides in what is an object of knowledge, and in scientific knowledge itself. Wherefore, that would be one thing primarily, which is the cause of the subsistence of unity in substances. Therefore, no doubt, is unity denominated in such many ways, as both that which is continuous by the constitution of nature, and is an entirety, and a singular, and that which is universal. Now, all these are one in respect of the indivisibility of the motion of some of them, but of the intellectual perception, or the definition of others. It is requisite, however, to understand that we should not assume that the same assertions should be made alike in the inquiries, both as to what sort of things are styled one, and what is the nature of the existence of unity, and what is the definition of it. For unity is predicated in thus many ways, and each of those things will be one in which any one of these modes will be inherent. The being or existence of unity, however, sometimes will be in accordance with one of these, and sometimes with another, which also is nearer to the name, but those are one in regard of capacity. Just as also, if it may be expedient to discuss the subject relating to element and cause, it would be necessary, in the treatment of these matters, both to frame distinctions, and to assign the definition of the name. For fire, in one sense, is an element, and perhaps also, with the infinite in itself this is the case, or it is something else of the sort, and in another sense it is not so. For the essence of element is not the same thing with the essence of fire, and of element, but so far forth as fire is a certain thing, and a certain nature, so far is it an element. But the name signifies that this particular quality is an accident in this, because there is something subsisting from this, as from a thing that is primarily inherent. So also is it in the case of cause and unity, and all things of this sort. Wherefore also the essence or existence of one consists in being indivisible, namely, in being this certain particular thing, and incapable of a separate subsistence, either in place or form, or in the faculty of thought, or in that which is entire, and has been made the subject of definition. But especially doth the nature or essence of unity consist in being the first measure of every genus, and the principal portions of quantity. For from this quarter likewise hath it proceeded to other things. For measure is that whereby quantity is known, but quantity, so far forth as it is quantity, is known either by unity or by number. For every number is known by unity. Wherefore every quantity, so far forth as it is quantity, is discoverable by unity, and that by which as primary it is known, this itself is one. Wherefore unity is a first principle of number, so far forth as it is number. And hence also in the case of other things that is denominated a measure whereby as primary each thing is known, and the measure of everything is one in length, in breadth, in depth, in gravity, in velocity. For gravity and velocity are what is common in the case of contraries, for in a twofold sense may each of them be taken, as for instance, gravity is both that which involves any momentum whatsoever, and that which possesses a superabundance of momentum, and velocity is both that which involves any motion whatever, and an excess of motion, for likewise is there a certain velocity even of that which is slow, and there is a certain gravity of that which is rather light. Now a measure and first principle in all of these is a sort of unity, and a thing that is indivisible, since, to give an instance, in lines also they employ that which measures a foot as a thing that is indivisible, for everywhere, or in every instance, do investigators search for measure as a certain unity, and as a thing that is indivisible, and this constitutes what is simple, either in the quality or in the quantity, wheresoever indeed therefore there does not appear to be anything subtracted or added. This is the most accurate measure. Wherefore the measure of number is the most precise of all measures, for the monad they have posited as in every way indivisible, but in the case of other things they imitate a measure of this sort. For from a stadium and a talent, and that which is invariably greater, would anything that has been both added and taken away rather escape our notice, than from that which is less. Wherefore that from which, considered as primary, a thing does not admit of subsisting according to sense, this all men constitute as a measure both of things moist and dry, and of gravity and magnitude, and they imagine that they then know the quantity of a thing when they happen to know it by means of this measure. And therefore also motion do they measure by a simple motion, and one which is the most rapid, for this involves the very smallest possible duration. Wherefore, in astronomy, a unity of this kind is a first principle, and a measure, for their hypothesis is, that the motion of the heavens is equable, and that it is of the utmost velocity, and in accordance with this, astronomers adjust the other motions, and in music, diesis is adopted as a measure because it constitutes the least perceptible sound, and in the case of vocal sounds it is an element of speech that is such. And all these things in this way are a certain one, not in such a manner as that the one is a thing common to them, but in such a way as has been declared. A measure is not, however, invariably one in number, but sometimes more than one, as for instance, 2 dieses, such as are not understood according to hearing, but are contained in the definitions, and the vocal sounds by which we measure are more numerous, and the diameter of the square, likewise, is measured by 2 things, and this is the case with the side, and with all magnitudes. Thus, therefore, is unity a measure of all things, because we thereby know those things of which substance consists, by making a division of it, either according to quantity or according to form, and on this account is unity indivisible, because the original of everything is that which is indivisible. But each thing is not indivisible in the same manner as a foot, and the monad, but the latter is indivisible in every respect, and the former has a tendency towards things that are indivisible according to sense, as just now has been remarked, for perhaps everything continuous is divisible. The measure, however, is always a thing of a kindred nature, for of magnitudes is magnitude the measure, and in regard of an individual thing, length is a measure of length, breadth of breadth, of vocal sounds, voice is a measure, weight a measure of weight, a monad of monads. For in this way must we receive this assertion, but not to the effect that number is a measure of numbers, although this ought to be the case if measure, in like manner, in this case is to be kindred with what is measured. But he who entertains this opinion does not think similarly of this instance, but, just as if one would suppose that monads are a measure of monads, but not a monad, number, however, is a multitude of monads. And science we pronounce to be the measure of things and sense, likewise for this very reason, because we attain unto some knowledge through the instrumentality of these, since rather are they measured than are they standards of measure. But it happens unto us, just as if another were measuring us, we should know how large we were by reason of the cubital measure being extended over us thus far. Protagoras, however, says that man is the measure of all things, just as if he should say that one who possesses scientific knowledge, or who goes through an act of perception by sense, is a measure, and that this is so with these, because the one possesses sense, but the other scientific knowledge, which we affirm to be measures of those things that are subjects to either one or the other. Doubtless, such persons in their assertion of nothing that is extraordinary appear to say something pertinent to the matter in hand. That therefore, indeed, the being or essence of unity subsists in an eminent degree, according to the name which they determine upon as a certain measure, and the most important measure, of quantity, and in the next place of quality, this is evident. Now, a measure of this sort will be of one kind, if it may be indivisible as far as regards quantity, but of another, if it be so as regards quality. Wherefore, unity is indivisible, either simply or so far forth as it is unity. Chapter 2. But, as regards substance and nature, we must institute an inquiry how they are disposed in like manner, as in the doubts mooted in the earlier portions of this work we have taken a review of what unity is, and how one ought to take up his opinions respecting the same, whether as though this unity were to be considered as a certain substance, as both the Pythagorics affirm in the first instance, and Plato subsequently, or rather whether some nature is subjected to it, and in what manner this ought to be more intelligibly discoursed of, and whether, rather, is it the case that we should look at unity from the point of view that some of the natural philosophers do. For of those a certain one says that unity is harmony, but another air, and a third the infinite. Now, if it is not possible for any of the universals to be substance, as has been declared in our disquisitions concerning substance, and in those concerning entity, nor that this very thing be substance, so as to be endued with the capacity of subsisting as a certain one thing separate from plurality, for a thing of this kind is what is common, but alone may be ranked as a category, it is evident, if the foregoing be true, that neither is unity itself a substance, for entity and unity, in an eminent degree above other things, are predicated universally of all things. Wherefore, neither are genera certain natures and substances capable of a separable subsistence from other things, nor does unity admit of being a genus, on account of the same causes, through which neither does unity or substance admit of being a genus. And further, in like manner, it is expedient that the case stand in regard of all things. Now, unity and entity are predicated in an equal number of ways. Wherefore, since in quantities there is a certain unity and a certain nature, and since, in like manner, both of these reside in quantities, it is plain that likewise, in general, we must investigate what unity is, as well as what entity is also, as if it were not sufficient to determine that this very thing is the nature of it. But unquestionably, in colours at least, there is the one colour, for example, white. Afterwards, the rest appear to be produced from this and black. But black is a privation of white, as darkness also is of light. But this is a privation of light. Wherefore, if entities were colours, entities would constitute a certain number. But of what, let me ask? Without doubt, manifestly of colours. And unity would be a certain one thing, as for example, white. And in like manner also, if entities were melodies, there would be a number of diases, however, but the substance of them would not be number, and unity would be something the substance of which would not be unity, but diesis. In like manner also, in the case of the elements of sounds, if all entities were sounds, they would constitute the number of the elements, and unity would be a vocal element, and if entities were right-lined figures, they would constitute the number of figures, and unity would be a triangle. And the same reasoning stands good likewise in the case of the other genera of things. Wherefore, if also in passive properties, and in qualities, and in quantities, and in motion, there subsist numbers, and a certain one thing in all these, unity would be both a number of certain things, and it would constitute a certain entity. But by no means would this be the substance of that thing. And, as regards substances, the case must needs be the same, for in like manner is it in the case of all things. That, therefore, unity in every genus is a sort of nature, and that this very thing, namely, unity, is not the nature of anything is evident. But, as in colours there is one colour to be sought for as unity itself, so also in substances is one substance to be sought for as unity itself. But that somehow unity and entity are equivalent in their meaning is evident from the fact that unity follows upon the categories in an equal number of ways with entity, and yet does not subsist in any of them, as, for example, neither in quiddity nor in quality, but it subsists in like manner as entity. And from this fact it follows that there is not anything different from man additionally predicated in the predication of one man, as neither is entity anything independent of quiddity, or quality, or quantity, and that the being of unity is the same thing as the being of some individual thing. Chapter 3. Unity, however, and plurality are opposed in many ways, in one of which modes the unity and the multitude are opposed, as what is indivisible and what is divisible. For that which has been divided, or is actually divisible, is styled a certain multitude, but what is indivisible, or that which has not been divided, is styled one. Since, therefore, the oppositions are fourfold, and one of these is expressed according to privation, there would subsist what is contrary, and neither would they be denominated as contradictions, nor as things predicated relatively, but unity is predicated from its contrary, and thereby made evident, viz., that which is indivisible from that which is divisible, from the fact that multitude and that which is divisible are rather cognizable by sense than that which is indivisible. Wherefore, in the definition, the multitude is prior to that which is indivisible by reason of perception by sense. There also belong to unity, as we have likewise described in our division of contraries, sameness, and similarity, and equality, but to multitude belong diversity, and dissimilarity, and inequality. Seeing, however, that sameness is predicated in many ways, after one mode also, namely, according to number, subsists that which we denominate occasionally as this, and after another mode, if a thing be one, both in definition and in number. For instance, you are the same with yourself, both in form and matter. Further, are those things said to be the same to the primary substance of which there may belong one definition. As, for instance, equal right lines are the same, and equal-angled quadrangular figures, notwithstanding that they are many in number, but in these the equality is unity. And things are said to be similar, if they be not the same simply considered, nor without a difference in regard of subject substance, but yet may be the same as regards form. For example, the greater square is similar to a less, and so it is with unequal right lines, for these are similar, no doubt, but not the same absolutely. And some things are called similar if they possess the same form, wherein reside the more and less, as properties ingenerated, while the things themselves are neither greater nor less. And other things are so styled if there belong to them the same passive condition, and such as is one in species, as, for instance, that which is exceedingly white, and what is so in a less degree, they say that such are similar, because the form of them is one. And other things are so called, if they possess more of sameness than of diversity, either considered simply, or provided they be more obvious to perception as possessing such. For instance, tin is more similar to silver than to gold, and gold is similar to fire, so far forth as it is ruddy and brilliant. Wherefore it is evident that both diversity and dissimilarity are denominated in many ways, and that which is another thing is expressed in opposition to that which is the same. Wherefore everything in relation to everything is either the same or different, but that is said to take place if the matter and the definition be not one. Wherefore you and your neighbour are different. But a third signification of the foregoing is when things subsist as in mathematical entities. Therefore, indeed, on this account, everything of those, as many as are denominated unity and entity, are so denominated in reference to everything as different or the same. For neither is there any contradiction of sameness. Wherefore, the assertion is not made in the case of non-entities, but of all entities. The not same, however, is predicated of entities. For sameness and diversity, being constituted by nature an entity, and one thing, are either one or not one. That, then, which is diversity, and that which is sameness, are in this way opposed. Difference, however, and diversity are something else, for it is not requisite that a thing which is diverse, and that in reference to, or because of which a thing is diverse, should be a diverse thing by reason of something common. For everything whatsoever, in regard of its being an entity, is either diverse or the same. That, however, which is different from something is different by something, or in some respect, so that it is necessary that something wherein they differ should be the same, and this something which is thus the same is either genus or species. For everything that is different differs either in genus or in species. Those things differ in genus, of which neither the matter is common, nor their generation into one another. For instance, take the case of those things of as many as there is another figure of predication. But things are different in species, of which the genus may be the same, and that is called the genus in respect of which both of the things that are different are styled the same according to substance. But contraries are things different, and contrariety is a certain difference. And that we have made this foregoing supposition correctly is evident from induction. For all those things that are different, their difference is even apparent, and not merely so when they are diverse. But some things are diverse in genus, but others are diverse which belong to the same coordination of predication. Wherefore also those same things that are contained in the same genus are also involved in the same species. Now it has been determined in the case of other things what sort of entities are the same or different in the genus. Chapter 4. But since it is admissible that things which are different should differ one from another, more and less, there is likewise a certain greatest difference, and I mean by this contrariety, and that there does exist this greatest difference is evident from induction. For some things that are different in genus do not possess a way one towards another, but are distant to a considerable extent, and are not things that may be compared together. To those things, however, that differ in species belong generations that take their rise from contraries, as from extremes, but the last interval is the greatest. Wherefore also is this the case with that which lies between the contraries. But surely this which is the greatest in each genus, at any rate, is that which is perfect, for greatest is that of which there is no excess, or superabundancy, and finished is that beyond which there is no possibility of assuming anything. for the perfect difference involves an end, in like manner as other things are called perfect or finished in respect of their involving an end. But to the end there is nothing extrinsic, for it is the ultimate thing in everything, and comprises those things of which it is the end. Wherefore nothing is extrinsic to the end, nor does the perfect require anything of the sort. That therefore indeed contrariety constitutes a perfect difference is evident from these statements. And whereas contraries are denominated in many ways, subsistence in a perfect manner will follow in such a way as that the subsistence also of contraries would be inherent in them. Now, seeing that these things are so, it is plain that there is no possibility of one thing involving many contraries, for neither could there be anything more ultimate or final than the extreme, nor of one interval would there be more than two extremes. And in general, if contrariety be a difference, yet difference is the difference between two things, wherefore also this will be the case with the perfect difference. It is necessary, however, that the rest of the definitions also of the contraries be correct, for likewise doth the perfect difference evince the greatest amount of difference. For of things that differ in genus and in species, there is no possibility of assuming anything that is more external, for it has been demonstrated that respecting things extrinsic to the genus, there subsists not a difference, and of these this is the greatest difference, and those things that belong to the same genus and involve the greatest difference are contraries, for the greatest difference of these is the perfect difference, and those things that involve the greatest amount of difference in the same recipient are contraries, for there is the same matter for the contraries, and things that rank under the same potentiality and involve the greatest difference are also contraries, for also the science is one concerning one genus of those things in which the perfect difference is the greatest. The first or chief contrariety, however, consists in habit and privation, yet not every privation, for privation is predicated in many ways, but whatsoever such as may be perfect, and the other contraries will be denominated according to these, some on the one hand in respect of possession, and others from action, or from being fit subjects for action, and on the other hand some in respect of their being recipients, and rejections of these, or of other contraries. Now, if they are opposed, I mean contradiction and privation, and contrariety and relations, and if of these contradiction is the first, and of contradiction there is nothing intermediate, but if of contraries this is admissible, it is evident that contradiction is not the same thing with contrariety, and that privation constitutes a certain contradiction, for privation belongs either to what is entirely devoid of a capacity of possessing, or to that which, even though adapted by nature for possession, may yet not actually possess, either entirely or in a certain definite manner. For we now express this in many ways, just as the distinctions have been drawn by us elsewhere. Wherefore, privation is a certain contradiction, or a defined impotentiality, or one which is conjoined along with what is receptive. Wherefore, of contradiction there is not anything that is intermediate, but of a certain privation there is, for everything is either equal or not equal, but not everything is equal or unequal, but only if it be contained in that which is receptive of equality. If now there are generations in matter from contraries, and these are produced either from form and the habit of the species, or from a certain privation of the species and of the form, it is evident that every contrariety would constitute a certain privation, but not every privation, perhaps, would constitute contrariety. And a cause of this is the following, that whatever is a subject of the privation admits of being a subject of privation in many ways, for those things from the extremities of which changes are generated, these are contraries. And this is evident likewise from induction, for every contrariety involves a privation of either of the contraries. Not similarly, however, is it the case with all things, for inequality is a privation of equality, but dissimilarity of similarity, and vice of virtue. But there is the same difference, as has been stated, for one thing is a subject of privation, if it may happen to be deprived of anything, but another, if it may be so at any time, or in any subject, as, for example, would be the case at a certain age, either in that which is the principal age, or altogether so. Wherefore, of some contraries is there a medium, and there is a man who is neither good nor evil, but of others there is not a medium, but a number must needs be either odd or even. Further, do some things involve a definite subject, but others do not. Wherefore, it is evident that invariably either of the contraries is denominated according to privation. It is sufficient, however, if there are in existence the primaries and the genera of contraries, as, for instance, unity and plurality are styled such, for the rest are referred or reduced to these. End of Chapter 4 of Book 9. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 5 of Book 9 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jeffrey Edwards. Chapter 5. But since one thing is contrary to one thing, a person would feel perplexed as to how unity and plurality are opposed, and how the equal is opposed to the great and the small. For there is the question whether invariably we speak of a thing in the way of opposition, for example, whether it is white or black, and whether it is white or not white. But we do not say whether such is a man or a thing that is white, unless hypothetically, and in such an inquiry, as for instance, whether Cleon came or Socrates. But there is no necessity for this inquiry being found in any genus. But this, likewise, has proceeded from thence. For things in opposition do not admit of subsisting alone at the same time, which aforesaid mode of speaking of a thing one employs in the present instance, I mean, in the inquiry which of the two came first. For if both could do so at the same time, the question would be ridiculous. And if this were possible in this way also, in like manner would the person who makes the inquiry fall into opposition, viz. Into unity, or plurality, as, for example, whether both came or either of the two. If, therefore, in things that are opposed, the question whether a thing, is so-and-so, is to be found invariably, now, we speak of a thing as to whether it is greater, or less, or equal. What opposition is there of equality in respect of these? For neither is it contrary to either only, nor to both. For why should it be contrary to the greater more than to the less? Further, is the equal contrary to that which is unequal? Wherefore, it will be contrary to more than one. If, however, inequality signifies the same thing with both of these at the same time, it would be in opposition to both, and the doubt renders assistance to those who say that inequality constitutes the duad. It happens, however, that one is contrary to two, which is impossible. Moreover, equality seems to be a medium between the great and the small, but no contrariety seems to be either of the nature of a medium, nor from the definition is it a thing possible that it should, for it would not be perfect if it were a mean between anything, yet it rather invariably involves something that is a medium with respect to itself. It therefore remains that equality be opposed either as negation or as privation. Now, certainly, it is not possible that it should be in opposition to either. For why should it be opposed to the large more than to the small? In such, then, there would subsist a privative negation of both. Wherefore also the question whether is predicated in respect of both, but not in respect of either, as we do not say whether a thing is greater or equal, or whether it is equal or less, but the question of whether invariably subsists in reference to three things. It does not, however, constitute privation from necessity, for it does not follow that everything is equal which is not greater or less, but that takes place in the case of the things in which those, I mean, the greater or less, are naturally inherent. Now equality is that which is neither great nor small, but that which by nature is adapted for becoming great or little, and as privative negation is it opposed to both. Wherefore also it is a thing that is a medium, and that which is neither evil nor good is in opposition to both, but without a name, for in many ways is each denominated, and that which is receptive is not one thing, but rather that which is neither white nor black. Neither, however, is this styled one thing, but colours are somehow defined in respect of which this negation is affirmed privatively. For it is requisite that this be either a negation of white and black, or that it be a thing devoid of colour, or something else of the sort. Wherefore those persons do not correctly reprehend our remark on this point, who are of opinion that all things are expressed similarly. Wherefore there will be between a shoe and a hand something that is a medium, which will be neither shoe nor hand, since also that which is neither good nor bad will be a medium between what is good and what is bad, as if there were likely to be something intermediate between all things. It is not, however, necessary that this result should ensue, for this conegation of things that are opposed belongs to those things of which there is a certain medium, and between which a certain interval has been fitted by nature to exist. But as regards these, there is not a difference in existence, for in another genus are those things to be classed of which there are conegations, wherefore the subject of them is not one. Chapter 6. And in like manner also, concerning unity and plurality, a person might express the following doubt. For if plurality be opposed to unity, absolutely or simply considered, there ensue certain consequences that are impossible. For unity will be a thing that is few in number, or will amount to few things, for plurality is likewise opposed to the few. Further, are two things many, since the twofold is manifold, and so also is two denominated twofold. Wherefore, unity is a thing that is few in number, for, relatively to what are two things styled many, unless in reference to unity and fewness, for nothing else appears to be less. Further, must this be admitted, if as what in length are the long and the short, so in multitude are the much and the few, and whatever may be much is also many, and the many is also much, unless there is some difference then in a thing that is continuous and easily defined. Fewness will be a certain multitude, wherefore will unity be a certain multitude if, also, it be that which is few, and this must needs be so if two things are many. But perhaps plurality is styled somehow also as the much, yet as being a thing that is different, as water which is much, but not many. But in respect of as many things as are divisible, therein subsists the many, or plurality, in one way, if the multitude involves superabundancy, either absolutely or relatively to something, and in like manner it is the case with fewness, if the multitude should involve deficiency. But in another way plurality subsists as number, which also alone is opposed to unity. For in this way do we denominate unity or plurality, just as if one should say unit and units, or a white thing and white things, and things that have been measured in respect of measure, and that which is capable of being measured. So also things which are manifold are denominated many, for each number is many because it is one, and because each is measurable by one, and as being that which is opposed to unity, not to fewness. So indeed then, two things are many, likewise, yet they are not so as a multitude involving superabundancy, either relatively or absolutely, but primarily. And two things are simply what are few, for it is the first multitude which involves deficiency, and two is the first multitude in number. Wherefore Anaxagoras did not correctly withdraw his assent from the current opinion when he laid down that all things had a subsistence at the same time, and were infinite both in multitude and smallness, but he ought to have said, instead of this expression, that things were infinite both in smallness and paucity, for paucity or fewness does not constitute infinity, since fewness does not subsist on account of unity, as some philosophers would make out, but through duality. Unity, therefore, and plurality, such as are to be found in numbers, are opposed in the way a measure is opposed to that which is measurable, and these things are opposed as those that are relative to something, I mean as many things of those that are relative as do not involve an essential subsistence. Now, a distinction has been drawn by us elsewhere to the effect that relatives are predicated in a twofold way, partly as contraries, and partly as scientific knowledge is related to that which may be made an object of science, because something else is predicated with respect to them, but that the one may be less than a certain thing, as for example than two, there is no hindrance to this being the case. For though it be less, it does not follow that it also be what is few in number. Multitude, however, is, as it were, the genus of number, for number constitutes multitude, which is measurable by one, and unity and number are, in a manner, opposed, not as a thing that is contrary, but, as has been stated, as some of those things that are relatives. For as far forth as unity is a measure, and number that which may be measured, thus far are they opposed to each other. Wherefore, not everything that may be one constitutes number, as, for example, on the supposition that there is anything that is indivisible. But though science is denominated in like manner in relation to that which may be made an object of scientific knowledge, it is not yet similarly attributed as such. For science would appear to be a measure, but that which may be an object of science would appear as that which is being measured. It happens, however, that every science is a thing fit to be an object of scientific knowledge, yet everything that is an object of science is not a science, because in a certain respect is science measured by that which may be made an object of scientific inquiry. But neither is multitude contrary to fewness, but the much is opposed to this as a multitude which is excessive is opposed to a multitude that is exceeded, nor is multitude contrary to unity altogether, but in respect of unity the case stands just as has been stated, namely, that one sort is divisible, but another indivisible, and again, a third subsists as a relative, just as science subsists, with respect to what may be made an object of science, on the supposition that science constituted number, and that unity were a measure. Chapter 7. And since between contraries there is a possibility of there being something that is a medium, and of some there is a medium, it is necessary that media should derive their being from contraries. For all media, and the things of which they are media, are contained in the same genus. For we denominate those things media into whatsoever a thing that is undergoing a change must needs be changed in the first instance. For example, if one should pass from the hypate to the neat, if the transition be made in a short space of time, he will previously reach the intermediate sounds, and the case is the same in colours. If one will pass from white to black, he will come to the purple, and that which is duskish previously to his reaching what is black, and in like manner is it with other things. But that a change should take place from one genus to another genus is not possible except according to accident, as for instance in a transition from colour into figure. It is requisite then that media, and the things of which they are media, should be contained in the same genus also with themselves. But unquestionably is it the case that all media are, at any rate, media of certain things that are opposed, for from these alone is it possible should arise a change that is essential. Wherefore it is impossible that there should subsist any medium of things that are not opposed, for otherwise would there be a change, and that not from things that are opposed. But there is no medium of contradiction in things that are opposed, for this constitutes contradiction, and amounts to antithesis, or opposition, and to an opposition of which, in any respect whatever, one of the members is present, having no medium between that of which, in any respect, either of the members, the yes or the no, is present, or in other words, not having any medium at all. But of the rest, some are relatives, but others are privation, and some are contraries. But as many things belonging to those that are relatives as are not contraries do not involve a medium, and a cause of this is the following, inasmuch as they are not contained in the same genus. For what is there that is a medium between science and that which may be made an object of scientific knowledge? But there is a medium between the great and the small. Now, if media are contained in the same genus, as has been demonstrated, and are media between things that are contrary, it is necessary that these, likewise, be compounded of these contraries, for either will there be a certain genus of them, or there will not be any such. And if there will be a genus of them in such a way as that there be something antecedent to the contraries, those contrary differences will be antecedent which may make the contraries as species of genus. For from genus and differences subsist species. For example, if white and black be contraries, and the one is a segregative colour, but the other a congregative colour, these actual differences, I mean discretive and syncretive colours, will have an antecedent subsistence. Wherefore, these contraries involve a subsistence prior to one another, but surely contraries at any rate that are different are contraries in preference. And the other things and the media will arise from genus and differences, as, for instance, whatever colours are media between white and black, these it is necessary should be denominated as consisting from genus. But colour is a genus, and from certain differences. They themselves, however, will not constitute primary contraries, and if this be not the case, everything will be either white or black. These, then, are other colours. Accordingly, these will be the media between primary contraries. Primary differences, however, are those which are segregative and congregative. Wherefore, in regard of these primaries, as many as are contraries not in genus, we must investigate the following point: from what the media of these consist. For it is necessary that things contained in the same genus should be compounded either of things incomposite in that genus, or that they should be incomposite natures. Therefore are contraries uncompounded one of another, so that they are first principles. But the media constitute either all things, or not any at all, and from things contrary something is generated. Wherefore there will ensue a change into this previously to a change into contraries, for of each thing will there be both less and more. Accordingly will there subsist a medium, and this a medium between contraries, and all the other things that are media are composites then, for that which is a medium is more than one thing and less than another, and is in a manner compounded of those things of which it is said to consist, as greater than one of them, and less than the other. And since as regards contraries, things that have an antecedent existence are not homogeneous, all media would arise from contraries. Wherefore, both all things to be found in the scale of existence downwards, and contraries and media, will consist from primary contraries. That indeed, therefore, the media are all contained in the same genus, and that they are media between contraries, and that these media are all composed of contraries, This is evident. Chapter 8. Diversity, however, in species is a something that is diverse from a certain thing, and this must needs subsist in both, as, for instance, if animal were a thing diverse in species, both would be animals. It is necessary, then, that in the same genus there be contained those things that are diverse in species. For by genus I mean a thing of such a sort as that by which both are styled one and the same thing, not involving a difference according to accident, whether subsisting as matter or after a mode that is different from matter. For not only is it necessary that a certain thing that is common be inherent in them, for instance, that both should be animals, but also that this very thing, namely animal, should be diverse from both. For example, that the one should be horse, but the other man. Wherefore, this common characteristic simultaneously is found in things that are different in species from one another. Therefore, this will be such a particular animal essentially, and that will be an animal essentially different, as that will be a horse and this a man. It is necessary, accordingly, that this difference should amount to a diversity of genus. For I term a difference of genus diversity, which makes this very thing to be diverse. Therefore will this constitute contrariety. And the same is evident from induction likewise, for all things are distinguished by things that are opposite, and it has been demonstrated that contraries are contained in the same genus. For contrariety amounts to perfect difference, and every difference which is contained in a species is something belonging to a certain thing. Wherefore is this both the same and a genus in both. Wherefore also all contraries are contained in the same coordination of predication, as many as are different in species, and not in genus, and diverse, particularly one from another. For perfect is the difference between them, and they are not generated simultaneously with one another. Difference, then, amounts to contrariety, for this constitutes what it is to be diverse in species, namely, for things to involve contrariety when they are contained in the same genus, things, I say, that are individual. Now, things are the same in species, as many as do not involve contrariety, when they are individual existences. For in division and in media are contrarieties generated, before one comes to those things that are individual. Wherefore it is evident that respecting that which is said to be a genus, neither the same nor diverse in species is any of those things which are adapted for being species as of a genus. For matter is made manifest by negation, and genus is the matter of that of which it is termed a genus, not as the genus of the Heraclides, but as that which subsists in nature. Nor is genus denominated in relation to those that are not contained in the same genus, but in relation to those of which there will be a difference from them in genus. And things differing in species differ from those that are in the same genus, for the difference of that from which it is a difference in species must needs be contrariety, and contrariety belongs to those things that are alone in the same genus. Chapter 9. But perhaps one would raise the question why woman does not differ from man in species, when the female and male are contraries, and when contrariety amounts to difference. But neither are female and male diverse in species, although they are the essential differences of animal, and are not as whiteness or blackness. But the male and female are inherent in animal, so far forth as it is animal. Now, the following doubt is almost the same as the foregoing, namely, why it is that contrariety partly makes things diverse in species, and partly does not so. For example, why does it make that which has the support of feet, and that which is furnished with wings so, but does not make whiteness and blackness? Is this the case because some things are the proper affections of genus, and other things are less so, and, since the one is form, and the other is matter, as many contrarieties as are contained in form create a difference in species, and as many as reside in form, when assumed together with matter, do not give rise to a specific difference. Wherefore, whiteness does not give rise to a difference of man, nor blackness, nor are these the specific difference of a white man in relation to a black man, nor would one name be assigned to both, for man is as matter, but matter does not create a difference, for men are not forms of man. For this reason, although the flesh and bones are diverse, from which this man and that are made, yet the entire compound is a thing that is diverse to be sure, but not different in species, because contrariety does not exist in reason or form, but this entire compound is an individual thing. Now, Callias is form in conjunction with matter, and this, therefore, is the case with white man, because Callias is white, therefore man is white according to accident. Neither, doubtless, do a brazen and wooden circle, nor a brazen triangle and wooden circle, differ in species on account of matter, but because contrariety is present in the form. But whether shall we say that matter does not render things diverse in species, though being somehow diverse itself, or is it the case that it makes them so partly? For why is this horse diverse from this man in species, and yet the forms of these subsist along with matter? Is it because contrariety is inherent in the form? For there is obviously a contrariety subsisting between a white man and a black horse, and this, at any rate, is a specific difference, but not so far forth as the one is white and the other black, since even if both were white, nevertheless in species they would be diverse. But the male and female are appropriate affections of animal, but not according to substance, but in matter and body. Wherefore the same seed, in consequence of undergoing the same passive condition, is generated either as female or male. What indeed, therefore, constitutes diversity in species, and why some things differ in species, but others do not, has been declared. Chapter 10. But whereas contraries are diverse in species, and that which is subject to corruption, and that which is incorruptible are contraries, for privation is a definite impotentiality, it is requisite that things corruptible be diverse in genus from incorruptible natures. Already indeed, therefore, have we declared our sentiments respecting these universal appellations, so that it would not appear to be necessary that anything whatsoever that is incorruptible and corruptible should be diverse in species, as neither white and black should be so. For it is admissible that the same thing at the same time should be both corruptible and incorruptible, if there may be in subsistence aught of things that are universal, as man would be both white and black, and the case is similar with the mode of the subsistence of singulars, for the same man would not be white and black at the same time, although what is white is contrary to what is black. Of contraries, however, some according to accident are inherent in certain things, for instance, those that have been just now mentioned, and many others, but in the case of others this is impossible, I mean, those to which both that which is corruptible and that which is incorruptible belong. For nothing is corruptible according to accident, for that which is accidental admits of not being, but that which is corruptible belongs to those things which subsist of necessity in those things in which it is inherent, or that which is corruptible will be one and the same thing with that which is incorruptible, if what is corruptible admits of not being inherent therein. Either then substantially, or as inherent in substance, must that which is corruptible subsist in each of the things that are corruptible. But there is the same reasoning, likewise, applicable to the case of that which is incorruptible, for both belong to things that possess a necessary existence. So far forth, therefore, as one is primarily corruptible, and the other primarily incorruptible, so far are they in opposition to each other, so that they must needs be generically diverse. It is evident, therefore, that it is not possible that there be such forms as some affirm, for in such a case, as regards man, there will be one who is corruptible, but another who is incorruptible, although forms are said to be the same in species, with certain particulars, and not equivocal in respect of them. Things that are diverse in genus, however, are at a wider interval from one another than those that are diverse in species. End of chapter 10 of book 9. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 1 of Book 10 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 1. That indeed wisdom is a certain science conversant about first principles is evident from the early portions of this work, in which doubts have been expressed respecting statements that have been put forward by others concerning first principles. One, however, would feel doubtful as to whether it would be requisite to suppose wisdom or ontology to constitute one science or many. For, if it does constitute one science, there is at any rate one science invariably of contraries. But first principles are not contraries. If, however, it does not constitute one science, as of what quality must we posit these many sciences? Further, to speculate into demonstrative first principles, is it the province of one or of many sciences? For, if of one science, why, let me ask, is it the province of this more than of any other whatsoever? But if such speculation belong to many sciences, what sort must we consider these to be? Moreover, whether is there one science of all substances or not? For, if there is not one science of all, it would be difficult to render an account of what sort of substances there is one science in existence. If, however, there is one science of all substances, it is an obscure point how it is admissible that there should be the same science of many substances. Further, the question arises as to whether demonstration is conversant about substances only, or also about accidents. For, if demonstration be conversant at least about accidents, it is not conversant about substances. But if there is one demonstrative science about accidents, and another about substances, what, may I ask, is the character of both, and which of the two constitutes wisdom, or metaphysics? For demonstrative wisdom is that which is conversant with accidents. That, however, which is conversant with first principles is the wisdom that takes cognizance of substances. Neither, however, must we consider the science at present under investigation as a science respecting the causes that have been already enumerated in our treatise on physics. For neither should we act thus in regard of, the final cause, for a thing of this kind is that which is good, and this resides in practical things, and in those entities that are in motion, and this imparts motion in the first instance, for the end is a thing of this sort. But the imparter of motion in the first instance does not inhere in those things that are incapable of motion. And, in general, one feels doubtful as to whether the science now under investigation is conversant about sensible substances at all, or not about these, but about certain other substances. For, if metaphysical science be conversant with substances different from those cognizable to the senses, it will be conversant either with forms or mathematical entities. As regards forms, then, it is evident that they have no existence. But, nevertheless, one would feel doubtful, even though he should admit the existence of these forms. Why, forsooth, as in the case of mathematical entities, the same truth does not hold good in regard of other things of which there are forms. Now, I say that they have placed mathematical entities, no doubt, as intermediate between forms and things cognizant by sense, as it were, certain third natures beside both forms and those things that are here, I mean sensibles. But there is no third man, nor a third horse, beside both actual man and actual horse and singulars. And if, on the other hand, these mathematical entities do not subsist in the manner they affirm, about what sort of entities are we to assert that the mathematician is engaged? For surely he is not engaged about those things that are here, that is, about sensibles, for none of these constitutes the description of entity which the mathematical sciences investigate. Neither, certainly, is the science now under investigation, I mean metaphysics, conversant about mathematical entities, for no one of these possesses a separable subsistence. Nor, however, is it a science belonging to substances, cognizant by the senses, for these are corruptible. And, in short, one would feel doubtful as to what sort of a science belongs the investigation of the matter of mathematical entities. For neither does it belong to physical or natural science, from the fact that the entire attention of the natural philosopher is engaged about those things that contain in themselves the first principle of motion and rest. Nor unquestionably is it the province of a science that institutes an inquiry respecting both demonstration and scientific knowledge, for respecting this very genus it creates for itself an investigation. It remains, therefore, that this proposed philosophy of ontology, or metaphysics, should make these a subject of its inquiry. And again, one would feel doubtful as to whether it is requisite to consider the science under investigation in the present treatise as conversant about first principles, I mean such as by some speculators are denominated elements. These, however, have been regarded by all philosophers as things that are inherent in composite natures. But it would rather appear to be a thing that is necessary, that the science of ontology under investigation at present ought to be conversant with universals, for every rational principle and every science are conversant about universals, and not about the extremes of things. Wherefore, in this case ontology would be conversant about primary genera. And these would constitute both entity and unity, for these especially would be supposed to comprise all existences, and in the most eminent degree to be assimilated unto first principles, on account of their being classed in the category of things that derive their primary existence from nature. For when these have been corrupted, other things also are corrupted at the same time along with them, for everything amounts to entity and unity. As far forth, however, as it is necessary that differential qualities participate of these, if one will admit the subsistence of these genera, now no difference participates in the genus, thus far, likewise, would it appear that we ought not to establish these either as genera or first principles, but further, on the supposition that that which is more simple is more a first principle than that which is less simple. But the extremes of those things that descend from the genus are more simple than the genera, for these are individuals, whereas the genera are divided into numerous species, and such as are different. Hence species would appear to be a first principle more than genera. As far forth, however, as species are liable to corruption in conjunction with their genera, the genera rather would seem to be more similar to first principles. For that which brings about the destruction of other things in conjunction with itself is a first principle. These, then, and other such points are some of those questions that involve matter of doubt. Chapter 2. Further, may the question be raised as to whether it is expedient to admit the existence of something besides and independent of singulars or not. But the science now under investigation is conversant with these. These are, however, infinite, those things, at any rate, which have a subsistence independent of, and beside singulars are, without doubt, either genera or species. But the science at present under investigation is not a science conversant about either of these, for the reason why this is impossible has been already stated. For in general, likewise, doth the following question involve a doubt, namely, as to whether it is necessary to suppose the existence of any substance separable from sensible substances, and those which are here, or whether this is not the case. But shall we say that these sensible things are entities, and that wisdom is conversant about these? For the fact is, we seem to investigate some different science, and this stands forth as the point proposed by us for investigation. Now, what I mean is this, that our aim is to discover whether there is anything that essentially involves a separable subsistence, and which does not reside in any nature belonging to those objects that are cognizant by the senses. But further, allowing that there is beside sensible substances any different substance, what sort of sensibles are those beside which it is requisite to establish the subsistence of this substance? For why should one seek to establish its existence beside men rather than horses, or beside these in preference to the rest of the animal creation, or in general to inanimate things likewise? Notwithstanding, the providing of different substances eternal in duration, equal in amount to substances that are cognizant by sense, and subject to decay, would appear perhaps to fall outside the province of the rational sciences. If, however, the first principle now under investigation be not separable from bodies, what other would one admit as existing in preference to matter? This, however, does not involve a subsistence in energy indeed, but in capacity. Rather, would species and form seem to be a first principle in a stricter sense of the word than this. Now, this is a thing that is subject to corruption. Wherefore, in short, there does not subsist an eternal substance that involves a separable existence as well as an essential subsistence. But such a position as this is absurd, for it appears to be the fact, and such are the subjects of inquiry at the hands nearly of all those that are most accomplished philosophers, that there is in subsistence a certain first principle and substance of this description. For how, let me ask, will there prevail order on the supposition that there is no subsistence of that which is eternal, and which involves a separable existence, and is permanent? But, further, admitting that there is a certain substance and first principle, naturally, of such a description as we are at present investigating, and this one principle belongs to all things, and the same is the principle of those things that are eternal, and those that are corruptible, the question in such a case arises, why, on the supposition of the existence of the same first principle, some things are eternal amongst those that may be ranked under this first principle, but others are not eternal, for this constitutes the absurdity. If, however, there is one first principle of things that are corruptible, and another of those that are eternal, if, indeed, the principle, likewise, of those that are corruptible be eternal, we shall be involved in similar perplexity. For why, on the supposition of the existence of an eternal first principle, are not those things that may be classed as effects under this first principle eternal likewise? And on the supposition of the existence of a corruptible first principle, there arises a certain other principle of this, and again a different one of that, and so this progression of causes goes on to infinity. But if, on the other hand, one will seek to establish the existence of both entity and unity as those things that appear in the most eminent degree to be immovable first principles, in the first place, unless each of them signifies this certain particular thing and substance, how will they involve a separate subsistence, and an essential one? But it is respecting those eternal and original first principles of this description that we are engaged in our investigations in the present treatise. Nevertheless, supposing both of them to signify this certain particular thing, and substance, all the entities will be substances, for entity is predicated of all things, and unity also of some. That all entities, however, are substances is an assertion that is false. But further, how can the position of those be true who make out that unity is the first principle, and that this constitutes substance, and who from unity and matter generate the first number, and say that it is the substance of these. How, I say, does this assertion of theirs admit of being true? For how is it requisite intellectually to apprehend as one the duad and each of the other compound numbers? For on this point they neither say anything, nor would it be easy to make any assertion on the subject. Suppose, however, that any one will seek to establish as first principles lines, or the things that are connected consequentially with these. Now, I mean surfaces such as are primary, yet these are not substances capable of a separate subsistence, but are sections and divisions, the former of surfaces, but the latter of bodies. But points are sections and divisions of lines, and further, they are the limits of these very same things, and all these are inherent in others, and there is no one of them that is separable. Further, in what way is it necessary for us to conceive the existence of a substance of unity and of a point? For of every substance is there generation, but of a point there is not, for a point amounts to division, and this likewise furnishes a subject of doubt, namely, that every science should be conversant about things that are universal, and about that which is of such and such a quality, but that substance should not belong to things universal, but rather should constitute this certain particular thing, and that which possesses a separable subsistence. Wherefore, if we admit that science is conversant about first principles, how is it necessary to consider substance as the first principle of things? Further, the question may be asked, is there anything beside entirety or not? Now, I mean by entirety matter and that which subsists in conjunction with this, for if in fact this be not the case, all things at least that reside in matter are subject to corruption. If, however, there subsists anything beside entirety, it would constitute the species and the form. In the case of what things, therefore, this would subsist, and in the case of what things it would not, it would be difficult to determine. For in the case of some things is it evident that the form is not a thing that is capable of a separate subsistence, as, for example, the form of a house is not separable from the house. And further, there is the question whether first principles are the same in species or in number, for if they are one in number, all things will constitute these. Chapter 3. Since the science of the philosopher, however, is conversant about entity, so far forth as it is entity, and this universally, and not as regards any one part, and since entity is multifariously predicated, and not in one way merely, this being the case, if entity be predicated equivocally, and not according to anything that is common, it does not fall under the province of one science to inquire into it, for there is not one genus of things of this kind. But if it be predicated according to anything that is common, it would fall under the notice of one science. Now, it appears that it is predicated after the same manner as both what is medicinal and salubrious, for likewise are both of these predicated multifariously. And in this way each is predicated in respect of the one being somehow referred to medicinal art, but the other to health, and a third to something else, yet each is referred to the same thing. For a medicinal discourse and a small knife are denominated in respect, the former of proceeding from medicinal science, but the other because it is serviceable to this art of medicine. And in like manner it is so with that which is salubrious, for a thing is termed thus, partly because it is indicative of health, and partly because it is productive of it. And the same mode exists in the case of other things, in the same way, therefore, is denominated entity in its entirety, for each of them is styled entity in respect of being a passion, or habit, or disposition, or motion, or something else of this sort, belonging unto entity, so far forth as it is entity. Since, however, there is a reduction of every entity to a certain one thing, and something which is common, so of contrarieties, likewise, each will be reduced to the primary differences and contrarieties of entity, whether multitude and unity, or similarity and dissimilarity, are the primary differences of entity, or whether there are certain other differences of such, for let these stand over as subjects for future discussion. But there is no difference whether the reduction of entity be made to entity or to unity, for even if they be not the same, but something different, they are at any rate convertible terms. For both unity also, in a manner, constitutes entity, and entity constitutes unity. Since, however, it is the province of one and the same science to speculate into all contraries, and since each of those is predicated according to privation, although, as regards some contraries at least, of which there is a certain medium, one would feel perplexed as to how they are predicated according to privation, as, for example, of the unjust and the just, this being the case, concerning all such contraries, I say, is it necessary, therefore, to posit privation as existing, not of the whole definition, but of the ultimate species. For instance, if one is a just man who, through a certain habit, has been from time to time obedient to the laws, the unjust man will not be altogether deprived of the entire definition of just man. But, inasmuch as in respect of habitual obedience to the laws he is in some point or degree deficient, in this respect, likewise, will there be inherent in him a privation of this definition. And in the same manner is it the case with other things. But as the mathematician institutes for himself an inquiry regarding abstract quantities, for he conducts his speculations by removing out of his consideration all sensible natures, such as gravity and lightness and hardness, and its contrary, and further also heat and cold, and other sensible contrarieties, but he merely leaves remaining quantity and continuity, some of which pertain to one, but others are in reference to two, and others to three, dimensions, as well as the passive conditions of these, as far forth as they are quantities and continuous. And this being the case, the mathematician does not speculate into them in reference to anything else, and of some things he examines into their natures and positions, one in respect of another, and into those things that are inherent in these, but of others into their commensurations and incommensurations, and of others into their ratios or proportions. But we, nevertheless, have established one and the same science as being conversant about all subjects of this kind, I mean, the science of the geometrician. In the same manner, therefore, is it the case in respect of entity likewise. For the things that are accidental in this, so far forth as it is entity, and the contrarieties of this, as far forth as it is entity, it is not the province of a different science from philosophy, that is, ontology, to investigate. For to physical or natural science may one ascribe the speculation of these, not as far forth as they are entities, but rather as far forth as they partake of motion. As to the sciences of the dialectician, however, and the sophist, they are sciences of the accidents, I admit, that reside in entities, but not so far forth as they are entities, nor do they speculate about entity itself, as far forth as it is entity. Wherefore, it remains that the philosopher or metaphysician should be a person qualified for speculating into the points we have just stated, in so far as they relate unto entities. Since, however, every entity is expressed according to some one thing, and something that is common, which is multifariously predicated, and as contraries are expressed in the same manner, for they are referred to the primary contrarieties, and differential qualities of entity, and since it is possible that things of this kind should fall under the notice of one science, hence the doubt expressed in the opening parts of this work respecting first principles would be dissolved in this way. Now, the doubt I allude to is that wherein the matter of perplexity is involved in the question as to how there will be one science about entities that are many in number and which are generically different. Chapter 4. But since also the mathematician employs things that are common in a manner peculiar to himself, it would be the province of the first philosophy, that is, of ontology, to speculate into the original principles of these things. For that when from equals are taken away, the remainders are equal, is indeed a dogma that is common to all quantities. Mathematical science, however, speculates about a certain portion of matter, properly so called, appropriating it to itself, as for instance about lines, or angles, or numbers, or something else pertaining to other quantities, not, however, as far forth as they are entities, but so far forth as each of them is that which is continuous in one, or two, or three dimensions. Philosophy, however, does not institute an inquiry respecting those particulars that are contained in a certain portion of matter, as far forth as something amongst them is an accident in each of these, but it contemplates everything of this kind respecting entity, so far forth as it is entity. And in the same manner also does the case stand in regard of physical science, as with mathematical. For physical or natural science speculates into the accidents or first principles of entities, so far forth as they are in motion, and not so far forth as they are entities. But we have said that ontology, or the first science, is conversant about these, in as far as the subjects of them are entities, but not so far forth as they are anything that is different. Wherefore, we may set down that both this and the science of the mathematician are parts of wisdom or metaphysical science. Chapter 5. There is involved, however, in entities a certain first principle about which it is not possible to labour under any deception, but it is necessary invariably to do the contrary. Now, I mean, to speak conformably with truth, as, for instance, that it is not admissible that the same thing should be and not be in one and the same period of time, and the case is so with other things that are opposed to themselves in the same manner. And respecting points of this kind, demonstration indeed has no existence absolutely speaking, but in respect of this principle it has. For it is not possible to construct a process of syllogistic reasoning from a more trustworthy principle than this very axiom just mentioned, and it ought to be so, at any rate, if it is possible that there should subsist such a thing as a demonstration in absolute terms. As regards a person, however, who makes an assertion of opposite statements, for the purpose of proving wherefore it is false, must some such position be assumed, as that although the thing will actually be the same, with the non-possibility of being the same thing, and not being so at one and the same time, yet that it will not appear to be the same thing with it, for after this manner only can a demonstration be brought about in regard of one who affirms the admissibility of opposite assertions being verified of the same thing. And, in the next place, those people who are likely to take their share in mutual discussion ought in some degree to understand themselves, for in case this be not done, how will there subsist with these persons a community in regard of such mutual discussion? It is necessary, then, that each of the denominations should be known, and that they manifest some one thing, and not many things, but only one. And if it is equivalent in its signification to many things, one ought to make it evident towards which of these significations the denomination conducts one. Now, as regards a person who affirms that this thing both is and is not, this which he in general affirms to be, he affirms not to be, wherefore he asserts that the name signifies that which it does not signify, but this is impossible. Wherefore, if the assertion that the being of this particular thing involves any signification, it is impossible that contradiction concerning the same thing should be verified. Further, if a name has any meaning, and this be capable of verification, this also must needs be from necessity. But that which is from necessity it is not admissible at any time should not be. It is not for this reason, then, admissible that opposite assertions be true concerning the same thing. Further, on the supposition that assertion in no degree is more true than negation, the person who makes the affirmation that one is a man will in no wise the rather make a true statement than if he were to affirm that he is not a man. And a person who affirms a man not to be a horse would appear to speak truth either in a greater or not in a less degree than if he affirms that man is not man. Wherefore, one who affirms also that the same is a horse will speak true. For in a similar way it would be possible that opposite assertions should admit of verification. Wherefore, the consequence ensues that the same creature should be man and horse, or something else belonging to the animal kingdom. There does not, therefore, subsist in regard of these any demonstration in absolute terms. As relates, however, to the person who is for establishing these foregoing points, demonstration has an existence. And quickly would one likewise, who after this manner had put the question to Heraclitus himself, force him to acknowledge that it is never a thing that is possible that opposite assertions should be verified of the same things. But at present, not comprehending his own theory in regard of what he says at all, he has embraced this particular opinion we have been just endeavouring to overthrow. And, in general, if the statement made by Heraclitus be true, neither would this very position of his be true. Now, I mean the admissibility that at one and the same time the same thing should be and not be. For as also, on the supposition of these assertions having been divided, in no respect the more will affirmation be true than negation, in the same manner, likewise, will it be the case when both are conjoined and connected together, just as if affirmation is regarded as being one certain thing, in no degree the more will negation be true than the entire of the assumption which is made in an affirmation. Moreover, if it is possible to make no affirmation that is true, even would this very position be false, I mean, the assertion that no affirmation is true. If, however, there exists any assertion that is true, that point which is put forward by these Heraclitics would be decided, I mean, such philosophers as resist the truth of things of this sort, and in fact, altogether, do away with rational discussion. End of Chapter 5 of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 6 of Book 10 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 6. But, similar to the statements that have been just made, is that which has been asserted by Protagoras. For, likewise, he said that man is a measure of all things, in this way affirming nothing else than that what appeared to every man, that this also, indubitably, is that which it appeared to be. If, however, this is admitted, the same thing will happen to be and not be, and to be both evil and good, and the rest of those things that are expressed in accordance with opposite assertions, from the fact that frequently to some persons indeed this particular thing appears to be fair, and the contrary to others, and from that which is apparent to every one constituting a measure. Now, this doubt would be resolved if persons considered whence the origin of this supposition has been derived. For to some speculators, no doubt, it would appear to have originated from the opinion of the physiologists, or natural philosophers, but to others, from the circumstance that all men do not possess the same points of knowledge in respect of the same subjects, but that to some this particular thing seems to be sweet, and to others the contrary. For that nothing is generated from non-entity, but everything from entity, is almost a commonly received dogma amongst all natural philosophers. Since, therefore, that which is not white is generated from that which is perfectly white, and by no means not white, supposing now that what is not white has been generated from that which is not a white entity, that which is being generated as not white would be produced. Wherefore, such would be generated from nonentity, according to their doctrine, unless that which is not white were the same with that which is white. It would not, however, be difficult to decide this doubt, for it has been declared in our treatise on physics in what manner from that which is nonentity are generated the things that are being produced, and how it is that they are generated from entity. Notwithstanding the giving heed in like manner to both opinions and to the fanciful statements of persons who doubt in opposition to themselves, this would be a silly proceeding, for it is evident that one party amongst these sceptics must needs labour under fallacies. And this statement is manifest from observing things that are generated according to sense. For at no time does the same thing appear to some indeed sweet, and to others the contrary, provided that the organ which has the power of perceiving and deciding the above enumerated tastes has not undergone any corruption and injury in the case of these others. But on the understanding of such a state of things as this, we may suppose that some of them are a standard of measure, and suppose that others are not so, and in like manner I assert this to be the case as regards both what is good and evil, and what is beautiful and disgraceful, and other things of the sort. For to lay down this as a principle, or to affirm the reality of nothing save the apparent, is a course nowise different from those who place their finger beneath the organ of vision, and thus from the one object make two to appear, and who really believe that there are two objects before them on account of their appearing such, and again that there is but one in reality, for to those persons who do not move their organ of vision, that which is one appears one. In general, however, it would be absurd, from the appearance of things that are here as subject to change, and which never permanently continue in the same dispositions, from this to come to any decision as regards truth. For it is necessary that we should go in pursuit of that which is true from amongst those things that invariably do subsist according to the same dispositions, and that never are instrumental in bringing about their own change. Now, of this description are those bodies that are regulated according to the orderly system of the universe. For these do not at one time appear of this particular sort, but at another time of a different kind, but invariably the same, and as participating in no change. But, further, on the supposition of the existence of motion, and of something that is being moved, now everything which has motion impressed upon it is put in motion by something, and in the direction of something. In such a case, that which is being moved ought to be found, moreover, in that from which it will derive its motion, and yet not be found therein, and that it should be moved towards this particular place, and yet should not be generated in this. But how can such be the case? For we must bear in mind that even according to their own doctrines, that simultaneous verification is not possible as regards contradiction. And if, according to quantity, things which are here are continuously in a state of flux, and are being moved, and if one admits this, although it should not be true, why are they not permanent as regards quality? For these speculators in no small degree appear to predicate those things of the same thing, according to their contradictions, from the supposition that quantity does not continue permanently in bodies. Hence, with them the same thing is, and is not of 4 cubits in its dimensions. Substance, however, subsists according to quality, for this is of a definite nature, but quantity belongs to one which is indefinite. Further, why, let me ask, when the physician gives a prescription that his patients should take this particular food, why, I say, do they take it? For why is this particular piece of food bread rather than it is not bread? Wherefore, there would be no distinction in eating from not eating. At present, however, as the physician makes a true assertion about this thing, and this food that has been prescribed being in reality in existence, the patients accordingly take this food, although they ought not, at least, to do so on the supposition that there is no nature that is firmly permanent in sensibles, but that invariably all things are in motion and in a state of flux. But further, if indeed we are always undergoing a change, and never remaining permanently the same persons, why is it surprising if things never appear at any time to be the same as they do to those that are sick? For to these also, on account of their habit being not similarly disposed, as when they are in a healthy state, the things that subsist, according to the senses, do not appear to subsist in a similar manner. Those sensibles themselves participate in no change on account of this, at least, but produce different sensations in the sick, and sensations that are not the same. In the same manner, therefore, is it requisite, perhaps, that consequences be disposed as if the aforesaid change took place. If, however, we do not undergo a change, but continue to be the same, there would be something in existence that is permanent. Respecting, to be sure, those persons, therefore, who entertain from principles of reason the doubts enumerated, it would not be easy to advance a refutation when they are not for admitting anything, and no longer demand a reason of those things. For all reasoning and every demonstration arise in this way. For when they are disposed to admit nothing, they overturn the thing in dispute, and, in general, all rational discussion. Wherefore, with such speculators, of course, there is no such thing at all as rational discussion. But in regard of those that labour under perplexity, from the doubts that have been handed down, it would be easy to reply, and to unravel the difficulties that create in them the doubt referred to. Now, this statement is evident from those that have been made. Wherefore, it is evident from these things that it does not admit of being possible that opposite assertions about the same thing should be verified at one and the same time, nor that contraries should, on account of the denomination of all contrariety, according to privation. This, however, will be evident to those who resolve into their first principles the definitions of contraries. And, in like manner, neither is it possible that any of those things that are media should be predicated of one and the same thing. For, on the supposition of the subject being white, when we assert that this is neither white nor black, we shall make a false assertion, for it happens that this is white, and yet that it is not. For either of these connected together will be verified concerning this, but this amounts to a contradiction of what is white. Neither, therefore, is it possible for one who makes an assertion in accordance with the theory of Heraclitus, nor of Anaxagoras, to assert what is true. And if this be not admitted, the consequence will ensue that they predicate contrary things of the same subject. For when Anaxagoras says that in everything is contained a part of everything, he says that a thing is not more sweet than bitter, or anything else of the other contrarieties, if in everything all things subsist, not merely in potentiality, but in energy or activity, and in a state of separation. And in like manner, neither is it possible that all assertions be false, nor all true, as well on account of many other difficulties which would be uttered in consequence of this position, as also because, as regards all assertions, supposing that they are false, neither will one who makes this very assertion speak what is true. But if all assertions are true, the person who says that all are false will not speak falsely. Chapter 7. But every science investigates into certain first principles and causes respecting each of those objects of knowledge that fall under its cognizance, as, for example, medicinal science, and that of the athlete, and each of the rest of the productive or the mathematical sciences. For each of these, having been for itself descriptive of a certain genus, treats concerning this as a thing existing, and as an entity, not, however, so far forth as it is an entity. Conversant, however, about this last-named inquiry, is there, beside these sciences, this certain other science of the ontologist, which is different from them. But each of the above enumerated sciences, taking for granted the mode in which the nature of a thing subsists in each genus, endeavours to explain the remainder of the points relating to this more feebly or more accurately. They, however, make an assumption as to quiddity or the nature of a thing, some of them by means of sense, but others from hypothesis. Wherefore it is also evident, from an induction of this sort, that there subsists no demonstration of substance and quiddity. Since, however, there exists a certain science which is conversant about nature, it is manifest that it will be different from both that which is practical science and that which is productive or effective. For of productive science the first principle of motion resides in the producing or efficient cause, and not in that which is being produced, and this either is some art or some other potentiality. And in like manner does the case stand with practical science also. The motion does not reside in the thing done, but rather in those who are agents. But the science of the natural philosopher is conversant about those bodies that involve in themselves a first principle of motion. That indeed, therefore, physical science must needs be neither practical nor productive, but speculative or contemplative, is evident from these statements. For there is the necessity of its falling under the classification of some one of these genera. And since in a manner it is requisite for each of the sciences to possess a knowledge of the nature of a thing, and to employ this as a first principle, we ought not to forget how a definition of this quiddity should be framed by the physical inquirer, and how the definition of substance is to be assumed, whether as the flat nose, or rather as the hollow. For, as regards these, the formal principle, no doubt, of flat nose is denominated along with matter, I mean, such as belongs to the thing itself. The formal principle, however, of hollow nose is expressed without matter, for flatness of nose is generated in the nose. Wherefore also the definition, or formal principle, of it is inquired into along with this, for the flat nose constitutes a hollow nose. It is evident, therefore, that the definition, both of flesh, and of the eye, and of the other parts of the body, is always to be assumed along with matter. But since there exists a certain science of entity, so far forth as it is entity, and so far forth as it involves a separable subsistence, we must examine whether at all we are to consider this to be the same with natural or physical science, or rather to be different from it. Physical science indeed, then, is conversant about those bodies that involve in themselves a first principle of motion. But the science of the mathematician is itself a certain science that is speculative, I admit, and that, too, in regard of things that are permanent, but which do not involve a subsistence separable from sensibles. Respecting, then, that which is an entity capable of separate subsistence, and which is immovable, there exists a certain science different from both of these, on the supposition, of course, that there is some substance of this description in existence. Now, I speak of a substance separable and immovable, and it is the validity of this very position that we shall attempt to demonstrate. And if we admit that there subsists any substance of this sort in entities, here also, in a manner, would there be found divinity residing, and this would be an original and most dominant principle. It is evident, therefore, that there are three genera of the speculative sciences, namely, the physical or natural, the mathematical, and the theological. The most excellent, then, is certainly the genus of the speculative or contemplative sciences, and of these very sciences, that one which is mentioned last of the three possesses the greatest amount of excellence, for it is conversant about that one amongst entities which is more entitled to respect than the rest. Each science, however, is termed more excellent and more inferior, according to its appropriate object of scientific knowledge. Now, a person might raise the question as to whether at all we ought to seek to establish universally the science of entity, so far forth as it is entity, or not. For each of the mathematical sciences, no doubt, is conversant about some one definite genus. The universal science, however, speculates in common respecting all things. If indeed, therefore, we admit physical substances to be the primary substances of entities, physical or natural science would also be the chief one amongst the sciences. But, on the other hand, if there exists a nature that is different, and a substance that involves a separable subsistence, and is immovable, it is necessary also that there belong to this a different science, and that this science should be antecedent to physical science, and universal in respect of its antecedence or priority. Chapter 8. Since, however, that which is entity simply considered is denominated in many ways, of which one is that which is spoken of as subsisting according to accident, in the first instance our examination must be instituted concerning entity in this point of view. That indeed, therefore, no one of the sciences that have been handed down from former generations is employed about what is accidental is evident, for neither does that relating to house-building or architectural art investigate into what is likely to be accidental with those who will make use of the house, for example, as to whether they will dwell there sorrowfully, or the contrary, nor is it so with the art of weaving, nor of shoemaking, nor the cooking art. Each of these sciences, however, examines into that which is peculiar to its own department only, and this is its appropriate end. Neither does it consider a person so far as he is a musician and a grammarian, nor does it assert that he who is a musician, should he become a grammarian, will at the same time be both, though he were not so previously. But that which is not always an entity, this was generated at some time or other, so that such a person would at the same time become a musician and a grammarian. This, however, no one of those that are confessedly sciences examines into, with the exception of the science of the sophist, for this alone is employed about what is accidental. Wherefore Plato has not inaptly expressed himself when he affirms that the sophist wastes his time in the consideration of nonentity, but that it is not a thing that is admissible that there should be in existence a science of the accidental will be manifest to those who attempt to discern what an accident is at all. Therefore, as regards everything, we affirm one thing indeed to subsist always, and from necessity, Now, I mean by necessity, not that which is denominated according to what is violent, but what we employ in cases pertaining to demonstrations. But another thing we affirm as subsisting for the most part, and another neither as for the most part, nor always, and from necessity, but as may happen at any time to be casual. For example, cold might be prevalent when the sun is in Canis, but a thing of this sort would take place neither as always from necessity, nor as for the most part, but might nevertheless accidentally occur sometimes. Therefore does that constitute an accident which is produced, not always, nor from necessity, nor as for the most part. What indeed then an accident is, has been declared. But why there is not a science of a thing of this kind is evident. For every science is conversant about that which is an entity always, or as for the most part, but the accidental is not ranked amongst either of these. But it is evident that of what subsists according to accident, there are not causes and first principles of such a description as there are of that which is an entity that involves an essential subsistence. For if this be admitted, all things will be from necessity. For if on the supposition of this particular thing being a consequence of that particular entity, but this a result from that, and if this subsists not from its being casual, but from necessity will be likewise that of which this was the cause, until that which is denominated the last effect. This, however, subsisted according to accident, so that all things will be from necessity, and the possibility for anything whatsoever casually to occur, and the existence of contingency, and the being generated, and the not being generated, will altogether be taken away from things that are being generated. For although a cause may be supposed not to be an entity, but that also which is being generated, the same consequences will ensue, for everything will be generated from necessity. For, to give an instance, tomorrow's eclipse will take place if this particular thing may happen, and this will happen if something else does, and this last if something else ensues. And doubtless in this manner, on the supposition that a portion of duration be taken away from that definite time, which may be measured from the present moment until tomorrow, one will ultimately arrive at that which is in being. Wherefore, since this is the case, all things that are subsequent to this will be from necessity. Wherefore will it be the case that all things will be generated from necessity. As regards, however, that which is entity in reality, and not according to accident, one kind indeed is that which is contained in the comprehension of the intellect, and is a passive condition in this. Wherefore, respecting that which constitutes entity in this way, first principles are not investigated. But respecting that which is an entity external to this, and possessing a separable subsistence, they are. And that which subsists according to accident is not necessary, but indefinite. Now, I mean what subsists according to what is accidental, as in a less degree, but the causes of a thing of this sort are inordinate and infinite. But that on account of which a thing subsists, that is, the final cause, is classified amongst those things that are generated by nature, or that spring from intellect. It is chance, however, that generates them, when any of these may be generated according to accident. For, in like manner, just as also entity constitutes in one respect that which is essential, but in another that which subsists according to accident, so also is it the case with a cause. But chance is a cause according to accident in those things that are being generated in accordance with free will, for the sake of something. Wherefore, chance and intellect are conversant about the same object, for free will is not devoid of a connection with intellect. The causes, however, are indefinite, from which might be generated that which arises from chance. Wherefore, obscure to human calculation is chance, even as a cause subsisting according to accident, but, absolutely considered, such is not a cause of anything, and chance is good and evil when what is good or worthless may happen to be the result. But mischance and misfortune are conversant about the magnitude of these. But since nothing that subsists according to accident is antecedent to those things that possess an essential subsistence, neither then are causes so. If then chance, or even spontaneity, be a cause of the firmament, prior as a cause will be mind and nature. Chapter 9. Now, one thing subsists in energy only, but another subsists in capacity, and a third in capacity and energy. And of these, one constitutes an entity, but the other a quantity, and the third something else of the rest of the categories. There is not, however, any motion beside the things themselves, for the change invariably takes place in accordance with the categories of entity. But in the case of these, there is not anything that is common, nor is there a thing of this sort in a single category. Everything, however, subsists in all things in a twofold manner, as, for instance, this particular thing, for this is the form of it, but that is its privation, and according to quality, one thing is white, but another black, and according to quantity, one is perfect, whereas the other imperfect, and according to motion, this tends upwards and that downwards, or the one is light, but the other heavy. Wherefore, there are as many species of motion and of change as there are of entity. But on account of there being a division in each genus, of the one into potentiality or capacity, of the other, however, into actuality, I style energy the motion of that which subsists in potentiality, so far forth as it does subsist in potentiality. And that we make a true assertion in this point is evident from the following circumstance. For when a material is fit for being built, so far forth as it is a thing of this sort, we say that this very thing subsists in energy, so far forth as it is being built, and this constitutes the structure or the mode of building. In like manner stands the case with disciplinary learning, healing and rolling, walking, leaping, growing old, advancing towards a state of maturity. It happens, however, that a thing is in motion when the actuality itself may exist, and when it is a thing neither antecedent nor subsequent to this. Therefore, entelikeia, or actuality, belonging to that which subsists in capacity, when subsisting in actuality it energizes, either as that which it is, or something else, so far forth as it is movable. This constitutes motion. Now, I mean by the expression, quote, so far forth, close quote, a subsistence whose mode I would illustrate as follows. For brass is a statue in capacity, but, nevertheless, actuality of the brass, so far forth as it is brass, does not constitute motion, for it is not the same thing, the belonging to brass and to a certain capacity, since if it were the same, absolutely speaking, according to definition, the entelikeia, or actuality of the brass, would amount to a certain motion. It is not, however, the same. And this statement is evident as regards contraries, for the capacity of being in sound health and the capacity of being indisposed are not the same, for in such a case would the actual conditions of health and sickness be the same. But the subject that is capable of being made both healthy and diseased, whether it be moisture or whether it be blood, is one and the same thing. Since, however, the being of a thing is not the same with the being of a certain capacity, in the same way as neither is colour the same with what is visible, so the entelechia, or actuality of that which is potential, so far forth as it is a thing that is potential, constitutes motion. That indeed, therefore, motion actually exists, and that a thing happens to be moved at the same time with its being itself actuality, and that it is a thing that is neither antecedent nor subsequent to this, is evident. For everything admits of subsisting at one time in energy, but at another time not in this state, as, for example, that which is fit for being built, so far forth as it is fit for being built, and the energy of that which is fit for being built, so far forth as it is fit for being built, constitute the mode or act of building, for the energy of this amounts either to the mode of building or the house built. But when the house may be finished, that is, when it constitutes the energy, it will no longer be a thing that is fit for being built, but, on the other hand, that which is fit for being built is actually built. It is necessary, then, that the mode or act of building amount to energy, but the mode or act of building amounts likewise to a certain motion, and the same reasoning holds good in the case of other motions. Now, that these assertions have been made correctly is evident from the statements which other philosophers have from time to time put forward in regard to motion, as also from the fact of its not being an easy matter to frame a definition of it in a different manner from the foregoing, for neither is one able to set it down as being contained in another genus, and it is evident from what these speculators say on the subject, for some of them, indeed, regard it as equivalent with diversity, and inequality, and nonentity, and yet not one of these necessarily should have motion imparted to it. But neither does there exist change or mutation into these either, nor from things of this kind more than from such as are opposed. But a cause of their setting down motion amongst things of this kind is as follows: because motion appears with them as something that is indefinite. Now, the first principles of a different coordinate series, from the fact of their being privative, are indefinite, for not one of these is either this particular thing, or any other of the rest of the categories. But a cause of this view of motion, I mean of its appearing to be a thing that is indefinite, results from the fact that it is not possible to set it down under the category of the potentiality of entities, or under that of their energy or activity, for neither that which involves a capacity of being quantity has motion imparted to it necessarily, nor that which subsists as quantity in energy. And motion appears to amount to a certain energy, or activity, no doubt. But an energy, or activity which is imperfect, and a cause of this is the following: that that which is potential, to which the energy belongs, is itself imperfect, and on this account it would be difficult, as regards this, to apprehend what it is. For it must necessarily be classed either into privation, or into capacity, or into simple energy, and not one of these does it appear admissible that motion should be considered. Wherefore it remains that it be what it has been declared to be, namely, both an energy or activity, and yet not such an energy as has been mentioned, for this would be an energy difficult to discern indeed, but nevertheless one which it is admissible should subsist, and that motion is to be found in that which is capable of being moved is evident, for the actuality of this lies under the influence of that which is capable of being moved, and the energy of that which is movable is not different from this, for it is necessary, surely, that there should subsist actuality in both. For a thing is movable in respect of its involving a capability of having motion impressed upon it, and that which imparts motion does so from energy or activity, but it thus acts from this energy in regard of that which is adapted for motion. Wherefore, in like manner, there resides one energy in both, just as from 1 to 2 is the same interval as from 2 to 1. And in regard of ascent and descent, the case is the same, but the essence in this instance is not one. And the same remark holds good, in like manner, with the power that imparts motion, and that which has motion impressed upon it thereby. End of Chapter 9 of Book 10. Recording in memory of Mitchell Edwards. Chapter 10 of Book 10 of Metaphysics by Aristotle. Translated by John McMahon. This Libravox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Geoffrey Edwards. Chapter 10. But the infinite either is that which it is impossible to pass through in respect of its not being adapted by nature to be permeated in the same way as the voice is invisible, or it is that which possesses a passage without an end, or that which is scarcely so, or that which by nature is adapted to have, but has not a passage or termination. Further, a thing is infinite from subsisting by addition, or subtraction, or both. It is indeed possible, therefore, that the infinite should constitute a certain entity that involves a separable subsistence, but that it is cognizant by sense is not possible, for if it constitutes neither magnitude nor multitude, and if the infinite be a substance and not an accident of this, it will be indivisible, for that which is divisible amounts either to magnitude or multitude. But if it be indivisible, it will not be infinite, unless in the same way as the voice is invisible. They do not, however, say so, nor do we inquire into the subject, but we consider it as a thing without any passage, or in other words, impermeable. Further, let me ask, how is it possible that what is essentially infinite should exist, unless there should happen to subsist number and magnitude, of which, too, the infinite is a passive condition? Moreover, if the infinite subsists according to accident, it would not constitute an element of entities, as far forth as it is a thing that is infinite, in the same manner as neither is that which is invisible an element of speech, although the voice is invisible. And that it is not possible for the infinite to subsist in energy is evident, for any part whatsoever of itself that is assumed will be infinite, for the being of the infinite and a thing which is infinite are the same, if the infinite be substance, and not that which is predicated of a subject. Wherefore, it is either indivisible, or divisible in a progression ad infinitum, if it be made up of parts that are or may be divisible. That many infinites, however, should be the same thing is impossible, for as air is a part of air, so infinite is a part of that which is infinite, if it is substance and a first principle. The infinite, then, is devoid of parts and indivisible. But it is impossible that an entity that subsists in actuality should be infinite, for it must needs constitute quantity. It subsists, then, according to accident. But if this be the case, it has been declared that it is not possible that it should be a first principle. But this must be affirmed of that to which it happens that number or evenness should be such. The investigation, therefore, is itself universal. That the infinite, however, does not subsist in things that are cognizant by sense is evident from the following circumstances. For, on the supposition that the definition of body amounts to that which is bounded by surfaces, body would not be infinite, either that which is cognizable by sense, or by the understanding. Nor will it be number as actually separated and infinite, for number is that which is numerable, or which involves number. That the infinite, however, cannot subsist in things cognizant to the senses, regarded in a physical point of view, is evident from these following reasons. For neither is it possible that it should be a composite nature, nor one which is simple. For if you admit that it is a composite nature, it will not be a body if the elements are limited in multitude. For it is requisite that we should equalize the contraries, and that one of them should not be infinite. For if in any degree whatsoever the potentiality of the other body fails, the finite will be corrupted by the infinite body. But it is impossible that each of the elements should be infinite, for body is that which in every direction involves an interval, but that which is infinite is that which involves an interval without end. Wherefore, if there is in existence an infinite body, it will be infinite in every direction. Neither, however, can there be in existence one infinite simple body, nor, as certain philosophers would lay down, can it subsist as different from, or independent of, the elements from whence they generate these things. For there is not in existence a body of this description beside the elements, for all those things of which they are compounded are resolved into these. This, however, does not appear to subsist beside the simple bodies, either fire or any other of the elements. For without some one of them being infinite, it is impossible that the universe, if it may be finite, should either be, or be generated from some one of the elements, as Heraclitus says that all things were originally fire. And there is the same mode of reasoning also in the case of unity, the existence of which natural philosophers introduce besides the elements. For everything undergoes a change from its contrary, as from heat into cold. Further, a body cognizant by the senses is situated in a certain place, and there is the same place of the whole as of the part, of the earth, for instance, as of one of its clods. Wherefore, if the infinite be of similar parts indeed, it will be immovable, or always will be impelled forwards. But this is impossible. For why, may I ask, should it be moved downwards in preference to upwards, or in any direction whatsoever? For instance, if it were a clod of earth, in what direction will this be moved? Or in what place will it remain at rest? For the place of the body naturally adapted to this will be infinite. Will it, then, comprise the entire place? And how will this be so? What, therefore, will be its place of rest and its motion? Or shall we say that it will remain at rest everywhere? It will not then be moved, or shall we say that it will be moved in every direction? It will not then stand still. If the universe, however, be of dissimilar parts, places likewise would be dissimilar, and in the first instance, no doubt, the body of the universe would not be one, save in respect of contact. In the next place, these things will be either finite or infinite in species. That they should be finite is not certainly then possible, for some indeed will be infinite, and some not so, on the supposition that the universe is infinite, for instance, fire or water, and a thing of this kind will be corruption to contraries. If, however, they are infinite and simple, both the places will be infinite, and infinite will be the elements. But if this is impossible, and the places be finite in number, the universe also must needs be finite. And in general, it is impossible that there can be an infinite body, and a place for bodies, if every body that is cognizant by the senses involves gravity or lightness, for it will have an impulse either towards the centre or upwards. It is impossible, however, that the infinite, either the whole or the half, or any part whatsoever, should undergo a passive state. For in what way would you make a division of it? Or of the infinite, how will there be one portion tending in a direction downwards, and the other in a direction upwards? Or how will this constitute the extremity, and that the centre? Further, every body that falls under the notice of the senses subsists in place, and there are 6 species of place. But it is impossible that these should subsist in a body that is infinite. And upon the whole, if it is impossible that place should be infinite, it is likewise impossible that body should be so. For that which subsists in place is somewhere, and this signifies a direction, either upwards or downwards, or some one of the rest of the categories, and each of these constitutes a certain limit. But the infinite is not the same in magnitude and motion, and duration, as if it were a certain single nature. But that which is subsequent is denominated according to that which is antecedent, as, for instance, motion is denominated according to, or conformably with, the magnitude in regard of which the motion, or the alteration, or the increase is brought about. Time, however, is reckoned or computed in consideration of motion. Chapter 11. Now, that which undergoes a change is changed partly indeed according to accident, as when we say the musician walks, and partly when a thing is said simply to be changed in respect of something belonging to this undergoing a change. For example, whatsoever things are changed according to parts. For the body is reduced to a sound state of health, because the eye is restored to a healthy condition. Now, there is something which primarily is moved in itself or essentially, and this is that which may have motion impressed upon it from itself. And there is also something of the same sort in the case of that which imparts motion likewise. For one thing imparts motion according to accident, and another according to a portion, but a third essentially or of itself. And there is something that is the primary source of motion, and there is something that has motion impressed upon it. Further, is there the time in which, and there is the place from which, and the direction towards which a thing is moved. But the forms and passive states and place into which are moved the things that are being moved themselves are immovable, as science and heat, but the heat does not constitute motion, yet the process of heating does. The change, however, that does not ensue according to accident does not reside in all things, but in contraries and media, and in contradiction, but a reliance upon this statement may be drawn from induction. Now, that which undergoes a change is changed either from a subject into a subject, or from that which is not a subject into a subject, or from a subject into a non-subject, or from a non-subject into a subject. But I mean by a subject that which is made manifest by affirmation. Wherefore, changes must needs be three in number. For that which is from a non-subject into a non-subject is not properly a change, for it subsists neither between contraries, nor between contradiction, because there is not opposition in the case of a transition from a non-subject into a non-subject. The change indeed, therefore, from that which is a non-subject into a subject, according to contradiction, amounts to generation, and such a change, of course, when simply considered, is simple generation, and when it is partial generation. But the change from subject into that which is non-subject amounts to corruption, which, when it is simply so, is simple corruption, but when it is partial corruption. If, therefore, non-entity is predicated multifariously, and that according to composition or division does not admit of being put in motion, so neither can it be so with that according to capacity which is opposed to that which subsists simply. For a thing that is not white, or not good, nevertheless admits of being moved according to accident, for that which is not white may be a man. But this cannot by any means be the case with this particular thing which subsists simply, for it is impossible that non-entity should be moved, and if this be admitted, it is impossible also that generation amounts to motion, for non-entity would be produced if it did, for in such a case, most especially, would it be produced according to accident. Yet, nevertheless, it is true to assert of that which is generated simply, that a non-entity has a subsistence. In like manner also stands the case with the being in a state of rest. And, doubtless, such are the difficulties that attend on this hypothesis, even on the supposition that everything that is being moved is in place, but what is a non-entity is not in place, for it would be somewhere. Hence, neither does corruption constitute motion, for motion or rest is a thing that is contrary to motion, but corruption is contrary to generation. Since, however, every motion amounts to a certain change, and there are three changes, as just now enumerated, and of these, the changes that ensue according to generation and corruption are not motions, and these are those that subsist according to contradiction, it is necessary that the change from subject into subject should alone constitute motion. Subjects, however, are either contraries or media, and let privation be considered as a thing that is contrary, and it is made manifest by affirmation, for instance, that which is naked and toothless, and that which is black. Chapter 12. If, therefore, the categories are divided by substance, quality, place, action or passion, relation, quantity, there must needs subsist three motions of quality, quantity, and of place. But according to substance there does not subsist any motion on account of there being nothing contrary to substance, nor is there a motion of relation, for it is possible, when either of the relatives has not undergone a change, that a verification should take place in regard of the other, as having undergone no change. Wherefore the motion of these will subsist according to accident. Neither is there motion of that which is active and passive, or of that which is the efficient cause of motion, and has motion impressed upon it, because there is not a motion of motion, nor a generation of generation, nor in general a change of a change. For in two ways is it possible that there be a motion of a motion, first, either as of a subject, for instance, as man is moved, because from white he is changed into black. Wherefore, thus also is it with motion, either a thing is made warm or cold, or undergoes alteration in place or increase. This, however, is impossible, for the change does not amount to any of the subjects. Or, secondly, there may subsist a motion of motion, in respect of some different subject, from change being altered into a different form, as man is changed from sickness into health. Neither, however, is this possible except according to accident, for every motion constitutes a change from one thing into another, and in like manner the case stands with generation and corruption, except that those changes, I admit, that are wrought from things that are posed in this or that way are not motions. At the same time, then, is man changed from health into disease, and from this very change into a different one. It is therefore evident that, when a man shall have become indisposed, he shall undergo a change into a disease of some sort or other, for it is admissible for such to remain in a state of rest. And further, it is evident that he will not be changed into that state which is invariably casual, and that will amount to a change from something into something else, so that health will be an opposite motion, but from accident, as, for instance, one undergoes an alteration from memory into oblivion, because that wherein oblivion is inherent undergoes a change, sometimes into scientific knowledge, and sometimes into health. Further, will the progression advance on to infinity if there will subsist a change of a change, and a generation of a generation? Therefore also must there be the former, on the supposition that there is the latter. For instance, if the simple act of generation take place at any time, that also which is being generated simply has been produced. Wherefore, not as yet in existence would be that which is being produced simply, but something does exist that is being generated or produced, or which already has been generated. If therefore also this thing once was generated, for what reason was that not yet in existence which is being then generated? Since, however, as regards things that are infinite, there does not subsist anything that is primary, there will not be that which is first generated, and for this cause neither that which is in order consequential. Therefore, that any of these either should be generated, or be moved, or undergo any change is not possible. Further, contrary motion, and rest, and generation, and corruption will belong to the same subject. Wherefore, a thing that is being generated, when it may become that which is being generated, is then undergoing a process of corruption, for neither is it immediately corrupted as soon as it is generated, nor subsequently to this, for that must necessarily exist which is undergoing a process of corruption. Further, it is the case that matter ought to subsist under that which is being generated, and undergoing a change. Therefore, what matter will there subsist in like manner as an alterable body or soul? In this way also, anything that subsists on being produced constitutes either motion or generation. And further, what is that into which the thing is moved? For it is necessary that something amount to the motion of this particular thing from this particular thing into that, and yet that it should not be motion at all. How, let me ask then, is this to take place? For the generation of discipline does not amount to discipline, so neither is it true to say that there will subsist a generation of generation. Since, however, there is not in existence motion either of substance, or of relation, or of action and passion, it remains that there should subsist motion according to quality, and quantity, and place, for to each of these doth there belong contrariety. Now, I mean by motion according to quality, not that which is found in substance, For difference also constitutes quality, but that which is passive in accordance with which a thing is said to be passive, or to be devoid of passion. With regard, however, to that which is immovable, and that which, upon the whole, it is impossible should have motion impressed upon it, and that which with difficulty, in a long portion of duration, or slowly, commences its motion, and that which, having been by nature, no doubt, adapted for having motion imparted to it, yet does not possess the capacity or ability of being moved when it is naturally fitted for motion, both as to the place where, and the manner how, this is what I term merely a condition of rest amongst those things that are immovable. For rest is a thing that is contrary to motion. Wherefore, it would amount to a privation of that which is receptive or capable of motion, and things are said to be moved according to place at the same time as many as are to be found in one original locality, and those things are said to be moved separately as many as are to be found in a different place, and things are said to be in contact with each other, the extremities of which subsist together, and that is a medium into which that is fitted by nature first to proceed which is undergoing a change, before it arrives at that into which it is ultimately changed. I mean, what is uninterruptedly undergoing a change according to the constitution of nature. A thing is contrary in regard of place, which in a straight line is at the greatest distance possible, and a thing is successive between which, when it is after its first principle, either in position or form, or some other definite mode of subsistence, and that to which it is consequent, there subsists no intervening medium of things in the same genus. For instance, lines are successive to a line, or monads are successive to a monad, or a house to a house. There is no hindrance, however, to their subsisting any other medium between them, for that which is successive belongs to something in succession, and is something that is subsequent, for one is not successive to two, nor are the kalends to the nones, and a thing is coherent which, being successive, is in contact. Since, however, every change takes place in those things that are opposed, and these are contraries and contradiction, and since of contradiction there is nothing that is a medium, it is evident that in contraries there subsists a medium, and that which is continuous is that which has something of the nature of the coherent, or of that which is in a state of contact, and a thing is called continuous when the extremity of either of the parts by which they are in contact and in continuity may be one and the same. Wherefore it is evident that what is continuous is to be found amongst those things from which, as compounds, there subsists any one thing naturally adapted for being generated according to contact, and that what is successive ranks as what is primary is evident likewise, for everything that is successive does not subsist in a state of contact, but this is the case with what is successive on the supposition that what is continuous subsists in a state of contact. Even, however, though they should subsist in a state of contact, they yet by no means amount to that which is continuous. Those things, however, in which there is not found contact, there does not subsist natural coherence in. Wherefore, a point is not the same thing with a monad, for indeed, in points may be found contact, but this is not the case with monads, but these are successive to each other, and between points there may be found a certain medium, whereas we cannot discover any such between monads.